It's the first working day after the presidential and National Assembly elections, and I warmly welcome you all to Verdict 2023 studio of the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA. I am Claire Adelabu Abdul Razak. Now, results of the elections have been coming in since yesterday. Ekiti State was the first to deliver its presidential result. And just a reminder that the APC scored 201,454, while the PDP scored 89,553. The LP, Labour Party, scored 11,397. Now, INEC says it will resume proceedings this morning at about 11 o'clock this morning at the International Conference Center here in Abuja. We will be joining, of course, the ICC Center for Proceedings at that time. But between yesterday and now, many issues impacting on the elections have been raised by key players, of course, in the electoral process. Now, a few of those cases will involve ballot snatching, of course, beavers snatching as well, which is relatively new for us here. Is the in thing now we discovered. Of course, INEC also responded to glitches on its portal, the iRev, and gave reasons why that happened. We also recorded some logistic issues, pockets of violence here and there, and party agents have also been reacting, to the elections yesterday, mostly from the PDP and the Labour Party. We've also heard reports calling for calm, but generally across the country, most reports indicate that the election has been generally free and fair, violence-free in most cases, but of course there are pockets of issues here and there. So as usual, just we'll be joined by our correspondents who are on the field, and of course those at the state level coalition center. And right here in the studio, I will be joined by two distinguished guests. Faith Nwadishe is a familiar face. She's the Executive Director, Center for Transparency Advocacy. She's already here with me in the studio. Let me quickly welcome Faith. Faith, good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning.
It hasn't been easy for you.
It hasn't been. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Good morning, Nigerians. Thank you.
Okay, also Chris Aguirre is here with us. He'll be joining us for the conversation. Chris Aguirre is the Director General, the Flag Foundation of Nigeria. Chris, it's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
How has it been for you?
Good morning, Nigerians.
Have you had some quality sleep?
I've been in the field. I just came in from Abuja late yesterday and went straight to the National Coalition Center. And, well, thank God that this day has come. Yesterday came and passed, irrespective of all the mixtures, and it's a misgrill, it's an election, it's expected, and we've been talking about it, but at least it has come and gone. Of course, it's not gone yet.
We can't equate the sacrifices that everyone, including all our correspondents, we've been here. Most of us didn't even have time to, cast a ballot. So you can imagine. And from the look of Faith, the face of, I'm sure she hasn't had.
I haven't had sleep in 3 days, I must tell you. I feel like I have a pack of sand in my eyes. My voice is gone. Up to about 3 a.m., 2 a.m., people keep calling. And since Friday, my team and I, we have barely had sleep. But it's a sacrifice for our country, for development, and for sustainability of our democracy. It's what I expect of every Nigerian, whether as a voter, whether as a politician, or as the electoral umpire, everybody. It is a sacrifice and what we need to do to build our country. And so, it will go. It will go.
It's always good to start on a very positive side.
Yes.
Because I'm a positive.
Yes.
So it's good to start with the kind of sacrifice, with the kind of enthusiasm, with the, optimism we've seen Nigerians. We've seen the age group, come out to create a change, to create a new narrative for this election. Let's start with the sacrifice, Chris.
Yeah, we saw it coming. I repeatedly said this, that everything about the election Mostly this election should be is a #1 national assignment. And it should be equated to a military service, like in the position of war. In the situation of war, once you are up to a certain age, if you are not willing to submit, you'll be conscripted and assigned to a national duty. And because if you understand the importance of this election, based on the state of the nation, developments going on in the world, the young people that constitutes about 65–70% of the population, of the voting population, their zeal and zest, their willingness to make the necessary sacrifice for their own future, right? And so, no sacrifice is so much.
Talk to us what you saw in Umuahia.
Well, it's a misdeed, like I said. I'm not, it's not, I don't want us to go to blame games. Of course, at the end of the day, blames, there must be whoever that have gone wrong should be sanctioned. One, we had the first case of the challenge of distribution of materials, logistics, which the INEC chairman described as a perennial problem. I was in Umuahia, arrived on Friday, went to the INEC office, everything was in order, materials had been moved, the place was calm, people were, and so in the morning, when we got to different polling units, and there was nowhere to be found. The National Union of Road Transport Workers, the most apportion blamed, according to them, the drivers said, without cash, without liquidity mobilization, that they cannot move.
That's in Umuahia.
That's in Umuahia.
Abia State.
In Abia State, there's the issue of that they need money to buy fuel. Because fuel, we bought black market at about 600 naira a liter, as we are busy going around. So
let me bring in Dr. Just a moment. Let me bring in Dr. Rauf Zakaria, who just joined us into our conversation. He's of the Department of Political Science, Nigeria. Okay, he'll be joining us in a moment. We will, get across to him in a moment. But please continue with the issue of logistics that you talked about.
Thank you very much. So that's an eyewitness experience. So as at 11 o'clock, within the Umuahia urban, we were struggling to, find every necessary and available means. There were meetings, there were consultations, there were INEC staff was up and doing, I must state that. In fact, in one polling station, the first challenge was that the people protested that the vehicle that brought the INEC staff, the ad hoc staff, belongs to a person of a certain political party, believing they've compromised. And that wasn't the case. So that's why in Abia, voting will still continue in some places today. According to the admin secretary of the state yesterday, because I'm in touch with them. So, in other words, let me first say this. The issues of voter apathy that we have been crying about, campaigning about, Nigerians came out to exercise their civic duty. We've had cases of those who slept their polling voting points just to make sure they did not miss. And that's a different ball game. It's a game changer that the people have woken up to take their destinies into their hands. It may not. It's a journey. It's a progressive journey. So I commend Nigerians for coming out in mass to do what they did on Saturday.
Okay, Chris Agiri, thank you. Faith, I know you also have your own experience here in the capital city. But I'm told we have a report coming in from Yobe. And as I said earlier on, we have results coming in again from the states. That's the National Assembly election results. And the President of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, won his senatorial seat at that district. So let's get the reports now.
Zero votes. 7,210 votes. 7,210 votes. PDP received 22849 votes. 22849 votes. 22,000 849 votes. 22,849 votes. ADP received 3 votes, even though they did not field any candidates for this position. 3 votes. Total valid votes are 122,136. 122,136. 122,136 votes. Rejected votes 4,541. 4,541. 4,541 votes. Total votes cast 126,677. 126,677. 126,677. So we see that from these results covering the 6 local government areas of Yobe North Senatorial District, APC has the highest number of votes, that is 91,318. 91,318. 91318 votes for APC. Now for the declaration. I, Professor M.O. Adiloju, hereby certify that 1. I am the returning officer for the 2023 Yobe North Senatorial District election. Election held on the 25th day of February 2023. The election was contested
Yobe North declaring the result for the National Assembly elections, and we understand that President of the Senate, Senator Ahmed Lawan, won his seat. So congratulations to the winners there. Our next report is coming from Niger State, where Governor Abubakar Sani Bello is also said to have won his election.
FCE Kontagora and Collation Center for the Niger North Senatorial District. Collation of results from the 8 local government areas of the constituency were completed, and the returning officer is said to announce the results.
I am the returning officer for the 2023 Niger North Senatorial District election held on the 25th day of February 2023. Sani Bello Abubakar of APC scored 100,197. Having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
The election has really gone to show that the people's votes count. We hope that next election, it is going to take the same pattern, if not more better. But let me use this opportunity to also thank the security and the INEC for giving us this opportunity. The security men have done their best. INEC was with all through, they have done their best. They try to be as much, to be as fair as possible. And I think we commend their effort for doing that.
Yes, the result has been announced because the election has conducted successfully. And we are here to see and analyze what the returning officers has brought here for the 8 local government, Zone C in Niger North, which it has been presented well.
From Kontagora, I am Mukhtar Abubakar, NTA.
All right, our correspondent there giving us details from the Niger North Senatorial District, and the results declared by the returning officer indicate that APC won the senatorial seat with a total vote cast of 100,197, thus declaring Governor Abubakar Sani Bello as the winner. That was Abubakar Wowo from Kwantagora. Now, we understand collation is ongoing in our Ibadan Center, and so we would like to join. We will be joining Ibadan in a short while. But first, let's go to Kaduna to have the details of the House of Representatives election results.
The 5th day of February 2023, that the election was contested, and the candidates that contested the election received the following vote. Serial number 1, Ali-Asun Abdul Salam, male of ADC party, received a total vote of 261. Serial number 2, Muhammad Garba Detti, male of APC, received a total vote of 31,737, 31737. Serial number 3, Lawal Umar, male of LP, Labour Party, received a total vote of 8,325, 8325. Serial number 4, Abubakar Umar Bomo, male of the NNPP, received a total vote of 2,368, 2368. Serial number 5, Ismaila Muhammad Tukur, male of NRM, received a total vote of 125, 125. Serial number 6, Abdullahi Sadiq Ango, male of PDP, received a total vote of 33,616, 33616. Serial number 7, Mohammed Lawal Shehu, male of PRP, received a total vote of 222, 222. That Abdullahi Sadiq Ango of PDP, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared winner.
All right, that you have it, Kaduna House of Representatives election result, PDP taking that victory there. And from here, let's move on now to Kaduna, Ibadan Network Center, where we're having a collation ongoing at the moment.
Total valid votes 53627. 53627. Rejected votes 2561. The total vote cast 56188. Thank you, sir. We have some challenges at the point of. So I want to give the EO to report this, sir.
Our challenges. Okay. So how many? 2 polling units in Area 05, Unit 17, St. Patrick Grammar School. The beavers, we had the beavers error here. When we call the rapid, yes, sir. Then Unit 032, Central Elementary Primary School, was cancelled due to overvoting. Thank you, sir.
You filled the necessary forms, 40G.
Do you have the 40G being filled? What do you mean by no? Make that and let me have the report.
Once again, thank you so much. I'm sorry once again for the...
It's okay, Prof.
God bless you.
Thank you. Well done.
It's not for me now. I apologize.
All right, that was a snippet of what's going on at the State Collation Center of the presidential elections in Ibadan. And we will return to Ibadan in a short while. But let me come back to the studio and properly introduce Dr. Rauf Zakaria, who I earlier introduced. He's of the Department of Political Science, Nigeria Police Academy, Wudil in Kano. Thank you very much for joining us for this conversation this morning, Dr. Rauf.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So, Faith, I was going to share in your experience here in Abuja, in the Federal Capital Territory, in terms of the efforts, that Nigerians have put into this election first, before we look at the other issues, the other, outcome of the result that we are just getting to know.
So thank you very much. In Abuja, as early as 7 a.m., we're already out on the field. We also deployed about 100 observers across different polling units in Abuja. But personally, on that day, I got to the very first polling unit by Banex, at Use 2, and at 8:25 a.m., INEC officials were ready to kickstart the election. So at 8:25, they actually started addressing voters, and exactly 8:30, voting went on at that particular polling unit. As we were there observing the polling unit, we got a call from Karomajiji Primary School polling unit that INEC officials were yet to arrive as at 10 a.m. So I went to the community, and I was so impressed with the turnout of voters in that particular community. It was a huge turnout. But then what happened again that we saw was that in that particular polling unit, there used to be just one polling unit. But that particular polling unit was now split into 7 polling units. So you had INEC officials, you had the police, security agents there, but elections didn't start there till about 11 a.m. So as soon as elections started at about 11 a.m., and the beavers was working, and truly the beavers worked very well in that particular polling unit, because it took less than a minute. It took less than a minute to accredit people who were on the queue, and that helped to douse the tension a lot in that particular polling unit. The one thing that happened at that particular polling unit was that even though you had security agents there, you had vigilante. And the Inspector General of Police had said the vigilante didn't have any business with the elections. The vigilante were the ones who were giving people access into the primary school. And we questioned the presence of the vigilante at that place. And the security agents didn't have any reason to give us why the vigilante were there. And even though you had all the people, they were waiting, they were voting, and then something also very interesting happened there. I saw a community of persons with disability who came into that polling unit, and they were told that they have created a special polling unit for the community for persons with disability. I was amazed. I didn't know that until the day of election. So people were directing them. I think that was polling 045. They were directing them back to the community where a polling unit had been created for them. So their leader came, and they checked their PVCs and found out that some of them were still in that polling unit, and they were giving the priority to vote. So when I saw that there was some kind of peace in the place, we were just about leaving, and we saw again about 7 vigilante operatives coming into that polling unit bearing arms. one, the security agents are not there, were not bearing arms, but we saw vigilante coming into that polling unit. They were bearing arms, and at that time we left. The reason we left was that
this is the FCT.
Yes, this is the FCT Karomajiji Primary School, just off the airport road. There was a particular polling unit I observed during the FCT local government elections at Gariki, very close to the FCMB bank there. So at that time, there were only two registered voters on that polling unit. INEC had deployed to that particular polling unit, and for the entire period of the election, those two people didn't even come out to vote. That was for the INEC FCT local government elections. So I decided to go back to that polling unit to see what would happen in this election. Interestingly, I found out that there were now 32 registered voters on that polling unit, and as at 1 p.m., 25 of those 32 people had voted, and they were waiting for the close of polls. Then we had reports from other places where election, just to corroborate also what happened in Abia, we had reports from Edo in Benin City where the drivers just lined up and said their coordinator didn't pay them, and because they had not settled with INEC, they were not going to deploy to the field. There were some places where even from the RAC centers at 2 p.m., the INEC officials had not moved from the RAC centers to that. But the enthusiasm, the excitement by Nigerians, especially young people that I met. There was a woman with albinism that I met, and she was voting for the first time. She was so excited that she was going to vote, though she came out to complain that the setting up, because INEC officials came late, they hurriedly set up. So they were so much in a hurry that they forgot to address the voters on the process of voting. So some of them went into the cubicle, and a lot of people didn't also understand the reason why they had 3 boxes.
Okay.
Because you had the presidential, senatorial, and House of Rep election going on. Some were questioning why you were going to have 3 boxes. They had to be explained to that 3 elections were going on simultaneously.
See, but this is things we expected to, parties.
Yes, political parties.
Yes,
exactly, but they didn't do. They didn't do that, and that's why generally looking at the entire election, the processes, and the role that the different stakeholders are playing, you see that the different observer groups, Nigerians, the electoral umpire itself, preparing, going into the election, we had so much expectation, and then you go to the field and you see that the politicians want to continue doing things the normal way, the same way. They are not doing that. Now, for every election observer, everybody that had one thing or the other to do an election day, there was a particular kind of accreditation that was given by NTA, even to the political parties. But you still went to the field and you saw political parties with those kind of giant billboards that they wear in the name of tags. And you see names like supervisor, facilitator, general, and you go to them and you ask,
we like big names.
Yes, I'm telling you, please, are you a party agent? And they show you that sign, but they say, but this is not the tag issued by INEC. And the person goes, oh, my political party gave me. I said, but the system has changed. And I expected that the security agents there should have arrested such people because they were wearing the illegal kind of, they were wearing illegal identification.
But their presence didn't impede the process, did it?
No, because when you now have that, you now have one political party having in a polling unit more than 5 to 10 party agents wearing different tags. You see, there's a woman leader, coordinator.
Whose responsibility is it now to check, to ensure that those people, did not come into the...
It is the security. It is the security.
The police.
The police.
Okay.
That's what they should do.
Okay, Faith, let me again put you on hold so that you catch your breath. And just a reminder that the latest results we have, the APC candidate and president of the Senate, Ahmed Ibrahim Lawan, retained his seat, having scored the highest number of votes in the Yobe North Senatorial District. Again, we also hear Niger North Senatorial District election result. That's the Niger State Governor, Abubakar Sani Bello, has also been declared winner of the Niger North Senatorial District. And correspondent Mukhtar Wowo also reported that the returning officer of the Senatorial District in Kontagora Senatorial Zone, of course, declared Elijah Sadiq Ango of the PDP winner of Sabongiri Federal Constituency. These are the latest reports we have with us here in the studio. Dr. Ralph, our expectations, Faith talked about our expectations, and indeed we expected so much, from this process. A lot, was talked about the input of the technology, the revision of the Electoral Acts and all that. Talk to us about your expectations, our expectations. What happened?
Basically, from our experience and what my mother also said here, we realize that we have some problems regarding the electoral process. Nevertheless, we could also see some level of improvement, because democracy or electoral democracy itself is all about a process. And when you continue in such process, it is expected of you to be getting better, subsequently. So basically, one should have expected a kind of synergy, because the essence of bringing security men, election observers, and other stakeholders to participate in this election is to ensure that the main mission of delivering free, fair, and credible election is achieved. INEC could not do it alone. That's why there is need for synergy from other stakeholders, like the security personnel, election observers, even political parties. And in political palace, we call it a kind of structural functionality. If any of the unit forms, it can affect the entire process. So, like what she said, vigilante not accredited officially, being at the polling unit. What is the business of a vigilante man doing the electoral process at that particular point in time? But INEC official or policeman or whoever that is there to ensure credibility of the exercise, one unit cannot do it alone. It is expected of the entire structure, entire unit to come together and deliver. And
sorry to interject. When we had one of the DIG operations on one of our programs, Good Morning Nigeria, we actually talked about, the synergy. When you observe any lapse or malpractice, whose responsibility is it to point it out first? And he says, look, yes, we would have, our men within the area, but it's not the duty of the police to point this out. So now, but the INEC officials have a lot of responsibilities.
Yeah, you are very correct. But the major problem is this election must be, held. Or let me say, the election, the way it was held, it is expected, like what I've said earlier, it is expected for every stakeholders to behave normal. Behaving normal in the sense that they should behave according to rules. You understand? But because of...
But we know that's not possible.
It might not be possible, but if the institution works, it can be possible. You as a police officer, you are there to ensure that whatever that can lead to chaos in the polling unit is not allowed. Likewise, I even saw some immigration officer deployed to various police polling units. That tells you that every responsibility given to different sectors should be done accordingly. But in a situation whereby the political parties, we know political parties and their behavior, what they want, their interests. But when you are bringing somebody in that is not accredited, whose responsibility? It is the responsibility of the other various personalities there to actually challenge such person. Are you working for INEC? Are you working for police? Let's see the list of those accredited at every police unit. Then before you can start any exercise. But because we have created room for all this kind of unnecessary intervention, that's why our experience will have also been told. But basically, to me, when you look at the election overall, there is a kind of better improvement. Better improvement in the sense that now we are seeing some fresh voters that, in the sense that some youths coming out in mass to vote, which ordinarily before you find them on the street playing football. But now they say they want to determine who gets what, when, and now. That tells you that electoral process is a continuous process that must be ensured that we follow the electoral principles, the electoral law. But it's a matter of process. You cannot get to the destination in one day. I think there are some level of improvement.
Generally, we are all agreed that yes, so might have recorded some, lapses, some gaps, but value has been added to this process.
Of course, definitely.
Chris?
Yeah, well, there are no situations that are like. I've always said it here. what happens on the day of election, in the field during the election, is entirely a different ballgame from all the analysis, all the talks, all the grammar for the big heads and all the rest of them.
Precisely.
On the day of election, all of them are restricted to their polling unit. They only know what happens there. We in the field, those of us, to the glory of God, have dedicated our life to, public service, selflessly like this. I've always said it, all the plannings, the execution of the public. We talked about the police and the issue of vigilantes. In most places in Abia that I saw, there was only one security man. There were, in one case, 2 polling units of close to 1,000. If you see the way and manner voters, villagers, who are the real voters, besiege the polling stations, where their desire and quest to cast their votes, the level of disorderliness, the policeman will get tired, or the secretary. I'll come there and ask, what's that? You see the situation on ground, and you marvel. One is a work in progress. The political parties failed in their enlightenment. Of course, they are subsumed with the strategies on how to win the election. All these enlightenments do not get to the grassroots. The people are cut off from. How many of them have access to television as we're talking now, and all the rest of them? So many of them. So on the day of election proper, is what we see, our experiences shows me that we have a long way to go. Yes, the device is a game changer, notwithstanding the stories coming out from INEC in terms of IR and the other. But the device system makes the election more seamless. The failings of network notwithstanding. But because that the device authenticates and accredits you, of course, so it makes things much more easier that people who are not accredited will not vote. That's something. But the organization of the polling unit, we don't have enough manpower. We don't have enough police or armed forces men or men in uniform to be able to organize the polling list. There is the people, the voters themselves, are not even aware. They behave like mumu. Not about the elderly. And of course, this is a new system. So in other words, we are not communicating enough. There isn't enough political, civic, social education among the people. And it can be done. It's possible. And it can be achieved.
Indeed.
Sorry, let me just round up. The issue of lack of preparation on the side of ad hoc staff. I've always repeatedly said it on this studio. I've been shouting on top of my voice about further training in view of what we experienced in the off-session elections in Anambra and Ekiti, in Osun, in the FCT here. I saw the same thing repeat itself in different locations. The ad hoc staff are not properly trained. The challenge of the day proper, they get overwhelmed, the large crowd. And of course, we're humans. We're humans. We have our limitations. We have a long way to go. Here we are. Let's pray that this process gets concluded. Somebody must win. Whoever that wins should just form a government of national unity to calm the nerves. Let all hands come on deck. It's no longer business as usual. Of course, I'm communicating to those that won the election. It's no longer winner takes it all. We have to rebuild and sustain a national unity going forward.
Yes, Chris, thank you. And so much was said about the beavers.
Yes.
So much faith. Myself, I was almost convinced that it was invincible. I mean, it could not, But now, people have found a way, of circumventing the effectiveness of the beavers. Beaver snatching.
Oh, okay, that one.
Yes.
Those are criminality now that should be dealt with outrightly.
If you look at it, we also cannot throw
also
the beavers completely away because it has helped to kind of bring some kind of sanity, not the level we expected to see. Because if you consider the performance of the beavers in the last off-season elections, Ekiti and Osun, we actually thought we had the silver bullet to solve all of the problems. I was one of those, the kind of calls I'm getting from my people where I had gone to do, is say, you told us. I am telling you, I say, okay, well, yes, because I believed it was going to happen like that. But you know, a day to that election, the INEC chairman in his briefing told us that there were two issues that they felt that would be challenging to them. One, the issue of technical issues and malicious acts. Malicious acts by individuals, perpetrated by individuals. So you go to the field, you meet INEC ad hoc staff. The beavers was working very well. I just told you where we saw a crowd of persons, and in a few minutes, hours, the crowd was dispersing because the beavers was working. I tell you, I was there personally for 2 hours observing what was happening. It was taking less than a minute in that particular polling unit to accredit people. So now, let me now bring it back to say Nigerians shouldn't throw away the beavers completely. If you look at the figures we are getting from the results we are getting, you now know that because of beavers, we are seeing the real voters who are voting. Now, let me, the result that was shared just now from Yobe North.
Yes.
Yobe North, well, as soon as those results were coming, I just went back, I did an analysis to look at it. In 2019, Ahmed Lawan won that same election by 144,099 votes.
Wow.
In 2019, he had 144,099 votes. The PDP, they had 53,443 votes. But what did we just hear? Ahmed Lawan just won that election by 91,318. Where did the 50,000 votes go to? Now, we know that because that's what the beavers Ab initio set out to achieve, that if you, once you accredit people, you know that the total number of persons, you cannot accredit ghosts, you cannot accredit spirits or known voters. It is the total number of people you accredit that will show the total number of people who have voted. We may not know how they have voted.
But you should also note that the data for 2019 and now differ.
Yes.
The number of youths now.
No, exactly.
You know,
it should actually come up. So we saw that enthusiasm. We saw the number of people who came out to collect their PVCs. We have about 11% more than the voters. We had about 82 million voters in 2019. Now we have about 93 million voters in 2019. A difference of about 11% between the number of people. So you expect now that in a place where where I'm holding sway, I have been elected over and over and over again. You expect that for every election, you should have more people. Not lose 50,000.
Incremental margin.
Yes, you lose 50,000. The same thing, if you look at the Ekiti election, the presidential election results from Ekiti yesterday, APC had 201,494 votes there. I took down the number that they had in 2019. 2019 it was about 219,000 votes. And then you now see that the figures are now becoming clearer.
Narrower. Yeah.
Because it's showing you that these are the people who are voting and the figures are counting. That's one thing I want to take away from this election. We have all of those issues that have happened with this election. I agree with that. We've had people who observed different polling units. People had issues with their polling unit. Some other people didn't have issues with their polling unit. It was a mixed bag for this election. But can we take a step back and do an analysis to see what has happened with this? Then INEC on its own will now go back and begin to question the credibility of their own staff who were sent to the field. It's like you are head of an organization and you have tried to do your best and you send people. When the INEC chairman mentioned malicious act, what exactly did it mean? You go to the field, people were saying they did not find result sheet, even as simple as stamp pads. They didn't have stamp pads. In some of the polling units, even here in Abuja, they didn't have stamp pads. People had to go to buy stamp pads and ink for INEC officials to use. These are things that ordinarily, before election day, when you hear that INEC says, oh, we have sent out non-sensitive materials, these are some of the non-sensitive materials that were sent out. Why will the supervisory presiding officer, the SPO, who is in charge of a place, not give stamp pad, not ensure that you have that? And most importantly, not give the code that they will use for the beavers. You get to the field, the person wants to set up the beavers, it's not opening, it's saying, oh, I don't have the right code to do that. You have an ad hoc staff that has been trained. You're supposed to have been trained. And you have the electoral officer who is in charge. Because people need to know the levels of communication, you know, and authority within that. Now, let's take the issue of logistics, for instance. INEC came on the field and showed us, in fact, we saw that beautiful ceremony, MOU signing ceremony between INEC, National Union of Road Transport Workers, National Association of Road Transport Owners, and the Maritime Workers Union. So now what happened? Because they were paid 50% according to that MOU. It is when they now do reverse logistics and they will be paid the balance. So how come now that National Union of Road Transport Workers and the others, their drivers are on the field and saying, we did not get money?
Okay, Faith, you know, that's a very critical point you've raised, and one I would like to return for, you know, or everyone here in the studio to respond to, because it was an issue we took up with INEC, you know, several times when they appeared on our program, Good Morning Nigeria. And of course, Nigerians, you know, INEC assured Nigerians that the issue of logistics had been settled and it was a done deal. But let's get to Asaba. Our correspondent, Tessie Coker, is standing by. Tessie, you're standing at the State Collation Center. Please get on with the details.
Oh, thank you there. This is Asaba, the Delta State Capital Collation Center. Yesterday, before the close of the day, 5 local governments were brought in. Ika North East, Ika South, Aniocha North, Ethiopia West, and Oshimile North. Though for the Ika North East, it was being contested, the professor and the collation officer rightly said that they should go back and reconcile their figure. And the figures were actually reconciled. And when they came back, the results were all accepted. Then this morning, we just came in here with Bomadi local government results, where I would have told you that in Ika North East, PDP won there, and Labour Party won in Aniocha North, Ethiopia West, and Oshimile North. Then this morning, Bomadi local government was PDP also followed by the LP. And more agents are here, and we're just pausing and waiting for them to bring about their results. We accepted.
Tessie Coker, thank you. And we'll return to you once you have those details you talked about. And thank you for the update for now. Let's say again, let me just remind you, we also have results from Nasarawa North Senatorial District. We have from Nasarawa West Senatorial District. And from Nasarawa North Senatorial District, the APC scored 3,258, NNPP 4,083, PDP 11,212, SDP had 44471. 44471. Once again, Nasarawa North Senatorial District, APC 32058, NNPP 4083, PDP 11212, and SDP 44471. Senator Godea Kwashiki of the SDP has been declared winner. Now, Nasarawa West Senatorial result, APC 47717, PDP 46820, SDP 96488. Again, APC 47717, PDP 46820, and SDP 96488. SDP Ahmed Aliu Wadada declared winner. Now, APC clinched all 3 senatorial and 6 House of Representative seats in Ogun State. We'll continue to give you the breakdown as we have them. I'm told, all right, let's return to Asaba. Okay, let's get back here. Once the connection is much better, we'll return to Asaba, where the collation is ongoing. We've been talking about the almighty beavers and faith now dovetailed into the issue of logistics. And this, we took up several times with INEC officials. It's surprising, that the issue of logistics and availability of cash, for something is rearing its head. Dr. Rao, what do you make of that?
Well, thank you. Like I've said earlier on, the preparation for election requires different stakeholders. And INEC has always been assuring us that there will be no problem when it comes to logistics. Mm-hmm. But you could realize that most of the deployment of those logistics, they came in very late. To the extent that when you get to some polling units, the voters were already waiting, while the ad hoc staff, whosoever that were supposed to conduct the elections, they were not on ground. So by the time they came in some of the situations we have experienced, they came in highly tensed because people were already shouting, no, we are going to vote, all kind of a thing. Yeah. That tells you that in terms of preparation, there were some problem by timing, in terms of timing, because they actually started the election process, the voting lately in some of the polling units. And that has to do with the fact that there were challenges when it comes to the transportation. Like you have also mentioned this issue of cashless, some of them, they could not access the various needed cash to be used. And some other factors actually accounted for that. But basically, beavers, beavers was is better off compared to when smart card reader was introduced. But when you look at the statistic of the results, unlike the last general elections, there was a kind of battle line between the ruling and the opposition, that is PDP and APC. But this time around, we're having like 4 major contenders. And when you look at the breakdowns of some of the results across board, it tells you that those political parties, they were showing strength at their various strongholds. And that is why it might be difficult for Lawan in Yobe that scored higher in 2019 to have retained such. Because other party, Labour Party, NNPP, they were there to also contest with him. So in this case, it was not a kind of two-man affair. It's a kind of, we are having 4 major contenders. 4 major contenders. And that tells you that people are getting more subjective politically. Because before, our electoral process has always been a kind of parochial. Parochial in the sense that you tell people, go to one-way traffic and they follow. They don't question. But it is still being subjective on the basis of the fact that there are still some silent factors. Ethnicity, religion, all those things, you cannot take them out. And that's why it tells you that we have not actually become a participant political culture in Nigeria because of the fact that people still tend to vote based on certain certain sentiment, like what we have seen from the scores being delivered across some of the states. So INEC tried to some extent, like ensuring that all those logistics, they were made available. But in terms of the process of deployment, that tells you that there is a kind of problem. And so many factors have been highlighted for this. Number one, I told you the issue of this transportation. Even in some places where you have issue of petroleum oil scarcity, they could not even fuel some of the vehicles. And that tells you that the preparation for election, the way we prepare for election, it is, we are not that proactive. We only react to situation, which is very, very wrong. You have shown us what happened maybe in Kogi, in Niger. I saw the returning officer using his phone, torchlighting the result, trying to, to announce. That tells you that they must have been prepared earlier. They should know that whenever there was power failure, there should be an alternative. But he was using his own personal phone, using the torch to, to announce the result. What that tells the global community, it shows that it's like we are on serious as far as our electoral process is concerned. The issue of the, technology now advanced, let the result should be uploaded. Up till now, INEC has yet to upload.
Yes, let's hold that line. Yes, about the uploading of the results and the glitches and all that. But Chris, the issue of logistics, some people have raised concern. In fact, some are saying that this might be a kind of sabotage because INEC came out before the elections to say, look, they had met with CBN officials to ensure that they have enough cash that they needed. INEC also came out to tell us that, look, we have also, made available mega stations, NNPC stations, for, the vehicle operators, unions, transport unions, to fuel. So, I mean, how do we explain the issue of logistics and unavailability of cash to buy fuel?
Yeah. Well, INEC chairman is a smooth talker. So I think it's a historian, a teacher. So he knows how to pass those informations. Back to what I was saying. On election day, the operational challenges of deployment of men and materials in 746,606 polling units at the same time on the same day across the country. Well, that's a discussion for another day. Must all the elections hold in the same day? Why not, House of Rep and Senate in a different day, presidential election in a different day? It's high time we start telling ourselves the truth. These lapses will continue to be there. Yes, the fanfare with the National Union of Road Transport Workers. Who are the National Union of Road Transport Workers? Let's tell them, with due respect to them, they are, in other words, might be described as Aburu. Who drives those buses? Who moves those vehicles? The Aburu. And Aburu, if he has no vehicle, he returns to park to be Aburu. If he has a vehicle, he becomes a driver. The union itself owns no vehicle. Some of the vehicles are not owned by the drivers. And of course, we have a history of disappointing use and dump. They know why they acted that way. You remember Anambra, November 6th, 2021 election? Why election did not hold we had inconclusive election did not hold in Ihala local government. It is also the same drivers. And who are these drivers? You can just narrow them down. Another point is this. The Nigerian people, those who are involved in the electoral issues, including the drivers, they don't even know they are stakeholders. They are not conscious of the demand. That's why you can see, if we are to go by the Electoral Act, some of them should be charged for an act of sabotage, that act of disappointment. There is also the challenge of availability of fuel and all the rest of them. Those ones are there. It's a general human factor. So in other words, the only solution, one of the workable solutions, is to the elections not to hold in the same day. Because in that way and manner, it is not jammed.
So you're suggesting we have the presidential election on
a different day
from the maybe National Assembly election.
And House of Rep.
That will cost.
Okay, that's
Dr. Zakaria, you're shaking your head.
Yeah,
Faith, I know you want to say something.
It will not cost. It will not cost. The same logistics. Where you need 4 ad hoc staff because of the quantum of 3 different elections, you use 2. Okay, let Dr. Zakaria respond to what you.
Yeah, he is talking about having a kind of staggered election.
Yes.
And, whatever process, you have to look at the pros and cons. Exactly. And in money politics, election requires a lot of finance. And by the time we are operating a staggered election, then the country might be at loss, quote and unquote. At loss in the sense that we'll be using much more funds in running our election. And we should not forget that as far as even democracy is concerned, election might be the heartbeat, but that is not the only aspect of democratization.
Agreed.
But the area where I am in line with him is a situation whereby some of those stakeholders, they don't actually know that they are there for what we call national clarion call. If they understand the fact that this is a national assignment, you have to do it, contribute your quota to ensure the democratization process.
You have to be patriotic about it.
You understand?
Yes.
So there will not be a problem. But the situation whereby if you want to introduce staggered election, you also give the players more advantage to actually,
to do something.
Of course.
Faith.
The concept of staggered election is not having it like you're going to have presidential, senatorial. No, that's not the concept. Because if you look at it, also finance is involved in it. Now, for every election, at least you need 4 INEC officials. You need, on the polling unit, you need the presiding officer, you need the assistant presiding officer 1 and assistant presiding officer 2, at least those ones, to help in the process. Now, the Nigerian process is that you come in, you check your name, somebody clarifies that your name is actually on the register. You go on to get accreditation. Once you get accreditation, you go on to get the ballot paper. So you cannot expect 2 people to handle that process very smoothly. And it is also for the same number of persons that you're going to have that election. Already, you know, we have off-cycle elections in about 8 states. Imo State just recently joined. In November, there's going to be election in 3 states, Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo State. So what we can do for that staggered election, now, being that logistics is a problem, we see that INEC performs very well during the off-cycle election. In Ekiti, it was 90% early opening of polls. The same thing happened in Osun, though a lot of people had ascribed the early opening of polls in Ekiti to the fact that the chairman of the Traditional Ruling Council of Ekiti called the members of the National Union of Road Transport Workers and the National Association of Road Transport Owners and placed a curse on any of them that will sabotage the process. So maybe we should
maybe we should adopt that.
Mobilize our traditional rulers, religious leaders, you know, to begin to talk to them. Because at the end of the day, these people are Nigerians. They have a stake in what we are doing. It is not always about naira and kobo. It is not always about what I am going to get. It should be about what is it that I am contributing to this sustenance of this country called Nigeria and the development of our country. Now, all of those people who worked in Osun and Ekiti, they are receiving praises from Nigerians because of the way they did that. But you find out that in the same Osun and Ekiti, where elections went on smoothly, where polls opened early, we had the same problem because it was now a general election. We need to begin, before the elections, INEC said they needed about 100,000 vehicles to be able to meet up with logistics. Now, the question is, how come that for every election we're having logistics problem? This is the first election. You know, I was very apprehensive on Friday going into Saturday. I was just praying. I said, God, please don't let them postpone this election the way all the other elections have been postponed. And then we came on Saturday and found election is still going on. INEC assured us election was going on. INEC went and met with the GMD and NPC, who promised there was going to be petroleum, met with the central bank governor, who promised there was going to be money available. And then on election day, we have drivers complaining of not having money. We have them complaining of not having access to fuel. So, and nobody, not all of this conversation, nobody has called out the governor of the central bank to say, did you make this money available so that they can pay these people? We had a stakeholders meeting across the 6 geopolitical zones, and we engaged all of these stakeholders, including the National Union of Road Transport.
But was it also the CSOs and the observers, you know, should also have ensured or ascertained that, you know, what INEC is saying with regards to availability of cash, you know, was true. Did you try to find out?
That's what I'm trying to say now. So we have to do that. We really have to call out the central bank governor. We have to call out the GMD and NPC and say, these were the promises you made before election. INEC needs to give us that information. Was that promise fulfilled? Was it not fulfilled? Was it part of the reasons why we had this kind of issues that we had on election day? I was just going to say that across the 6 geopolitical zones, we went out, we were engaging stakeholders, asking them, including the National Union of Road Transport Workers, and they assured us that they were ready for the election. In fact, in one of the zones, they told us that they were going to provide 1 vehicle for 3 vehicles as standby in case there's any breakdown. But then on election day, you see, they're not doing any work. So the question is, what has happened over the years with our election that we keep having problems with logistics? Because once we get it wrong with logistics, but I must tell you, these last elections, Nigerians were patient. Nigerians were patient. In Abuja, most of the places where INEC officials didn't come out that we went and I saw for myself, the people we are even coming down. People say, "Don't we come here today?
I kept hearing we will wait."
Yes, we will wait. We will vote. We will vote. We will vote.
Yeah.
And you know what they now did, like unlike what happened in Abia, from what my brother was just saying, was that a lot of the politicians went volunteering their cars to go there. Some of those ad hoc staff refused to follow those politicians.
Yes.
Because definitely when they come to the field and see it was a politician around that area that brought INEC staff to the place, there will be chaos. They will definitely say, oh, this INEC staff has done that.
Yes.
And so they stayed back, which was one thing that happened. So this question of logistics needs to be addressed. And are we saddled with an INEC that is umpire at the same time, and at the same time looking at electoral crimes, and at the same time looking at all of these logistics? INEC should be saddled with the issue of electoral management. And that was why they started, you know, this advocacy for the creation of the electoral commission on electoral offenses. Commission on electoral offenses. And some of the agencies of government felt, no, that was going to be a duplication of duties. The FCC, for instance, is not saddled with the responsibility of arresting people who commit electoral crimes, but financial crimes. But if you have a session of an agency set up like a commission to handle electoral crimes, those party agents who come to the field without proper identification, people who come to polling units and they are not supposed to be at the polling unit, because the law actually says these are the people who should legally be on a polling unit. Either you are a voter because you have your PVC to that, either you are a candidate and the candidate is voting in that particular polling unit, you are an accredited observer, you are a security officer accredited for that polling unit, and finally, INEC ad hoc staff. Those are the people who should legally be in a polling unit at any point in time. But when you go to the polling unit, you see party agents with all of their tags. Some of them are not even voting in that place. And you see political leaders and community leaders coming to vote. They have a retinue of aides that don't have any business on that polling unit. And when they come, they disrupt the election. Once we know that this is what the law is, and we apply it to everybody without doing selective application, we will begin to get it right from there.
Faith, I'm marveled at your strength and energy, despite days without sleep. But I don't know if any of us saw the video on the social media, even though social media is not one that you count on these days, you know. But there was a video of a police van, you know, dropping out, I don't know, ballot boxes or something. I don't know if anybody saw that video.
The one I saw was a police officer who was destroying electoral materials. I expect by now that the Inspector General of Police would have addressed Nigerians and said, this police officer has been arrested. Because the police officer, the INEC guidelines and the Electoral Act clearly states that the police officer on a polling unit should not be seen with INEC materials on election day. You should not even be seen holding it. The same instruction that is given to observers. You should not be seen holding even the non-sensitive materials. Talk less of when you now go and hold the sensitive materials and you are seen destroying a police officer. I expect that by now, that police officer is arrested, investigation is going on, and when we have more of those kind of reports coming in, definitely we will get it right in the country.
Okay, so Dr. Zachariah, I talked about the video. What I saw was that either the ballot boxes were being thrown out of the police van, or that they fell out of the police van, and then, you know, I mean, littered all over the place, and people were picking that, you know, hey, and there were ballot box, you know, papers with their thumbprints. Such situation, I mean, what do you think? What?
You know, that boils down to what we call political cynicism. A situation whereby you are having a kind of trust deficit.
Sure.
Election is a collaborative, you know, function. We've been talking of INEC. What are the strengths of INEC staff, right? We have the police, we have other stakeholders. But if everybody plays its responsibility, his or her responsibility accordingly to the electoral law, like what she has mentioned, there will not be issue for unnecessary alarm. Sure. Let me give you an instance. Maybe that video, although I've not watched it, let's assume the boss that actually conveyed the material to the polling unit got spoiled or there was a problem. And there was a police van available to also convey some of those things. It could not have been a problem, but because we're having what we call political cynicism, that's trust deficit. Some people believe the police officers around, they are working for a particular candidate or other. But if there is no problem of trust, because in Nigeria's electoral process, once that issue of trust is not there, because people don't trust this government, this one does not trust that, that is why this issue argument will have cropped up. We have seen series of cases whereby they were saying, oh, core members have been compromised, police compromised, INEC official compromised. These are human beings. But because the institution that needs to checkmate them, how solid is that institution? So the issue of trust is very, very germane. Once there is no trust, you feel your neighbor is even a threat to you. Because the traditional rulers, their responsibility, as you have said, they should be part of the advocates. Let them try to sensitize people. But these days, when you're having some traditional rulers endorsing candidates, then how do you even trust them? So the problem of trust, or what we call political cynicism, needs to be checkmate. If that is not checked properly, then we might not go far. Then that tells you that this issue of, like, some of the pocket violence experience so far, like there was a report this morning by the National Human Rights Commission saying we have less than 3%. That still tells you that it's still insignificant. That's why I was saying it earlier on, that is electoral process is something that you cannot actually achieve 100%.
It evolves.
It's evolving. And there is a kind of improvement. Like what we saw in 2019 and what we are saying now, there is a better improvement. Beavers, people, orderliness to some extent, and the consciousness is awakening in terms of how people think politically. So that tells you we are getting it right.
Thank you. And that's why we're having this conversation, so that we look at all the issues, the fallouts, and then address them for INEC to take action. Chris, please go ahead.
Yeah, he mentioned the issue of trust, and that's where I'm coming. I'm looking at my phone here. If you see the inquiries, the degree of disappointment, people I'm under query, I'm on spot now. Because I tendered my life, making a strong case for INEC, and which in terms of the beavers and the transmission of results. INEC fall my hand. INEC don't fall my hand. Let me read this from INEC. And he said, for clarity, the procedure for result transmission remains the same as in recent governorship elections in Ekiti and Osun. There will be no change in all future elections, including the 2023 general election.
What is the source? What are you reading to us?
No, this press release to INEC. What INEC said.
Okay.
After when people, this issue of apprehension on results that.
This is from INEC.
This, of course, yes. The selling point I use, my organization, the Flower Foundation used, in marketing this election, in making sure that voter apathy stopped among people, among Nigerians, is this. I said, look, from your polling unit, you will track this result, which is in line with the Electoral Act. And I said, we wish to reassure Nigerians that the electronic transmission of results have come to stay. It adds to the credibility and transparency of the process when citizens follow polling units level results on the INEC result viewing portal on real time on election day. There will be no change or deviation in subsequent elections. Please, INEC, what happened? What really happened? Because I have no other face. I keep insults I'm getting here, as if Namibia INEC, I'm ordinary Nigerian trying to do my thing for the benefit of all of us. INEC should explain to us what happened, because I'm not saying that the election at the end of the day will not be, it's not credible, it's not free, it's not fair. Of course, it's going to be. But the steps that create doubt in the eyes of people, mostly the young people, they look at, there's trust deficit, as my brother there said over and over again. Now we know that people don't trust our politicians, they don't trust the institutions, because the institutions of government, they've failed the people grossly over time. And so, keeping all our hope, being inspired that this game changer has come to stay. I am not saying, let me quote myself right, that look, this election will not be credible from what we've seen. At least the device, whatever that was recorded there, device authenticates the number of people that the accreditation and authentication. But the failure of INEC, of course, we know electronics can disappoint. Even man dies. The most healthy person can drop dead. Now, that is a question mark. It is a question mark, this election. But be that as it may, at the end of the day, it is work in progress. Let us join hands to ensure that our country works. Whosoever that wins the election should build bridges and reunite Nigerians, reinvigorate national unity, strengthen our national pride because of the young people. And I'm sure, confidently, that election so far has been peaceful, and at the end of the day, everybody will tag along.
Chris Aguirre, thank you.
Thank you.
And we would, when we come back to the studios here, we would ask ourselves what actually happened with the uploading of the results, because that was a great expectation. But
Yes.
for now, let's join our correspondent, Simon Asher, in Yola, I beg your pardon, Yola Collation Center.
Good morning. Today we are on the day 2 collection of results of the presidential election in Adamawa State. So far, the 13 local government has been concluded. Yesterday we ended the collection by around 1:45 a.m. and today it commences by 10 a.m. Right now we are on the second local government. Out of the 21 local government areas in Adamawa State, today we had 5 local governments that brought in their results, and now we are awaiting Madagali, Minchika, and Yola North local government areas. But the process is ongoing smoothly, and there's no any other hitches. And the coalition officers all over there, they are on ground, and security agencies. In short, the process is seamless and peaceful.
Of cancellation?
But after the collection, we don't know. What we are told that people from the result from Madagali and Minchika local government area, they are still on their way, and maybe in the next 30 to 1 hour, they will reach.
Simon Asher there giving us the collation of results from Yola. And of course, he did say that results from Madagali and one other LG are still being expected. Once we get updates from him, we'll be feeding them to you as we get them. So let's return back here. But before then, I just again like to update you with our results. We have said we've gotten results from Nasarawa North Senatorial District and Nasarawa West Senatorial District. Nasarawa North Senatorial District, APC scored 32058, NNPP 4083, PDP 11212, and SDP 44471. And that Senator Godia Kwashiki of the SDP has been declared winner. Now, Nasarawa West Senatorial District, APC 47717, PDP 46820, and SDP 96488. And that SDP Ahmed Aliyu Wadada also declared winner. Now, in the 3 senatorial and 6 House of Representatives seats in Ogun State, we also hear that the APC clinched all of them. So those are the details, latest results we have for you at the moment. And when we get more, we will, of course, read them out to you. And also to remind you that at 11 o'clock, we'll be joining the ICC International Conference Center for the presidential coalition results from INEC. Back to the studio. Faith, I mean, the issue all through yesterday was the issue of uploading the results. And a lot of people, a lot of our young ones, you know, we heard them insisting that results must be uploaded, before the INEC officials left, the polling units and all that. Whatever happened?
So yesterday, INEC issued a statement and trying to explain what happened. And perhaps the long and short of it was that they didn't test the IREV to the for a national election. And I thought that though that statement came out, but it didn't come out quite early. If it had come out earlier to calm people's nerves, perhaps people would have been looking at that statement. Because we're monitoring to see if we could get results. As at 10 p.m., after elections had been declared results have been declared at some of the polling units, we didn't get that result. The first set of results I saw at about 11 p.m. I saw 2,000 results. That was the first I saw. Now, also monitoring, I see that about a little over 52,000 results have been uploaded. So going into that election, I guess I'm also in the same shoe with my brother here. I've been having a lot of calls, and somebody says, "Oh, Faith, you were one of those people who deceived us." I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And from my community, my family members, my uncle sent me a text this morning, more like a stinker, and said, "I am disappointed." I tried to explain to him some things that we saw on the field, some areas where things went well and some areas where things didn't go well. And because of the fact that citizens saw that the beavers was working on the field, I didn't see the reason why the presiding officer, as soon as results were declared, party agents had signed the result, transferred that same result to what we call the citizens' result sheet, and then just snap the picture and post it. The first time that system was tested was in 2020 during the Edo State governorship election, and a lot of people said it was because of the uploading of results to the INEC result viewing portal that helped for the decider of that election. So we went on, had the Anambra election, had the Ekiti election, even the Ondo election was done that way, and then the Osun election, which was the last one that was done, and suddenly we have this. Now, it is true that we can have issues with technology, and I'm sure that a lot of Nigerians with the cash change policy, we had issues even transferring money, and that could also be one of the reasons why. But I think that for an election where people were so happy, looking forward to it, having so enthusiastic, they had expectations. One of those expectations was to have results uploaded as soon as they finished. Now you began to give reason for people to doubt that, where on the field after elections you have declared the results, and presiding officers were refusing. Presiding officers were refusing to upload the result. Some of the presiding officers said they didn't know how to upload the result, and I thought that the process of accreditation should be the most technical aspect of the use of the beavers. The results, transfer of the result should be more like you snap the picture and you send it. There may be a little bit of delay before it comes to the portal, but it shouldn't have taken up close to more than 6 hours before the results of those areas where even election ended at 2:30 came. Then the INEC gave that explanation yesterday.
Yes, I was trying to get that from our system here, and I think I've gotten it. It says that one, the problem is totally due to technical hitches relating to scaling up the IREV from a platform for managing off-season state elections to one for managing nationwide general elections. It is indeed not unusual for glitches to occur and be corrected in such situations. Now, again, the problem INEC says is, technical hitches relating to scaling up from IREV. When did this scaling up happen? That is, were you just scaling up at the process, during the time of elections? And then one thing it says is also to reassure Nigerians that results from the polling units, copies of which of which were issued to political parties are safe on both the BVAS and the IREV portal. So let me again keep us on hold and then go back to Dutse. I don't know if we're ready for Dutse. All right, this is Ibadan. So let's go back to Ibadan for the declaration now. All right. All right, sorry. We were actually having our own conversation before. Yes, Faith, you were saying something about, the glitches or whatever.
So INEC has come out to say that the results that were declared at the polling unit will be the same results that will be uploaded. Now, the big question... You
want me to read that again?
Yes.
It says, we also wish to assure Nigerians that results from the polling units, copies of which are issued to political parties, are safe on both the BVAS and the IREV portal. So these results cannot be tampered with, and any discrepancy between them and fiscal results used in collation will be thoroughly investigated and remediated in line with Section 65 of the Electoral Act of 2022.
So the question to ask now, political parties, do you have the results? Did you send party agents to all of the 176,000 polling units? Because for any candidate that is serious to run an election, you know the number of polling units within your constituency. And I was saying this even before the election. Any party that is serious in running an election should have at least 2 party agents per polling unit. 1 official party agent and 1 unofficial party agent that acts as a supervisor or a spy on the activities of that original party agent. Because we have gone to the field and we have seen that you will think that there are 10 party agents for different political parties, but I tell you, it is just 1 political party that is reading those 10 party agents. You pay your party agent 10,000 naira to go and be your party agent on the field. Another party will come and pay your party agent 50,000 and come and give you fake report and fake result. You think that the person is working for you. Any person that is serious that wants to run an election in this country must have at least 2 party agents. So if you have, for instance, presidential, you have 176,000 polling units at least, more than. It means that you have to sit down and do the strategy. The only strategy that politicians do in this country is only how to intimidate voters and rig election. They never sit down. For instance, you have the Electoral Act. Even the politicians themselves, they don't even know the guidelines, the electoral guidelines. They don't even know. And then when you call them, they begin to argue. So when INEC has now said that at the end of poll, according to the Electoral Act and according to the guidelines, as soon as polling is ended, the results are declared, all party agents, they will sign that result sheet. The security officer will have a copy, and all party agents there will have a copy. So this problem we are having now is INEC is uploading result sheets. What I expect parties to do in their own situation room is, party agent A, can I have the result sheet that you brought from the polling unit? And then compare it with what INEC has uploaded. If there is any difference, then you can come out and tell Nigerians and begin to shout that this is the difference. But a situation whereby you did not put party agents there, you expected Nigerians to go and risk their lives for you as a party and bring you result sheet that party agents have not signed. How prepared were you for that election? So if INEC has come out to say, result we're going to upload is the same result your party agent have, please, political parties, bring your result. Let us compare with what INEC is having on the IREV and see if there's any discrepancy or not.
Okay, I will have the 2 gentlemen respond to this issue, or also to give us your impressions in a moment. I hear Ibadan is ready for us, and Kayode is at the Collation Center. Hello, Kayode. What's going on at the moment?
At the moment, the last 3 local governments that need to be announced has been announced according to various, the three returning officers from the three local governments. And then INEC will go on 30-minute recess to give us the total number of the votes that the summation from all the 33 local government area in Oyo State. And then when we look at the situation now, it has been 24 hours from this moment that the announcement has been into at this Agboke, Mutu Agboke, all the INEC office here in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. So the only thing that I can say that amazes all of us here is one unit in one local government, Ibadan Southeast local government. The returning officer there mentioned that there is an overvoting in that particular unit. So they had to cancel the unit. And then he has told us the total number of votes. And then now the REC and the other officials here, the returning officer, Professor Olushola Babatunde, has announced that they will go on 30-minute recess. And when they come back, they will give us the breakdown of the total number of votes casted on Saturday, the 25th of February, for the presidential election.
Thank you. So we hope to rejoin you in 30 minutes. Again, just to narrow down what you have just told us, the last three local government areas are expected to come in, before the returning officer, Olushola, gives us his declaration. That's what it is, Kade, isn't it?
Tunde. Olushola Babatunde.
Yes, Olushola Babatunde. Okay. So we'll come back to you in 30 minutes. All right, we'll return to Ibadan in 30 minutes for the declaration of results.
Sir.
All right, so let's come back to Studio Chris.
Once again, issue of the result viewing portal. In this whole election, we've seen the issue of compromise, we've seen the challenge of corruption, we've seen the case of personal interests overriding national interests. But all this put together, let us thank God and let us be grateful to ourselves that this election has come and is going and it will end peacefully. The blame game, where we are now, the INEC have made strong cases for in all fora. They should, notwithstanding, yes, the statement issued about the failure of technology. Technology does fail. Make no mistake about that. For me, this excuses is very lame and very flimsy. Communicating to 260 million people, mostly young people, in the technologically driven world, who save at the end of the day, whatever that went wrong, it should not be swept under the carpet. Okay. Whoever that takes over as the incoming president should be patriotic enough to take the steps of former President Umaru Yar'Adua, may so rest in peace, who said that the election that brought him to power was not as good as it ought to be. Yes, if we were expecting a perfect election, we would deceive ourselves. But we have made meaningful progress. Let us sustain the degree that we have. The major thing in this whole election is that the inability of the result to be viewed real time from the polling units has brought a question mark. But let's get it straight. It would have been the case of, agents of darkness, it would have been the case of sabotage, it would have been the case of failure of technology. That apart. Next time we'll do better. We'll do better. But INEC, with all due respect to dedicated men and women in INEC that put their life online, it is not a small... some of INEC staff makes tremendous sacrifice at the expense of their life in seeing this. The pressure is so much on them. But those that knows that ought to take certain proactive steps ahead of time, that fail to do that, should have themselves to blame. Thank you very much.
Chris, thank you. Dr. Ralph, we'll return to you in a moment. Our colleague Francis Adojo is standing by in Lokoja. Francis, how far, what's going on now?
Yes, good morning, Claire. Here at the Collation Center in Lokoja, the Kogi State capital, nothing has actually changed. From yesterday night, about 14 local government areas turned up here to present their results. And the 14 local government areas include Mopamoro, Adavi, Kababunu, Basa, Yagba West, Ogorimagogo, Kogi Kotonkarifi, Ijumu, Igalamela Odolu, Olamaboro, Okehi, Omala, Yagba East, and Jokuta local government areas. You know, yesterday INEC was unable to attend to the rest because they weren't here, and at a point too, there were other local government areas that could not tally their results. So their results were stepped down and ready for this morning. In a couple of minutes to come, the resident electoral In a couple of minutes to come, the resident electoral commissioner, as well as the state collation officer for the presidential election, will step in here, and the hall will be filled up to now listen to the rest local government areas, including Dekina, Lokoja, Ibaji, Ofu, Okehi, Ida, and Ankpa local government areas. So that is exactly what is happening here right now. We are waiting to see them come in and then commence the process again, and then give you update on their final results.
Okay, Francis, just you know, being curious, what's the atmosphere like now in the hall there? What's the feeling like?
Well, party agents are here. Some observers are also here, waiting patiently to listen to other results that are yet to turn in. Nothing is actually happening at the moment, but we believe that in a couple of minutes to come, a lot of things will start unfolding.
Have there been objections even to the results that have been read, you know, that have been released? Do we have any response, any reaction from any of the party agents, you know, that seem contrary to what has been declared?
Yes, please kindly help me talk to the man there. I have someone here who would like to talk to us. I think he's one of the PDP agents here that would like to talk to us. Hello, sir. You can come up now, please. You can come up, please. Come up. Let's have you, please, live. Yeah. Okay. All right, sir. Come. Hello. He's here. Please just give me a few minutes. I think he's trying to
yes,
settle himself.
we understand, Francis. We understand, but what's actually the issue?
Yes, there were complaints of irregularities. I think he's here now. He will speak for himself. So please tell us what your observations have been so far in looking at this process.
My observations,
Your name, please. Your name,
I'm Captain Joe Agadarita, the State Collation Officer for the People's Democratic Party. My observation is very straightforward and simple. In fact, I'm putting off a petition now to the National Chairman of the Commission, pursuant to Section 65 of the Electoral Act 2022 as amended. And it says the Commission shall have the power to review declared election results where such declarations were made under duress or obtained by fraud or obtained by intimidation of electoral officers, etc., etc., and there was no compliance with the Electoral Act. We are making a case for such incidences in about 6 local governments in Kogi State, and we are asking the Commission to review and declare such declarations as invalid. That is Okene local government, Dekina local government, Okehi local government, Olamaboro local government, and Ofu local government, and parts of Omala. We have the details. We are waiting for Okene and Ankpa to submit this morning, and I'll complete my petition and will forward it. And I'm following it up to the National Collation Center in Abuja.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Francis Udojo there, giving us some of the complaints from party agents in Lokoja. Of course, we'll return to him, soon for the declaration of the remaining local government areas. And there you had Captain Joe Agada, who is representing the People's Democratic Party, speaking on, of course, his complaints. But let's again come back. Dr. Rauf Zachariel. Yes, we were responding to the issue about the IREV and the uploading of,
Okay, well, when we look at the political history of Nigeria.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I hear that we have Francis Udojo again. Francis, yes, okay. Okay, so I was wondering if you also had response or reaction to Captain Agada's complaints.
Can you your question again?
Do you also have maybe agents from other parties responding or reacting to Captain Agada's complaints?
To turn in, we don't have such an agent here at the moment, but I believe that at the end of before the end of the day, we'll have some.
So everything is going on smoothly apart from this complaint. No issues in Lokoja.
Well, no issues in Lokoja, but in some local government areas like Ayimba, there were cases of snatching of ballot boxes. And then that of Ajokuta local government area, especially Ganaja polling units, there were issues of official officers not turning up early enough. And so election had to be conducted there.
Okay, looking at the 6 remaining LGAs.
So we are still waiting for results.
Yes, Francis, the 6 remaining LGAs that are yet to come in, do you have an idea of what may have been the issue, what is responsible for the delay?
Okay, according to the head of voter education and education publicity, he told us that some of these local government areas are far away from the headquarters here in Lokoja metropolis, and so it's taking them time to come around. And apart from that, the distance, there were issues that could not make them to actually turn in their results yesterday. So they were asked to go back and then put their house in order to be able to present their results appropriately.
What kind of issues might those be? Issues of discrepancy in figures or what?
I think it has to do with tally of results. Some of them came here, presented results that didn't really tally according to INEC, and so they were asked to go back and put their house in order, while some didn't even come here yesterday at all. So they are still expecting them this morning.
Francis Udojo, thank you very much. Again, we'll get back to you when you have updates of the declaration. Francis,
right,
thank you.
So much.
Okay, so Dr. Rauf Zachariel, you were speaking before.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to, take us back, that we should look at the political history of Nigeria. Particularly, let's start from 2007. You could recall that during the 2007 elections, there were a lot of issues. We had a series of cases where people would be on queue trying to vote, and elections result would be announced somewhere else. And both local and international observers, the reports on 2007 election will have been seen as one of the worst elections in the history of Nigeria. But in 2011 general elections, we could see some level of paradigm shift in terms of improvement in the electoral process. There got also, in 2015 general election, introduction of some electronic gadgets, which actually improved the entire electoral process. That tells you that we keep improving at every election in Nigeria. Now, from the reports, both local and international, the 2019 election was better off compared to 2015. Likewise, 2015 was better compared to 2011. Now, we are in 2023 general elections. And no doubt, of course, we have seen pockets of violence. We have seen people reacting. How come we cannot view the result online? And one good thing about Nigeria, when we introduce a technology, we want it to be working perfect immediately. We still need to exercise patience. Before technology, we had series of elections that were applauded. Now that there is technology, we should not doubt. This problem is all about this trust issue. It still hangs on trust issue. Somebody is believing that this one is playing foul. No. But beavers, once the result is snapped, it is safe on beavers. If there is any contention, that is why there will be post-election cases. That one is certain. But the fact remains that unlike before, whereby you might have 800 persons in a particular polling unit, maybe registered voters, you have 500 accredited, but you are bringing a result of 1,000. It cannot happen again. Why? Because accreditation, people might be accredited. They might decide not to vote, but you cannot have the numbers of voters more than the accredited persons. That tells you we are improving. But in terms of technology, of course, even the developed countries, technology also failed them. And that is why I said that it is a process. That is why democratization is a continuum. It's something that we need to be patient with. It's something that we need to believe in. If Party A says, oh, the election you are uploading is quite different from the one we signed, then there should be evidence, like what my sister said earlier on. She's encouraging an institution whereby every political party should have party agent. Though the implication is we are now making election to be becoming more industrious in the sense that the money politics, because to finance election is not easy. Not all political parties have that financial muscle to actually ensure that they are representative at everywhere. It is not possible. Otherwise, if we insist on that, we'll be making it more difficult for some people that they might be, they might have the masses at their supporting them, but they don't have the financial strength. Look at what happened in Nasarawa, SDP taking 2 senatorial seats. And that is the state of the chairman of the ruling party. That tells you that the level of consciousness is becoming more clearer. And that tells you that we should also applaud the voters coming out to vote. They could be able to differentiate. People were thinking, oh, how do you do it? If this APC here, how do you manage to go to SDP? But you can see the difference. Presidential election, APC might be winning. Senatorial election, another party might be winning. That tells you that people start questioning their leaders. And that is the beauty of democracy. That's how it should be. This is going to send a signal to politicians that you have to deliver. Once people could not get dividends of democracy, you have another 4 years to face it, because they will tell you at the ballot box. But we have to be patient with the issue of this technology. But the fact remains that we keep improving at every particular election. Beavers has done very, very good work. And with Beavers, by next general election, we are going to improve on it. Don't forget, if voting is still there, a lot of issues will be coming about. It's a gradual process.
As we address each as they come, Dr. Zachariah, thank you. Now that you've mentioned the results from Nasarawa, let me again remind the viewers that Nasarawa's West senatorial result is in, and APC scored 47717, PDP 46820, and SDP 96488, and SDP Ahmed Liu Wadada has been declared winner of that senatorial district. And then, of course, you have Nasarawa North Senatorial District, APC 32058, NNPP 4083, PDP 11212, and SDP 44471. And with that, Senator Godia Akwashiki of the SDP declared winner. So SDP wins 2 senatorial seats in Nasarawa North and Nasarawa West. And the APC clinched all 3 senatorial and 6 House of Representatives seats in Ogun State. All right, So I don't know if we're ready. We'll be joining our correspondent in a short while, Kingsley Amajiri in Port Harcourt. But let's look at the issue of having agents, you know, in all the polling units. Is it feasible? Faith, you talked about that. And how does that affect, you know, the fact that results were not uploaded, you know, from IREF? Chris?
Yeah, I just want to chip in something in that regard. Yes, what is said about party agents there. Of course, there was some kind of training for party agents. I advocated, we've been shouting, let the party agents be properly trained. The party agents sees us as their worst enemies on the day of election. They see observers as worst enemies. They are not in tune and in line with what is expected of them in the Electoral Act. They just do it, which is part of why it is a work in progress. Of course, one party agent is enough in a polling unit, if and only if they understand they are properly tutored to know why they are there. Some of them we had running battles with them. They don't, some of them are so intoxicated, some of them are so high that they don't even, it's a war. It's a war situation, protecting their party's interest. I had cases where, even on Saturday, if you see how hostile they were to some of us as observers, but that's what you had to be. But before I leave the studio, because I'm needed at the National Collection Center.
Not before I have released you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. But all I have to say is this. Like Doc said, we have made tremendous progress. Let us sustain it. There is a political reawakening. There's political consciousness. I am appealing strongly to the young Nigerians. Say that, you know, the youth are impatient naturally. Whatever their expectations would have been, whatever they thought, once this election comes to an end, I crave the indulgence of Nigerian youth, young patriots, to tag along. Don't go sleepy. Hold the leadership accountable, in line with the laws and constitution, not taking laws into your hand. Of course, whoever that feels that he didn't get what he wants, the law court is there. We must, at the same time, the judiciary very soon will come on the spot. Nigerian judiciary, you are coming on the spot. Don't disappoint yourself. Don't disappoint the nation. That's the honestly.
Chris, I pray
that you release
thank you. I'll soon let you go. But Kingsley Amajiri is in Port Harcourt. Kingsley, if you're there, all right. So I just see you standing outside. What's happening?
This morning, the Commissioner of Police in charge of this election at the INET headquarters addressed the media. And the key takeaway from that address, media briefing, is warning anyone that is desiring to foment trouble in Rivers State to stay clear. He said the Nigerian police is at alert and will not tolerate any violent protest in the state. He emphatically said whosoever is dissatisfied with the process should approach the law court. Of course, this police commissioner equally recalled that there are some reports on the social media that have alleged police involvement in the alleged malpractices. He also gave assurance that the police authorities are investigating same, that any official that is found culpable will be made to face the law. Aside that, the election result collation is still ongoing. Yesterday, we left here late in the night rather, and 3 results from 3 local government areas were successfully collated. 2 local government areas were turned down because the results could not tally. This morning, a resumption of result collation also took place here. So far, I would like to give you an update of the results that have so far been collated. In Ahoda East local government area, the APC recorded 3,400, PDP 2,583 votes, while the Labour Party had 4,634 votes. In Tai local government area, where the result has also been successfully collated, APC recorded 9,442 votes, Labour Party had 485 votes, while the PDP has 1,506 votes. Then in Opobo-Nkoro local government area, the third local government area that was successfully collated yesterday, the APC recorded 5,701 votes. Labour Party had 2,093 votes, while the PDP recorded 1,542 votes. This morning, the results from LMA local government area came in, and the APC recorded 8,368 votes. The PDP had 2,391 votes, while the Labour Party recorded 7,529 votes. Currently, they are taking the results from Emoha local government areas. That is the current situation at the INED headquarters here in Port Harcourt.
Kingsley, thank you. I was just wondering, what led actually to the warning that emanated from the police command in Rivers State?
Well, of course, since after the conduct of the election, without even the activities that are going on the social media, there have been agitations and counter-agitations, though not on the streets. People have been complaining of the outcome of this election. There have been a number of press conferences that have been held by some who are dissatisfied with the process. A number of persons have alleged that the process have been tampered with. But the authorities earlier on gave assurances. Yesterday here, the resident electoral commissioner gave assurance that the INEC in the state will ensure that the results of this election count. But for some persons, they believe that since the results are yet to be uploaded at the INEC portal, and some also alleging that the results that are still being held down, that there are possibilities of that these results are being tampered, and the police is also perceiving that many persons might take to the streets or violent protests. That is why the police authorities have to give this stern warning to those who might want to take to the street and foment trouble in the city of Port Harcourt and the state at large.
That's been proactive, if you may, of the police command in Rivers State, and quite commendable at that.
Of course, of course.
Yes, but let's say, are there those LGAs that results have yet to come into the INEC office in Port Harcourt? What could be the reason?
Partly because of the delayed collation process. We went to one local government area yesterday, to be frank, and when we got there, some of those who participated in the elections, that's the ad hoc staff, we saw some of them waiting at the collation center. They said they were yet to see the collation officers. But then later on, they began to come in. It is a process. They will have to do the ward collation. They will now do the local government collation before they will come here. I think these are part of the challenges they are having. And the INEC also said the issue, the nationwide issue recorded in terms of uploading of this result also affected the whole process.
Kingsley, I would have asked, you talked about Opobo-Nkoro, which is, of course, is a riverine area. What about the other riverine areas? Have they, have the results come in?
For now, they have not yet announced any other riverine community. Although Abuja Odua came in yesterday, which is one of the local government areas that also had some part of this community in the coastal area. It came in here yesterday. When they started the collation, they had discrepancies, which the authorities here said they have to go and reconcile the figures and come back. But for that of Abuja Odua, I have not yet seen any other riverine community that have been officially announced. They may be on their way to this place.
That question, because of the usual issue of logistics, that trail activities coming from the riverine areas. So that's why I'm asking if we are also experiencing some form of, issues of logistics.
I wouldn't actually say, most of these riverine communities are more tolerable to their local government headquarters.
Okay.
But where the challenge that you are talking about might arise, might be those communities that are the other smaller communities conveying the materials to the local government headquarters. But I think by now, those materials ought to have gotten to the local government headquarters for the collation process to have been concluded.
All right, Kingsley Amajiri, thank you very much. We'll get back to you as soon as you let us know that you're ready for us with updates from Port Harcourt. Kingsley, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let us get back here. And I know, Chris, you're itching to go. So let me appreciate you and say thank you for being with us, since morning. Chris Agiri, DG, the Flag Foundation of Nigeria. Thank you very much. You must take your leave now. And while you do that, let me return to Faith so that you can quickly take your leave, and then Dr. Zachariah will, respond. So let us look at the issue again of, party agents and the quality of the party agents we have. Do they really understand why they are, at the units?
Party agents are not trained. At times, some of the party agents that are recruited in an election, they are not even members of that political party. They don't believe in the ideology. That is, if the political parties have any ideology, by the way. They don't believe in the ideology of their political parties. They just recruit them on election day. The only serious party agents that understand their party and the ideology of their parties are the likes of the party agents, as you see at collation center, at state level or national collation center. Election does not happen at collation center. Election happens at polling units. So the political party should be able to recruit people that believe in their ideology and are able to sit down in the polling units, every polling unit that election has happened. And then, strategy comes when you understand the environment, when you understand the context in which you are contesting election. Whatever you are doing in life, the strategy that will help you to plan on is what has happened in the last election. A situation whereby people are coming to snatch ballot boxes, people are changing results in the past. You mentioned the 2007. We were on the field. There was an observer in Delta State. We were still observing people voting when the Delta State result was announced at the the National Conference Center. The Delta State result was announced. Remember, people were still voting, though. I was on the field. And somebody called me and said, they have just announced that. I said, which Delta State? How did they get that result? But we have moved from there. Now, this is what we are doing. And that's why I keep saying that every stakeholder in our election is trying to get it better. But the politicians are not. They're always trying to see how to undermine the process. Why will you go and steal beavers, for instance? Why will you steal beavers? We were celebrating that they were no longer stealing ballot boxes. They are now coming to steal ballot boxes. Still even ballot boxes. They're coming to steal ballot boxes. Now, in our station, when we sat down and said, what is the thinking behind why people should go and steal beavers and think that they can also steal ballot boxes? It will shock you to know that, because they know that the beavers will accredit people. After accreditation, as soon as the accreditation process is ending, you have, let's assume that beavers accredited 1,000 persons. The political party goes there, put their people there, they snatch that beavers or even snatch the ballot box and go back and recalculate the number of persons that the beavers has accredited. Let's say they accredit 3,000 people. Because there's no way for you to know how many people, which political party those 3,000 people voted for. They will go and manipulate the process. So that is what they have done to all the effort, finance, resources that have been put into developing our electoral process. Now, the fact of the matter is that if anybody, election is serious business. If you want to lead a people, you should also be serious about that. And that's why they have made our elections a do or die affair. Young people are dying. There's a young lady that died in Edo State because of election. She was sitting down there to protect her vote. Hoodlums came there shooting, and the stray bullet hit her, and she has died. They say a woman we saw, she was hit by political talks. She went and did for a use first aid, use her blood to come and vote. We had such. So when every political party knows that on election day there will be the presence of every political party agent at every political party, at every polling unit, then you will see that the issue of violence, the issue of intimidation will be curtailed, because this one knows that this representative is there, and political parties should and must make available money for voter education and for education of their party agents. Because at the end of the day, before you go to collation, there is a party agent at collation center. What are you collecting if you don't have your own result? And the law has already made provision for you to have your result from polling unit. Is it not the same result you will bring from polling unit? You will look at your own collation center, and then the person who is going to the official collation center is already having a data behind it. Rather, what we see is, because of social media, because of reports and all of that, they're just making speculations without having real data. It is important that political parties invest. This Nigeria we are now, you must have a party agent in polling unit, because that is the reality of the election, that is the reality of our environment, and because you realize that this is the reality, there is mistrust. You don't even trust the party agent you are sending there to bring you correct result. You must make extra effort to make sure that the report you are getting, that place that election has happened, is where you are getting your report from, and you are not getting a third-party report, you are getting your own report.
More so now that we know that we can have glitches with uploading.
Exactly, with uploading, so you have your physical copies.
Faith, I'll get back to you. Dr. Zakaria, I'll soon get back to you. Haruna Mohammed is in Kaduna for us. Haruna Mohammed, so give us an update of what's going on at the moment at the Collation Center.
This is the Kaduna State Independent National Electoral Commission Collation Center for the presidential election, and behind me it's actually empty, and this is attributed to the fact that they have actually gone for a 1 hour break right now, and so far 4 local governments have come in and made their presentations, aside the 4 who had made their own presentation yesterday. And if it's recalled that Soba was actually asked to go back and reconcile their results due to the fact that they couldn't defend it properly due to it's not written and signed by some political party agents. Yes, and so far presently now the exercise is going on smoothly. But with me here is the Administrative Secretary for the Independent National Electoral Commission here in Kaduna, who is going to keep us abreast with the exercise and what we're expecting to have from here immediately after they come back from break. Administrative Secretary, please. Okay, Admin Secretary, sir, what is likely to come up when we come back from this break?
When we come up, we are going to continue with the collation. Like probably you've said, we've already done about, 60% of 40% of our local governments, which translates to about 10 or thereabouts. And as I'm talking with you now, I can just see some of the vehicles conveying the electoral officers from the field, and we will continue with the collation. And hopefully, before nightfall, we should be through, and we would have announced our own results at our own level here in Kaduna.
Okay. How many local governments are we expecting, and how many are on ground presently?
We are expecting 23 local governments here in Kaduna, and of the 23, like I alluded, we've done about 8, 9. So we are expecting about 10, 11, 12. And as I'm talking with you now, about 6 or 7 are already here, while the rest, I've talked with all of them, they are on their way, except Birnin-Gwari. And Birnin-Gwari is a very special case because of the prevalence of banditry in that axis. So the coalition for the presidential election has been concluded. What remains is to do the computation for the federal constituency. It is comprised of Birnin-Gwari and Giwa. Now the Giwa axis, they just left this morning, amidst tight security, and as soon as they are through, the convoy will convey them here. But I have this feeling that before 3, 4, they should be here, and then we'll do the collation for them as well.
As at yesterday, one of the party agents was asked to excuse himself from the hall. Can you explain to us the reason why he was asked?
Now, actually, he came with an identity card which should give him access. But on closer inspection, we do not have the eye of the security, so we just gave him access. But unfortunately for him, the security agents looked at it, did a kind of mini forensic examination, and it was realized that he shouldn't be in the center, and he was politely told to leave, and he left.
Okay, so far that is the update from this collection center here in Kaduna, and we should be getting back to you for more updates.
Thank you, Haruna. But I was wondering if the other party or party agents there, what has been their reaction so far to the results that have been presented?
Can you come again?
What has been the reaction of the party agents there to the results that have been presented so far?
The political party agents who are here are actually conducting themselves in a very peaceful manner. I think there hasn't been any issue so far, except for that which the administrative sec has just talked about. So far, there hasn't been any issue. I think it's accepted by all.
Okay, so all the results have been accepted and confirmed by all parties. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay, Haruna Mohammed, thank you. Joining us from Kaduna Collision Centers. Thank you very much, Haruna. We'll return to you later. Now, Faith, you were smiling when, Haruna was giving us the information about, the gentleman who walked into the center with a different identity. You made reference to, such a incident earlier in your contribution. What could have happened?
So, what happens is you see people, especially political parties, going to print their own identity that is not the same identity that was given by INEC. And I said that before now, political parties were at liberty to print their own kind of identification for their party agents. But we kept that advocacy on as observers. And INEC listened to that advocacy and now asked political party agents to identify political parties to identify their agents ahead of time and send their details for accreditation. So if they have gone to that extent of sending their details for accreditation, political parties should go the extra length of ensuring that they give those tags to their parties. And that's why even at the polling unit, I keep saying security agents should be trained to understand and recognize the identification that has been given to INEC so that they are able to remove people who are likely to cause crisis on the field, because they're the ones who cause crisis on the polling unit. Then security, when you tell security agent, this is not the tag, they will tell you, oh, it is only INEC official that can tell me that this is not the tag. The INEC official that is overwhelmed by the number of persons there, is it the same INEC official that will be looking at different party agents with the different kinds of...
You heard the INEC official in Kaduna?
Yes. And then they went out and asked the guy not to come in because the INEC officials said, okay, maybe let us, so that there will be no problem. But that is when the security agents should step in. That is where, and only security agents that have had adequate training, that understands the different signs, the different, yesterday I was going to the, I wanted to go to the collation center. And I drove to the collation center. The tag that they gave for observers work on Sunday, on Saturday, they didn't allow us. The security agents told us, no, you can't go in with this kind of tag. Because they have already been briefed, they have been trained to recognize the tag that can drive into the. And I left and asked my staff with the right identification to go into that place. If we're able to tag this at the beginning, it is very important. And just finally, before I stop there, to just talk about why it is important that you must have party agents at polling unit. There's what you call the polling unit booklet that is given to ad hoc staff to register all accredited people who should be on the polling unit. most times you go to the polling unit, political party agents don't register. They don't know that they have to register on that booklet. Even security agents don't know that you have to register. If you draw the attention to it, they say no, they were not told though that they are going to register. At times when you even go to the polling unit and you're asking ad hoc staff, where is the polling unit register? They forget. You have to, because we have been trained to understand that this, if you are observing an election, even media, you go to any polling unit, you register. Because when issues come out, they take up the registers to say who and who were there. Political party agents, if your agent didn't register, and it's not at that place to sign the result sheet at the end of that result, you should query that your party agent, and you should also take responsibility for not training your party agent, understanding the guidelines. And do you know that there is a form, if they are going to cancel election in a particular place, there's a form that the presiding officer must sign and state the reason what has happened there. How many party agents know that such a form exists?
Dr. Zachariah, this is all about the quality of the party agents, and, their responsibility to the parties and to the, credibility of the process.
Yeah, thank you. Well, as I've said earlier on, election is all about synergy. And you cannot undermine the fact that the political parties, because one problem she has been emphasizing, particularly on this party affair, is they believe their interests must always be protected. And in a situation whereby the dynamic is going in another way around, the party agent or whosoever party representative that is there feels, no, this is not the bargain. So in a situation whereby there are enough of political sensitization by political parties, as she has said, INEC, National Orientation Agency, but those sensitization, I think, to me, is not new. They have been well sensitized. But most of them, they will play according to their selfish interest. Once you cannot take that away, that's why we might be having some of those hurdles. Nevertheless, some political parties, as I've said earlier on, might not be bold enough financially to actually have their representatives across board. But whosoever that is there, from the security agents, from civil society.
Doctor, I'm sorry, let me interject here. Our correspondent in Jos is actually waiting for us. So let's quickly join Inde in Jos.
Collation of results for the presidential election in Plateau State reconvened this morning after about 3-hour break. The presentation of the remaining 9 local government area has commenced with Basa local government, where the returning officer indicated that 14 physically challenged persons voted in that local government. Just South follows suit, and Kanke local government area. So far, 11 local government areas have presented the results of the presidential election, remaining 6 being awaited.
And the result of presidential election held in Mango.
So far, what's the conduct? What can you tell us about the conduct of the party agents there?
This is summary of the...
Pardon, can you come again?
I said, so far, what can you tell us about the conduct of the party agents there?
Total number of registered voters.
Yes, the conduct is civil. Even though earlier there were issues of some party agents not receiving the duplicate copy of results, for instance, from Basa local government area, but the REC immediately directed that henceforth all returning officers must ensure that returning party agents are given duplicates of all result sheets.
All right, and Young, what are we to expect in the coming hours from Jos?
We should expect a speedy presentation of the results as the remaining 6 local government areas. Some of them are already on ground. So the process is going on smoothly and speedily because unlike yesterday where we had issues of result not reconciling with that has been uploaded, we have a different scenario today where the returning officers are able to present results, figures that tally and reconcile with that has been uploaded on the INEC portal.
Has there been any objections to the results? Yesterday we saw one of the agents to the PDP raise an objection, to one of the results declared. Have you observed any of such objections there in Jos?
No, for now there is no issue of objection to results that have been presented. They have all agreed with what they have, especially since it has reconciled with that has been uploaded on the INEC portal.
Ndi Yangian, thank you very much for the update from Jos.
Thank you, Claire.
All right, so let's get back to the studio. Dr. Zachariah.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier on, it could have been more necessary, like what my sister is saying, that most of the political parties should have their party agents. But to me, that can also amount to making our politics to be more monetized, because it might not be easier for, we had more than 18 political parties that actually contested for presidential elections. And from observation so far, some parties' agents were not even there at all. After all, some believe that they might not be serious, but once they have been registered, recognized by law, they should have representative. But in the situation by some of them, they cannot even finance the party actively. So they might not be able to have representative over there. But if everybody plays to the game, to the rule of the game, this issue of having party agent represented, not having party agent adequately represented might not be a problem. But a situation whereby this feels that once I'm not there, anything can happen. There can be a kind of compromise. Once the issue of compromise is taken care of, whereby we believe in the system, everything is done transparently, there is high tendency for us to have an election that will be more fair, credible, and reliable. And when you look at the indices of electoral credibility, you realize that it's not about the presence of the party agents that matters. It's about the management of the exercise itself. Though you cannot take it away that party agents, they are also part of the stakeholders that should be involved. But their representation might not actually determine the outcome of the general exercise. What matters is everybody plays to the rule. The voters maintain orderliness. The security officers at various polling units play neutrality. The INEC officials ensure that the electoral law is not tampered with. Once everybody plays the game, like I've said earlier on, it's all about structural functionalism. As human being, if any part of my parts is affected, if I'm having a headache or my hand is having issue, I might not be able to deliver very well. Meaning that it's a kind of robust affair, it's a kind of collective arrangement. So it's not about one-man affair. It's not about the political party alone. It's not about the INEC. It's not about the security. It is a collective responsibility. Once each of those institutions delivers effectively, then there is no way we'll not be having elections that will be more credible. But so far, so good. As I've said earlier on, this election is a kind of improvement. It has shown us that we are improving.
We can do better.
Of course.
Yes. When we come back from Lagos, we'll be going to Lagos in a short while. We'll look at why they figure irregularities and why, returning officers are asked to go back and, these are very high intellectuals. So why are we having that, common in all the centers? But let's get to Lagos. Abolade Salami is, of course, at one of the collation centers. Abolade, what's going on behind you? I see quite a number of crowd.
Yeah, I'm presently at the collation center here in INEC head office in Lagos, where yesterday, the exercise started since yesterday till the early hours of this morning. We had results from 18 local government areas from yesterday till the early hours of this morning. And when the meeting reconvened this morning, as at 10 a.m., we were waiting the two LGA, and they came around 8 to 9 o'clock. That is Alimosho and Ojo local government. So as I speak with you now, we have results from the 20 local government areas in Lagos State in here. The results are all the 20 local government results are in, and all the results have been read out by the returning officers. And let me just hint you on this, that from the results that was read out by the returning officer before the election, Lagos was described as the state that had the largest number of PVC collection. But when the total number of votes that was read out had just 1.3 thereabouts of all the total number of people that exercised the franchise. And then again, the returning officer read out those results, and now what we are waiting is the final collation of results. The returning officer are putting together all the figures to come up with the figures that each party got before it will be read out to everybody that are here.
Wow, Abolade, thank you, for the information that you have given us. But so far, I guess the conduct has been smooth and seamless.
It has been smooth, seamless. Every party agent that I cooperated. The only place we had a bit of concern was the result from Mushi, where one of the party agents opposed the result, and instantly it was corrected. It was corrected, and everything was resolved. Some areas where the result that was announced, where the party agents didn't take it hook, line, and sinker, the returning officer assured them that every of those observations they've raised will be addressed, and they gave them the assurance. And I can say to you that it has been seamless, it has been peaceful, and well coordinated.
You talked about the number of voters, 1.3 compared to the population of Lagos, and of course the total number of those registered and accredited and all that. Did you try to find out what could be responsible for that?
Well, I don't know for now, because the enthusiasm before the election was that we're going to see the number increase this time around from the usuals that we've always had in previous election, going by the number of PVC collection. And when the total number of voter was read out by the returning officer, it was just above a little above 1.4 million out of the 7 million PVC collected. And it's still a surprise to some of us who are here. We're thinking the figures will go as high as 4 million, 5 million of total number of votes. But what we were told from the figures that was read out was that the total number of votes in the presidential election was just a little above 1.4 million.
In your voice, but I know you were out on the field. I know you were. You monitored the election process itself. What did you find out in terms of logistics and in terms of the process and turnout?
Yeah, from every point I monitored, I saw that difference from the previous elections, where we usually have voter party in previous election. We didn't record that this time around. We had a high number of people that came out to exercise the franchise this time around from what it used to be before. In some areas where on the norm you won't see voter go to vote, but this time around we had some LGAs, some wards and polling units had up to 1,000, up to 3,000 prospective voters that waited patiently to exercise their franchise. Some even said that they won't be deterred by any form of hindrance from any parties, that they will make sure that they exercise their franchise, and which they did. The turnout this time around was really, really impressive.
Bolade Salami, thank you. Bolade Salami giving us updates from Lagos Collation Center. Bolade, thank you very much. All right, we'll be joining our correspondent Fisayo Ogunfoye at the International Conference Center to bring us an update of what is going on at that center at the moment. We did say that we were going to join the ICC center at 11. It's way gone past 11 now. It's 11:30. If I can see Fisayo. Okay, Fisayo will be up in just a moment. And once I see him on screen, I'll quickly connect with him because we can't really wait to get the declarations from INEC. Before we went to Lagos, I raised the issue about irregularities in figures collated by the returning officers. I'm now told that Fisayo is ready. Hello, Fisayo. All right, Fisayo is joining us from the International Conference Center here in Abuja. Fisayo, what's going on around you? I see you all smiles. Hello, Fisayo, what's going on around you there at the ICC? All right, sorry about that. We seem to having some issues connecting with Fisayo. We're working on it. As soon as we're done with that, we'll come back. Dr. Zachariah, yes, please, go ahead.
Well, you were talking about the irregularities observed. You know, this electoral process, the way it works, after every voter must have voted at a particular polling unit, you know, several polling units might make up of a ward. And results at every unit is expected to be collected, then sent to the collation officer at the ward center. So the collation officer at the ward also liaises with the collation officer of the local government, meaning that we might have like 10 different wards making up a local government. Then the local government returning officer or collation officer also liaises with the state returning officer, depending on the nature of the election. Now, if a result is declared like at a polling unit, party A score 80, party B has 60. That's for a particular polling unit. And it goes down to the ward. So in the process of computation, because those things are done by human beings, they might make error while tabulating some of those results. And that is why by the time they get to maybe the main collation center, maybe the local government, or they get to the state collation center, there might be a kind of disparity. So in that process, they have to ask them to go back. Like I've said earlier on, the number of accredited voters can be more than those that will vote. But it is not possible because it is not tenable for you to say people that voted actually superseded the number of accredited voters. Meaning some people might come for accreditation and they get out, they say, oh, I don't want to vote. That's number one. Number two, in some places, some electorate might not know that once you are not accredited, your vote is like a waste. So they go straight, if they can maneuver their way, get the ballot paper, cast their vote. At the long run, there will be a kind of disparity because when you'll be having more voters than the number of accredited electorate. Yes. So in the process, that's why some of those irregularities. But the good thing is, the number of accredited voters cannot be lesser to the number of votes cast.
Zachariah, thank you. We'll again allow you to catch your breath. Fisayo Ogunfoye is joining me from the International Conference Center. Fisayo, sorry about the glitches. We're having our own glitches here. It's not unlike technology, for that to happen. We will get her. And I see you standing with Osaze Easy, our regular here for us. Please get on with it.
Your ideas as well. But when we talk about, the questions that we have been, have been raised in the studios, in our studios across the country in the past few hours and even yesterday, it's only natural to hear from the horse's mouth. And when we talk about the horse's mouth, it doesn't come any bigger than the, National Commissioner on Information and Voter Education. 48 hours later. And then 24, yesterday evening, the national the national chairman of INEC said we will start at 11, but this is almost going to 12. Yes. What has happened?
Well, nothing has happened. You know the way presidential election result moves. First of all, there has to be an election at the polling unit level, and the results have to be entered into from EC8A, and it has to move to the registration area collation center. And for this election and for the nation, we have a total of 8,809 registration areas. Results have to be collated there, and then for a presidential election result, it now moves to the local government collation center in the 704 local government areas. The result has to be collated there. Then it moves to the national collation center in the 36 states of the federation and the federal capital territory. The result has to be collated in that particular place. Now, the state collation officer for presidential election will now move the result physically to the National Collation Center here, where it will be presented to the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, who is the chief electoral officer of the Federation and the returning officer for the presidential election. So that is where we are. Now, the Ekiti State has presented this report, and today the chairman said we are going to start at 11. But some of the states that are ready, some of them are at the airport. As we sent an aircraft to go and pick some of them. But as I was standing here, I have seen 2 resident electoral commissioners and 2 scope, that is the state collation officer for presidential election. I have seen 2 of them move into the hall. So there's a possibility that before noon, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission and the national commissioners will come out and collation will start. So we are going to do collation today. Our expectation is that at least by 4 p.m. We will have collated maybe up to 10 states, because a number of the states have completed collation at the state level, and a few are still collating. So anyone that is done with the collation will come down to the National Collation Center, where their results will be presented. And so that is where we are. So I'm confident. We already have, I saw 2 resident electoral commissioners and 2 scope entering the National Collation Center. So we are going to continue with collation today.
Permit this point, looking at the scope of your operations this time around, in the past few days, and you know, a bit of a backlash, especially in some segments of the press concerning the conduct of this exercise, perhaps in terms of uploading results, in terms of the
Well, that was Fisayo Ogunfoye speaking with Festus Okoye there. I actually thought initially it was Osaze Easy, but it's not. So let's return to the International Conference Center. Fisayo, please continue with your conversation.
And those challenges have not in any way impacted negatively on the conduct of this election. Yes, there were challenges. There were issues around security in some states of the Federation. Some of the transporters changed the goalpost at the last moment and reneged on their contract and started demanding additional funds before they can move to location. Some of the core members and some of the students in federal tertiary institutions in their penultimate year who signed up to assist the commission in the conduct of this election withdrew at the last moment, some of them on account of security challenges and some of them on account of personal issues. But so I acknowledge that there were challenges in a few states of the Federation. But if you look at it holistically, you can see that we have conducted a good election. And if you look at the results coming in from the various states, you can see that there has been competition. Before, you will see one political party will get 1,000 votes, and then the second one will get two votes. But if you look at these results coming in, you can see that competition has taken place in relation to this result. So we ask for patience, and we also ask for understanding, and we are doing our best to manage the situation. And we hope that the nation will get through this particular phase because we don't want this anxiety. We want to complete this process speedily so that Nigerians will know who their president is if the person has satisfied the provisions of Section 134 of the Constitution in terms of having scored the highest number of votes in the election and also having scored 25% of the votes in 2/3 of all the states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory.
Before I let you go, do we still have some states that the process is not completed yet, and what happens in in this scenario?
Well, if you are talking about completion of the process, as I pointed out, starts at the polling unit, then it goes to the registration area, then it goes to the local government, and then it goes to the state. most of the states are at the state level now. I think one or two states have a few challenges in the local governments, but I'm confident that over 30 states of the federation are already at the state level collating the result. So by tomorrow we will have collected a substantial number of the results, if not all the results.
Are you satisfied with the conduct of this exercise so far? You have been, in the system for a while, comparing with 2019, for instance, 2015 as well. If you want to rate the performance of your organization, I know you are part of the organization, but would you want to give yourself a pass mark in spite of all the challenges we have experienced so far?
Well, for me, if you put this election in context and look at it holistically, the Commission has done well. Yes, we acknowledge there were challenges. Yes, we acknowledge that there were weaknesses in some of our processes and procedures. And given the dynamics of the Nigerian Federation, we still have the governorship and state assembly elections to conduct. We are going to look at some of these issues, learn valuable lessons from what has happened, and then make sure that we block the loopholes and remedy some of the situations that have taken place. But generally, considering where we are coming from, considering the trajectory of the Federation, and also considering the security challenges in the country and all the other surrounding social and economic dynamics, I think we have done well in relation to this election.
INEC National Commissioner on Voter Education and Information, thank you for the information and the education as well.
I really appreciate this.
All right, that is the position of things right now at the International Conference Center, which is also, of course, the National Coalition Center. INEC, National Commissioner on Voter Education and Information, trying to, allay fears as well as put things in perspective as far as this, the election is concerned and where we are at the moment. We will bring, of course, key men and women and officials, of course, surrounding this exercise as we see them. As you well know, this is the main forum where you can get the very best of, up-to-date analysis and information concerning this election. So we're here at the International Conference Center. It's back to Claire and our guests there. I hope we're able to perhaps, clear some gray areas as far as this election is concerned.
Tayo, we wanted to have a word or two with the commissioner, that's Festus Okoye. Unfortunately, you had let him go. We wanted to know what happened with all the promises about logistics and issues of, seamless movement from, of the ad hoc staff and all that. But I guess you will take that up with him when next you are able to get hold of him. Fisayo, thank you.
Yeah, I had to let him go because we actually brought him from the high table just to respond to a few things. And right while we were speaking, there were a few I saw some movements of perhaps some more wrecks and scopes, as he rightly addressed them, coming in from different states. So we just had to let him go. Perhaps we would get him in to talk about some of those developments as well as the day unfolds.
That would be quite nice. Thank you, Fisayo. We'll return to you as you get more updates for us from the ICC Center. And do you have an idea when we'll be joining you for the declarations?
Well, the INEC National Commissioner yesterday, when he rounded off the presentation, said that they would start at 11. But the feelers here is that they should start by noon, but that is not cast in stone. So we just wait here patiently because, this is the D-Day and we must catch every, information and event as it unfold here. We're seeing the top party agents and representatives of the parties are coming into the hall, and international observers as well as members of the media, all interested in what will unfold here in the next few hours. So we will start and put our lenses there, clear visuals to let you see exactly what is happening here at the National Coalition Center.
Yeah, just impossible. And unfortunately for you, Fisayo, the pounded yam won't be served at the ICC. So I'll see you much later. Let's come back to the studio and let me quickly introduce Nick Dezang, who has been here with us for a while now. Of course, Nick Dezang has been with us since the commencement of the elections on Saturday, and he's our in-house analyst. Nick Dezang, of course, is former director, voter education and publicity of INEC. Dick, thank you very much for joining me. But just catch your breath. We'll go back to Awka, that's the Anambra State capital, where Joy is waiting to give us an update. Hello, Joy.
My name is Joy Ilwebu. We are at the Coalition Center for the presidential election, which is precisely the INEC headquarters here in Oka, Anambra State. All is now set for commencement of the coalition of the results for the presidential election that was held in Anambra State. We have the media here seated. We have other stakeholders, party agents, and we also have the REC, who is Dr. Elizabeth Abu, with the Presidential State Coalition Officer, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Technology, Owerri, Professor Nnenna Oti, also on state. Last night, 2 local governments from the state were collated, Aya Melum and Dunukofia. And today we have more results from more local governments that will be announced today. We have the coalition officers all seated, and we are waiting for coalition announcements to take off.
How many results do you have so far, Joy?
We have 2 local governments. We have results from Ayamelum local government, which was announced last night. We also have results from Dunukofia, which was also announced yesterday.
What are we expecting in the coming minutes or hours to come?
Please, can you repeat the question, please?
What are we expecting in the minutes or hours to come from the Coalition Center in Oka?
30 to 1 hour. We're expecting that more results will be announced. We have many coalition officers from the 21 local government areas of the state seated here, and we're expecting that in the next 30 to 1 hour, we'll have more results announced for the presidential election held in Anambra State.
Do you have an idea what's keeping the results from coming in yet?
Hello, please.
Hello, Joy. Do you have an idea of what's delaying the results from coming in yet?
The results?
Yes. Do you know what is delaying the results from coming in, getting to the Coalition Center yet?
Oh, all right. Thank you very much. Last night, the REC, while briefing the media, said that results are still being collated in most of the local government areas. In fact, presently, results for the senatorial and even House of Representatives are still being collected in most of the coalition centers. So that is the reason why the results are being delayed.
Joy, just before I let you go, I just would like, if you can just put the mic up a bit so that I can hear you clearly. But what is the conduct generally of the political party agents there at the Coalition Center? Are there objections? Are there complaints about, so far, about what has been released?
No, last night when 2 results were announced from 2 local governments, from Dunukofia and Ayamelum, we had only 1 party agent present. Then when asked what his opinion was about the results by the REC, he was okay with what was announced. But today we have more party agents from many political parties present, unlike last night that we had just 1 party agent for the presidential election.
All right, Joy Ilebu giving us updates from the Coalition Center in Oka, the Anambra State capital. Joy, thank you. All right, so let's come back here. And Mr. Dazang, thank you for joining us again.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you've been here, you've been with us throughout since Saturday. You've heard and you've seen. So today, as of today, I'm sure you must have had new, information coming in terms of conduct, in terms of effectiveness of, you know, the technology and all that. So for you now, what are we learning, you know, one from the Electoral Act and two from the introduction of technology and from the parties themselves?
Well, I think there are a host of things to learn, particularly from the challenges arising from the elections. And one of them is the perennial challenge of logistics. And just opposed against the Electoral Act 2022, you could see that to a large degree, you know, INEC was able to surmount at least two major hurdles on the path, you know, on the logistics path. One of which is the procurement, the timeous procurement of materials, sensitive and non-sensitive. Before the promulgation of the Act, you know, the time frame allowed for that was just 3 months. And if you look at the Procurement Act, it gives you just 3 months to advertise, to pre-qualify, to identify the providers, that is the contractors. And so it was very tight. And that explains why, you know, materials arrive very late. And then when they arrive late, like the sensitive materials that are sometimes printed abroad, you now have to do the local movement of these materials. And that's why it used to be a nightmare. So the Electoral Act 2022 has given INEC twice that time to get all these materials in time and to distribute them to the zonal stores and then the CBN vaults. And then the second leg, you know, the second hurdle which the Commission has, you know, surmounted is moving the materials, you know, to the states and local governments. But where the challenge, you know, the last tranche or the last hurdle was that of the racks, that is from the racks to the polling units. And I think it is at this level that some members of the National Union of Road Transport Workers put spanners in the works, and then some of the ad hoc staff, you know, withdrew. So these are two issues at the level of logistics that INEC now has to, you know, address, maybe for subsequent elections, not for this election, because it's too late in the day to change the template. But I think what this election shows is that INEC has to revisit its logistics in terms of using the National Union of Road Transport Workers. I know that there has been significant improvement in terms of, first of all, there was once upon a time there was this issue of the members of the NURTW supplying decrepit vehicles, vehicles that collapse on the road. So we now had to engage the Federal Road Safety Commission to certify the vehicles supplied by members of, you know, NURTW and NATO. So that one has been, if you look at it, those breakdowns are not common again because of this intervention. And then the commission had to continue engaging, you know, with the hierarchy of these unions to prevail on their members to appreciate that this is a national assignment, and this assignment is also informed by a time frame. And once you breach this time frame that is calibrated, it affects the elections. So I think that going forward, INEC will need to look at other alternative logistics. It's not as if it didn't do that in the past. It did. But part of the challenge is that some of the owners of these vehicles that you want to hire are either partisan or they are members of political parties. So you have to be very careful also in the kind of people that you recruit to supply your materials. Otherwise,
I know, Mr. Dazang, you were one of those who expressed great optimism in the logistics preparation,
Yes.
for this process. You're not disappointed. You're just, this is part of the learning process. You say, but we are taking too much time, in learning to overcome our logistics issues. But let me put you on hold. I know you want to respond to that. Obehi is in Benin, and she joins us from the Collation Center. Obehi, good to join you. What's the update from the center in Benin?
Yeah, hello. This the update here is okay. This is the INEC headquarters in Aduawa, Benin, where the presidential election results are being read. And so yesterday they stopped at results of 9 local governments. It would have been 10, but the result of Onwa East was actually, there were some contentions with the figures that I'm sure are being reconciled as we speak. Today, the office, it started at about 11 a.m. this morning. EU long-term observers, journalists, and electoral officers are all here to observe the process. Well, currently we've had 4 local government election results that have been read here, but there are some discrepancies in the figures, and so the resident electoral commissioner has asked the electoral officers to go back to the drawing board to reconcile their figures. I have here with me the voter education head of department, INEC Edo State, to tell us what's the situation now. Sir, good afternoon. And so INEC has, electoral officers are here. They've tried to read out results for 4 local government. And so what's the situation?
Well, so far so good. We have collated results for about 14 local governments out of 18. The remaining 4 are also here. They are trying to put their figures right, and any moment from now, they will also go and make the presentation. So we are looking at, in the next maximum of 2 hours, we'll be through with this state collation of the presidential election. So far so good. The election was largely peaceful here in Edo State, although there were some pockets of incidents here and there, but the election was largely peaceful. And of course, the people of Edo State turned out en masse, and then they casted their votes in the presidential and then National Assembly elections that were conducted on the 25th of February 2023.
And so activities here are stalling for now. So when do we expect it to pick up?
Well, yes, like I said earlier, the remaining 4 local governments are also here. And they are trying to put their figures right. There are some areas that we have some slight issues, discrepancies here and there. And of course, that won't be accepted, at the final collation. So the electoral officers and the LGA collation officers are trying to put their records right. And immediately that is done, the remaining persons will also go and make their presentation. That is why I said earlier that in the next 2 hours, everything about this presidential collation at the state office in Edo State in Benin will be concluded.
And so you heard it from the INEC voter education head of department, and we're hoping that in another 2 hours, everything here will be concluded. And as soon as we reconvene, we'll get back to you.
Obehi, just before you run away, you talked about Onwa East. What kind of issue was involved in the election there?
Well, the issues from the electoral officer that she gave were the invalid votes. The ones uploaded electronically are not tallying with the ones that the electoral officer read out here. And so some of the party agents here, drew the attention of the resident electoral commission to that. And so she was asked to go back and do the proper thing.
Okay. Was that just a one-off, or did you also record any complaints, any other complaint of any other type from the party agents?
Well, yes, the PDP party agent here, Chief Osaro Ida, had earlier raised some misgivings concerning the result from Oredo because the electoral officer was given about 2 opportunities to come up to the table to give the result, and twice, there were still some discrepancies. And so he stood up and said he will not accept the result from Oredo.
But so far, conduct a peaceful atmosphere pervades Benin. I want to believe.
Yes, the atmosphere is quite peaceful, very peaceful. As we were coming, even here, the atmosphere is peaceful. And while we were coming, the town is peaceful. Everybody's going about their normal, businesses.
All right, Obehi, thank you very much. And as you did say, we'll probably get back to you in the next couple of hours when you're ready. Thank you, Obehi.
Yes.
All right. Nick, you heard. Let's take off from Obehi's last point of what happened in Owan East in Benin, where, discrepancy in uploaded figure and what you actually have manually.
Actually, I would appreciate it if I can speak generally to this issue of challenges that some of the returning officers are having with the results. Part of it largely is that some of them take the training with levity, the training for collation with levity. They assume that they are professors, they are academics, and this is, in Nigerian speak, small my. Until when, push comes to shove, they have to impute these results, and then there are challenges. How the collation takes place at the PU level and other stages is that when you are imputing the results, you take into cognizance the total number of registered voters in that, assuming it's a PU, you impute it. You impute also the total number of accredited voters. And then you now impute according to the figures scored by each of the parties. And parties are usually, imputed alphabetically, not according to the votes, scored by each of them.
Nick, I'm sorry, I would have to be interrupting,
Yes.
frequently
Yes.
in the course of our conversations because I'm told that the INEC chairman is already, getting ready for that. But we want to join Yahana Su, our correspondent in Kanu, to briefly give us an update of the proceedings from the Collation Center. Diana, so good to see you. What's happening?
Good morning. Good to see you too. We are at the Collation Center here in Kano. Already 40 local government areas have submitted their results. And with me is the resident electoral commissioner who will shed more light on what happened since yesterday when the collation started here at the Kano headquarters of the INEC. Sir.
Hello, good morning. Let me give you a rundown. Yesterday we were very lucky we were able to complete 36 local governments collation totally completed. Today we are able to add 6 more, so 41 local governments had already been done. 3 local governments are outstanding, they are not yet here for obvious reasons. These are local governments whose large number of registered voters, Dala, Municipal, and Takai. So we are waiting for them. We have gone on break, and as soon as they come, we resume the collation. We are very hopeful we'll be able to conclude by the first half of the day, and then barring any unforeseen circumstances, tidy up everything. And we are done with the collation of the presidential elections in Kano.
Sir, before the adjournment, we were told that Gwale is yet to be completed because of some, technical hitches.
Yeah, Gwale had small hitches in terms of their numbers. They didn't add up. And we quickly asked the along with the other officials to go and tidy up those figures and then come back to give us those results so that due diligence is done before the results are finally entered. So Gwale will make a brief appearance to tidy up those figures.
All right, that's our correspondent.
At 201,494. If you subtract that from 301,558, what you have left is 100,064. Out of this 100,064, PDP scored 89,554. If you subtract that from the balance of 100,064, what is left is 10,510. And now, it was also recorded yesterday that Labour had 11,397, when the total number left is 10,510, leaving an over figure of 887. From this 887 surplus, we have not calculated even the votes of other political parties. Because you will recall that yesterday he told us ADC scored 1,037. So you will recall, you will see from that postulation and presentation yesterday that the figures did not add up, there was overvoting, and the number of votes outnumber the number of accredited votes. And we know exactly what the law says concerning that. So I move that that be considered because Ekiti cannot stand. Thank you.
Well, any further comment? Okay. Introduce yourself and your party.
My name is Honorable Umar Farouk Ibrahim, the National Secretary of the Labour Party and Presidential Agent of the Labour Party. We made our observation and calculation based on your presentation of Ekiti State result, and we have also come with a similar figure as presented by the PDP, and as such, there is an obvious and overvoting. So we also call on that result to be looked at and finally rejected. Thank you.
Any more? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Barrister Kenneth Udeze, the National Chairman of Action Alliance. This calculation and the position of my colleagues here, Action Alliance have gone through that same figure and we've got the same similar position. So I'd like the Commission to really look at it and see if this Ekiti State voting should be cancelled for overvoting based on our calculation. Thank you.
Any more?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Nkem Okando, ADC National Agent. We also same calculation yesterday, and we are here to also say that Ekiti result should be looked into and outrightly rejected for overvoting.
Good morning. My name is Babatunde Ogala, Senior Advocate of Nigeria and agent for APC. I think the law is clear that when a result has been declared, we should resort to petition if need be. Ekiti was declared yesterday. We were asked for observations, and if that has been done, any party that feels strongly should prepare its petition. Where we are today, I want to say with all respect that it will appear the Commission is functions official and the business of now is Kwara. We cannot go back to what has been declared here by the Commission. Just my humble observation.
Okay, sorry.
But I'm not going into the merit or otherwise of what they've said.
There is a gentleman in white. Sorry, agent of the PDP, I've made your point. There is a gentleman in white. Introduce yourself.
My name is Zufanaya Bitru Gisalo. I'm from NRM. I stand by the submission of the APC that when the result had been declared from the ward, from the local government, state, and the collation center of this place, as seen by the law, and by electoral act. Every other thing should challenge it through the court. Thank you.
Okay, I think we should make progress. We have taken note of that, but you started the PDP agent by quoting a figure different from the figure that we have for the number of accredited voters. What we have is 315,058. 315,058. I said this is the copy, and I also have here the manually recorded figures. So the figure you mentioned is at variance with the figure that was actually presented yesterday. But we'll come back to this result. We have taken note of the observations you have raised.
Mr. Chairman, we were here yesterday, and fortunately we recorded the proceedings, and we recorded the presentation by the professor, and we heard his pronouncements, and we have a picture copy of the projection on the wall that was done yesterday. Having said that, I also want, with due respect to the SAN, that presentation of result is different from declaration of results. That result has not been declared, it was only presented. Only you can declare that result, and you have not done that. So that result was presented, but have not been declared. And the figures he presented yesterday, if you have a panel that is looking into this, we want to provide evidence. Thank you.
I still insist that the figure presented by the State Collation Officer for the presidential election for Ekiti State of the total number of accredited voters is 315,058. This is what is on the spreadsheet that we screened yesterday, and this is also what is on the actual result manually recorded by the scope and signed by the PDP agent and agents of other political parties back in Ekiti State. But having said that, I've taken note of your observations. Let us make progress on that one. But what we have here is exactly what I've said, and any other figure that is at variance with this one cannot supersede the official result presented. But let's make progress. We'll come back to this matter. On this note, let me invite the Rec Kwara to introduce himself, and then the State Collation Officer for Kwara State presents the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Malang Garba Atahiru Madami, the Resident Electoral Commissioner for Kwara State. With me is the State Collation Officer. Introduce yourself, my VC.
Professor Paul Aounde Anuna, Vice Chancellor, Joseph Sawu Antaka University Makudi, formerly Federal University of Agriculture Makudi.
Okay, go on.
I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of 25th February 2023 in Kwara State. With me is Malang Garba Atahiru Madami, the Resident Electoral Commissioner for Kwara State. The result for the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 in Kwara State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 169,000. 5927. 1695927. Number accredited voters 497519. 497519. Then the scores by the political parties. A 1786. 1786. AA 430. 430. AAC 257. 257. ADC 3007. 3007. ADP 1128. 1128. APC 263572. 263572. APGA 722. 722. APM 368. 368. APP 454. 454. BP 188. 188. LP 31166. 31166. NNPP 3141. 3141. NRM 466. 466. PDP 136909. 136909. PRP 355. 355. SDP 22738. 22738. YPP 2114. 2114. ZLP 1170. 1170. Total valid votes 469971. 469971. Rejected votes 26712. 26712. Total vote cast 496683. 496683.
Okay, thank you very much, Scope. Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Scope, can you listen to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there places where elections were not held or cancelled as recorded on EC 40G?
Yes, sir. There are places where there were cancelled votes.
Okay. So tell us those places and the reasons for the cancellation.
The places were Asa, and of the affected registration area was one. It was cancelled as a result of overvoting. Another place was Edu. At Edu, there was the snatching of the ballot box. With the intervention of the police, the ad hoc staff were rescued, but the box was gone away with. At Ilorin East, there was overvoting in one polling unit. Ilorin South, overvoting in one polling unit. And Irepodun, there was overvoting in one polling unit. Ilorin West, at one polling unit, some hoodlums came and disrupted the voting, so voters took to their heels. So we have some reports here concerning the cancelled vote.
Okay, thank you very much, Scope. Party agents, any questions, any observations? Okay, the Labour Party.
Sir, going by what happened with Ekiti result, it is only fair that we should be allowed to correlate what they have given so that no party will be disenfranchised, and we should not come and present another observation and it will be looked down at. So we want to have time to correlate this result and make sure that it tallies with what they presented, but not just to give us.
What do you mean by correlation?
To collect it, to calculate it.
You are not given
interrogate
copies. You are not given copies of the results for the purpose of correlation. I'm sure you must have participated in collation of results.
Sir, we had issue at the polling unit, at the collation centers, and we also have been issue here.
No, what I'm saying is that if you say that we should give you the results so that you can correlate, the purpose of collation is for you to look at what has been presented.
To interrogate you, sorry, I want to use the word interrogation.
So how do you interrogate the results at this point? Raise your observations, let me hear you carefully.
So let us have time and do that. We'll do it.
Yeah, Dino Melaye, PDP. Mr. Chairman, the purpose for amending the Electoral Act and making electronic transmission of results from polling units is to enhance the transparency, credibility of the process. In accordance with Section 65 and Section 64, 4 of the Electoral Act 2022 as amended, I want to demand that while the two other screens can show the results as presented by the returning officer, the center screen should actually show the uploaded results. That is the only way we can compare and be sure that what the returning officers are presenting is in consonance with the uploaded results. Because without uploading the results, and we are making a comparison here, it will be difficult to know where beavers were bypassed. Because upload is supposed to be done immediately after voting. And I have your manual for electoral officers here, and it is so stipulated therein. So we will want, as the presentation is done state by state, the uploaded results on your server should be displayed. What they are presenting also displayed by the two smaller screens. Then we will be able to know if what is uploaded is what is being presented. That is the only way the transparency of this process can be guaranteed. That is the way bypassing beavers can be detected, and that is the only way we can get results. Because more than 10 times, Barrister Festus Okoye made press conferences and told Nigerians that beavers and electronic transmission of results have come to stay. We want to see it in practice. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments before I respond?
Mr. Chairman, sir, I just wish to appeal to my colleagues. These are results that were declared at the state level, where we all had agents. And the agents who have signed, what has just been transmitted here is what were polled at the state level. This, Dino, please, you made your observation. Let me make mine. I'm speaking for me. Thank you very much. So, sir, what I'm suggesting, so we save everybody's time, we all note our observations, and where we need to challenge, we follow the law so that time is saved and we move on. Asking that we start uploading from polling units here, we may take the rest of the year to declare this result, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments? Yeah, there is a lady raising her hand.
Permit me to stand on existing protocol. Juliet Anyata Ogba, Mrs. PRP agent. I humbly, Mr. Chairman, support the motion of or proposition of a PDP agent. Secondly, the total number of accredited votes is mentioned to be 519, sorry. And then the total vote cast is mentioned to be 496,683. And then when you minus the total number of votes from the total number of accredited voters, you have a balance of 836. And my question is, what happened to these 836 voters that were duly accredited? Was there been time that, as in, did they not vote? What happened to the vote at all? So mine is like a clarification of what happened to this number. Thank you. While I strongly support that the upload of results should be displayed.
I hear you, but the state collation officer who has presented the result will respond to the question you ask about the result. But for the purpose of final collation of the results, at what point are results transmitted to the RF portal, and what's the purpose? First, for transparency of the process. And when it goes to the ward level collation, which is the first layer of collation, where there is a discrepancy between the manual copy brought by your agent from the field, that discrepancy should be resolved against the electronically transmitted results, either on the portal or on the machine. That is why from the polling unit level, the machines and the physical copies of the results are handed over to the collation officer at ward level. This procedure has taken place at ward collation level. And you had agents at ward collation level. From there, it went to the local government collation level, then the state collation level, before the results are presented here. So it is not at this point, with due respect, the agent of the PDP, that you will talk about the display of the polling unit level result, because you don't have copies of the polling unit level results. It is at that point that it ought to have been done. And based on the result that we have received, we believe that that has been done. So I will still call on the scope to respond to the issue raised by the agent of the People's Redemption Party.
Thank you, sir.
I would really like a situation where we make this a collation of results rather than dragging us back on matters that must have already been ironed out at coalition level. In my opening statement yesterday, I said that these results are collated at 4 stages. Apart from the polling unit level where they were counted and recorded, there was ward level collation. Parties had agents. It went to local government collation. Parties had agents. State collation. Parties had agents. And at that point, they had all the little pieces of paper that we are talking about to compare. But let's listen to the scope. I will still come back to you. No, just a minute, if you may. Just a minute. Let's make this a procedure that we all should make. Okay. Let the rec, the scope for Kwara, respond to that question, and then we'll come back to your issue.
Thank you, sir.
Let the scope respond. I will still come back to you. Scope.
Thank you, sir. Regarding the comments by the PRP agents, I have mentioned earlier that there were some cancelled votes in some of the polling units, and this might be attributed to the difference. Thank you, sir.
Okay. The agent of the PRP, PDP, can you please repeat what you said on the basis of the provision of the law?
I just want to quickly react to the presentation by the chairman on we are in this country, and the INEC made a press statement when uploads were not done. You even said there was no hacking of your server and all that. And everyone sitting there is either a Christian or a Muslim. And you know there was problem with uploading your results. Till this minute I'm speaking, many results have not been uploaded on your server. So you cannot be using justification that votes took place at the polling unit when INEC failed in uploading results from polling units. If you had uploaded those results immediately after vote was casted in each polling unit, we will have access to them, and I will not be asking questions here. But as I speak to you, those results were not uploaded for hours. Yesterday, I complained to you, the chairman. I complained to 2 other commissioners, and in my presence, they called the rec in Imo, where even the director of ICT was saying they should use offline to upload. So if results were not uploaded, we as parties cannot be challenged that the process is over. The process is not over because it is faulty. Results were not uploaded, and if those results were not uploaded, we are definitely going to contest the authenticity of whatever presentation is being made here. And finally, sir, I want to challenge any returning officer from any state coming here, because there's penalty for you if you lie or if you alter anything. Tell us before you start your presentation that what you are presenting before cameras, that what you are presenting is what is uploaded on INEC website. Please say that, and see if you have given wrong information, you will not go to jail.
Okay. Is there any agent of any party that hasn't spoken? Party agent? No, not you. Your party has spoken. Let's give the opportunity to another person who you have also spoken, PRP. Please take your seat. Let's make this orderly, in an orderly manner, please. Speak, introduce yourself.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Chinemelo Uba. I represent APP. I want to align with the submission of the PDP agent. If we take your submission, Chairman, it may seem what we are here for is mere formality, as if all has been done at the level of the ward, local government, and state. Mr. Chairman, if there is difficulty in why what he's saying cannot be done, you explain to us, maybe we understand. But what he's asking for, to my mind, is very apt. We are here as the final collation center, either to correct what has been done wrongly. We've had complaints from the ward, from the local government, from agents there. If we can upload this year, we serve as a final arbiter, so to say. Thank you, sir.
Okay. If you have any complaints, any documents that you may have, please forward them. But otherwise, we cannot be considering the report from Kwara and talking about matters arising from another state. When we come to that state, we'll talk about matters arising from that state. Which party is that, Alex?
Alex,
go ahead.
ADP.
Yes.
I stand before you and the entire world to support what the PDP agent had said. Because before now, Nigerians have waited, with abated palpitation for authenticity of this project, 2023. And the information or the education we had before now is that whatever vote is cast is transmitted upon that time. That is the education we had. But we are now hearing a different introduction of some other phrases like beavers, boycott, or whatever language is used for it. So we needed the party, the collation officer from the state, like it has been asserted, for them to do that. Let them prove to us that yes, at the point of voting, it was transmitted. Secondly, sir, I have read and I've seen that even at the point of election, some personalities in this country showed their ballot paper for the party they voted for.
Representative of the ADP.
Yes, sir.
Please, that is not before us.
Yes, I know, but I'm proactively speaking, sir.
Please, let us focus on what is before us.
Yes, but
the result for the election from Kwara.
I know, sir.
This is unending.
Allow me to land, sir. Allow me to land. Because we are looking at the transparency of the entire system. And if it's the entire system, if somebody shows the party he voted for, that also can be taken as vote buying. And so we have to take care of that, sir.
I wish we can confine ourselves to what is before us, consideration of the report from Kwara.
All right, sir.
Not what transpired.
In summary, I support the move of
Okay.
PDP, sir.
So that's all you wanted to say all this while, just to support. Okay. The second agent of the PDP, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Emeka Inhedio. Mr. Chairman, I am one of the Nigerians that have absolute confidence in this electoral process. Mr. Chairman, when there were efforts to undermine the authority of INEC, we stood firmly that INEC must be truly independent. Mr. Chairman, we're talking about the transparency of this process, and we're talking about confidence in the process. I had cause, sir, to engage you yesterday. I had cause to speak to your national commissioners yesterday. I had cause to speak to them this morning about collation and abuse of the electoral process. Mr. Chairman, as we speak, in a number of states, efforts are still ongoing to undermine that process. Result sheet, Mr. Chairman.
I wish you can just confine yourself
Mr.
to
Chairman.
what has been presented.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman,
if we are talking about what is not before us, this discussion will be unending. And we're not here for an ending discussion.
Sir, the point I'm making,
for collation of results.
Mr. Chairman, please, sir. The point I'm making, sir, is that it is clear that there were problems with uploading the results, which is fundamental to where we are. And we are saying it is important that we know, that Nigerians are aware, that electors know that the votes they've cast were properly uploaded and it reflects the wishes of the people from polling units. Mr. Chairman, fundamentally, it is clear to us that in the course of collation officers and return officers were forced by people who think they're more powerful to return results. And Mr. Chairman, it is important that that is addressed. Where people...
Excuse me, the former Deputy Speaker of the Federal Republic, please speak to what you can present evidence for, not to stand at the National Coalition to be making insinuations. Please,
Mr. Chairman,
please resume your seat. Emeka Ihedia, please.
I'll take my seat, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
But the point has been made. Thank you, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
resume your seat. Are there any specific issues or questions relating to the results presented by the Kwara apart from these general issues? Okay. Scope, Kwara, and the REC, please present your reports. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Coalition Secretariat, any more? Thank you, Rek Kwara.
Thank you.
And tell us that what is uploaded is you don't want to show us, you don't want you to tell us. One of the two must happen. We are Nigerians, we will defend our rights. This election, we will serve with our blood, we will make sure that the right thing is done. If there's difficulty in uploading it, there's no difficulty in the return officer telling us that what is uploaded is what is presented. And if that is a lie, we will meet in the court of law.
Okay, thank you very much. Next state. No, you are now being disruptive, Dino. No.
Say that what is uploaded
you are now being disruptive.
You can call me out, but the right thing must be done. I'm a party agent.
You are now,
that is what
you are now being disruptive of the process.
I am not being disruptive. I'm actually
okay.
Uploaded.
Next scope, please. After the presentation, then we'll come back to the issues you've raised. Let's take the next state, Oshun.
Let him declare that what is uploaded is what he's going to present. At least let him make that statement.
Okay. Scope Kwara, Oshun and the REC, please make your presentation.
Thank you.
Sorry, Kwara. Kwara has done his own. Oshun State?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead, Oshun.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Mutiu Olaleke Agboke. I am the resident electoral commissioner, INEC, Osun State. My scope is here.
My name is Professor Folashade Ogushola, the Vice Chancellor.
Agent of the PDP, please resume your seat. You are now deliberately disruptive.
I'm defending my votes.
Okay.
And I'm allowed by law to do that.
Rek Kwara, please make your Oshun, introduce yourself and let the scope for Oshun make her presentation.
I am Dr. Mutiu Olaleke Agboke. I am the resident electoral commissioner, INEC, Osun State. My scope is also here.
Okay, thank you. Scope.
I am Professor Folashade Ogunshola, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos. I was the scope for Osun State for the presidential election. The results for the presidential election held on the 25th February 2023 in Osun State. We had the total number of registered voters, 1,954,800. The total number of accredited voters was 759,362. The total number of votes received by the presidential candidates of each of the political parties is as follows. Party A, 1,006. 1,006. Party AA, 129. 129. Party AAC, 402. 402. Party ADC, 3,988. 3,988. Party ADP, 1519. 1,519. APC, 343,945. 343,945. APGA, 613. 613. APM, 291. 291. APP, 149. 149. BP, 206. 206. LP, 23,283. 23,283. NNPP, 713. 713. NRM, 623. 623. PDP, 354,366. 354,366. PRP, 277. PRP, 277. SDP, 225. SDP, 225. YPP, 347. YPP, 347. ZLP, 1121. Total votes cast, 756,744. 756,744. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Scope. Any comments? Yes, I can see a hand from a distance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ina Okopi Agu.
the party agent for African Action Congress. I'd like to have a situation where, and I'm hoping you're going to do this, if any scope is coming here to present, I think you should instruct them to first tell us that the results they are presenting had already been uploaded. It's a simple thing. If you can tell them to tell us this, it makes it easy for everybody, and we won't have this rancor we're having here.
Noted.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I can see a hand there.
Sir, we made an observation, and you assure us that you gave us 30 minutes to look at the result and then come up with
Did I
observation.
assure you that I'll give you 30 minutes?
10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Did I assure you I will give you 10 minutes? Or
Well, whether there is
for 10
assurance or
minutes?
no assurance, you say we should do it. And now I have done mine. And I come out in Kwara, there is an overvoting of 7,330.
Sorry.
That is why we said it is very important. Sorry, sir. It is very important. We just don't read. The result was read, was presented at polling unit, and it came to the collation center, at the collation center in the World Collation Center. It came to local government collection center, at the state collection center, and we have been receiving the same treatment. Then when we came here for final approval or presentation of the result, and then we also be treated the same way. Sir, it's not acceptable.
Okay. Any specific comments on the result presented? We will then take the next state, and I think there is no other state immediately available. We will have an interlude. During the interlude, you can interrogate the results, and when we come back after the interlude, we'll talk about your observations on the results presented. Meanwhile, on the specific question whether these results are the same result that emanated from the polling units, which is critical, let the scope or the rec speak to that. But what I've seen is that these results are endorsed by all the agents of all the political parties at different levels. Okay, the scope or the rec, they are the same result that emanated from the polling units as collated.
Of course.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Dino. I wish you can resume your seat. I've listened to you. Any specific question? Apart from that, any specific question on what has been presented? Any specific question? Who hasn't spoken before? PRP has spoken. There is a gentleman in front of the agent of the PRP. Yes, the one in black.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mohammed. I'm the agent for NRM. Mr. Chairman, my advice is before the state coalition agents should come here, they should verify their figures very well. Because we are sitting here in front of the whole Nigerians, the whole world. These figures should be looked into. That is my suggestion. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you
Chairman.
very much. We'll always do so, verify and cross-check figures. As the gentleman in white.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sule Mohammed. I'm the party agent for PRP. What I want to inquire is, what is the position of law on this issue of uploading of results?
The law does not require that collation should be done on the basis of results transmitted. It's on the basis of results carried forward manually and physically to the various collation centers. But while there are discrepancies, then it is the transmitted result that should be used to resolve the discrepancies. But why do these discrepancies arise? Discrepancies arise at the level of polling, after a polling unit collation at ward level. So, any specific question, any further specific question? We can't be going back and forth on this matter.
My
We'll come
second
back
question.
to it.
My second question,
We
Mr.
can't be going
Chairman.
back and forth. Okay, second question.
Yes, sir.
PRP.
Yes. Yesterday, at the course of the beginning of your statement, you said you will have on the side Coalition Secretariat. And I assume this Coalition Secretariat is supposed to interrogate whatever results the scope and the regs are bringing. It's advisable, like NRM indicated, that this thing should be interrogated and checked and cross-checked so that we do not have this embarrassing situation of people claiming that there is overvoting, there is undervoting whatsoever. Just my own piece of advice.
Thank you. We have noted the claims, and I'm happy you said the claims. Any specific issue on the result? Okay. We still have Ondo. We'll take Ondo, and I don't think there's any other scope around at the moment. Then there will be an interlude. Is there any issue with the figures you have presented that you would like to use the Coalition Secretariat to cross-check?
No, as we arrive, everything has been cross-checked, and we are good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. But are there places where election did not hold or results cancelled?
There were
Reasons?
There was nowhere elections didn't hold, but there were some cancelled results.
Okay.
Yes.
And what are they, and what are the reasons for the cancellation?
Overvoting. And this came from the polling units.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please submit your report. Rick, thank you very much. Thank you. And sit down. Okay, Coalition Secretariat, which state is next? Coalition Secretariat, which state is next? I will come back to you. Please take your seat. Please, I noted your observations. We'll come back to these observations. Next state is, I think, Ondo. Is the rec Ondo around and the scope? Okay, the rec and the scope and the admin sec in the absence of the resident electoral commissioner. Admin Sec, introduce yourself and let the scope introduce himself and make your presentation for Ondo State.
Honorable Chairman, my name is Oyekola Oyelami, the Administrative Secretary, INEC Ondo State. My name is Professor Fashino Abayomi Sunday, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Ekiti. Can I go ahead, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Well, we have 18 local governments in Ondo State. Presentation goes thus. The number of registered voters, 1,991,344. 1,991,344. Number of accredited voters, 571,402. 571,402. For the parties, Party A, 414. 414. Party AA, 196. 196. Party AAC, 890. 890. Party ADC 5612. 5612. Party ADP 1266. 1266. Party APC 369924. 369924. Party APGA APGA 1206. 1206. Party APM 319. 319. Party APP 235. 235. Party BP 200. 200. Party LP 47350. 47350. Party NNPP 930. 930. Party NRM 347. 347. Party PDP 115463. 115 463. Party PRP 240. 240. Party SDP 1293. 1293. Party YPP 340. 340. Party ZLP 4783. 4783. Total valid votes 551008. 551008. Number of rejected votes 19,009. 19009. Total vote cast 570017. 570017.
Okay, thank you very much, Scope. Were there places where election did not hold or results cancelled?
Yeah, in 4 local government area with RA, 8 RA, with 11 polling units and registered voters of 5363 and PVC of collected 3156. We have cases of overvoting in this.
Sorry, go over the figures carefully.
Okay.
4 local governments.
Yes, sir.
How many RAs?
8.
8 RAs. How many PUs affected?
11.
Number of registered voters?
5363. And
PVCs collected?
3156.
3156. And what were the reasons for the cancellation?
Overvoting.
Overvoting.
Yes, sir.
And are these recorded in detail in the EC40G?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Comments? Okay, please submit your results. Thank you very much. Collection Secretariat, do we have any scope around? Not yet. Collection Secretariat? Okay. At this point, we'll take a short break and resume in the next 1 hour, hoping that some additional scope would have arrived. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we want this process to be peaceful. We don't want to be disruptive. We are insisting.
All right, that was the National Coalition Center, ICC here in Abuja, and you just heard Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commissioner, of course, taking in the results presentations from the state coalition officers for the presidential elections across the state. And election results were presented from Ekiti, Kwara, Osun, and the last one there just before they went on recess was from Ondo State. When they come back, we will, of course, go back to the National Coalition Center at the ICC in Abuja. Thank you once again. Let me come back to the studio. And Nick Dazan is here with us, former Director of Voter Education and Publicity. I'm glad that you are with us. Let me also introduce Dr. Rauf Zachariah, who's been here with us, and Faith Nwabisi. Thank you very much, Faith, for being with us. I mean, our conversation, since morning has been in tandem with the issues that have been raised. From the irregularities, the discrepancies, why we have the, irregularity in figures, to, Beavers bypass. What does that mean? And again, the quality of the party agents, even at the ward level. Faith, let me start with you. You emphasized on this aspect. If that had been taken care of, probably the issues that Dino raised, would have also been addressed at that level.
Right from the beginning, I've always talked about the role of the political class being the weakest link in the reforms that we want to see as Nigerians in our electoral processes. And we have been emphasizing the importance of knowledgeable party agents right from polling units. Now, the process of collation starts from polling units. As soon as elections are conducted, the votes are sorted, they are collated, and presented at the polling unit. Every party agent that is present at polling unit is supposed to sign when they agree with that result. And is not just supposed, it is a right of the party agent to get a copy of that result declared there. Now you move from the polling unit, you go to where we all know as ward.
Ward level. The
ward level, where collation, because in a ward you can have at least 10, for instance, in a particular ward, you can have like 10 polling units or even more. In my village, Ward 6, in Okwane local government area, they have 16 polling units, for instance. And those 16 polling units will be collected at the ward collation center in my village. There's supposed to be 16 party agents for those polling units, come with their reports, reporting to their political parties. INEC is also making their reports through their presiding officers. And then you get to the ward, you have a ward collation officer. Political parties should have a ward collation political party agent that reconciles the results that come from polling units and gets to the collation, the ward level. Then it is from ward level, you go to the local government. So if you have 10 wards, like you have in my local government, again, Okwane local government area, you go take the results from all of the wards in that polling unit. So remember, you have already reconciled the polling unit at the ward level. So you now take the ward level results already reconciled. Because at this time, you are no longer having disaggregated reports. You now have aggregated reports at the ward level. The ward level will go and say, for this, this, you go to local government. They will call Ward 1, come and give your report. Ward 1 will give their report. Ward 2 will give, the 10 wards will put their reports together and you have local government. In Delta State, you have 25 local government areas. Each of these 25 local government votes that you have collected will now go to states. The state collation, it is after the state collation
that it gets to the national.
And it gets to the national. So at what point now, what work? And I tell you, this is just showing laziness on the part of our political class. And the fact that the politicians are not making effort to make our processes right. Because what stops you? You are contesting election, you don't have polling agent. You don't have the results. You don't have that. If at this point you are coming to say, our polling agent at the polling unit contested the report at the polling unit because the result we got is different from what you are collecting, and we also contested it at the ward level, we contested it at the local government level, we contested it at the state level. Then when you come to national, what you are showing is this is the result that we have. Asking that a result that was declared at the polling unit
And
be
confirmed by your
brought to a national collation center shows laziness, mischievousness on the part of our political class. And this is what Nigerians should look out for and ensure that our politicians are held accountable. They should be held accountable for everything that goes wrong on our elections and within our electoral circles.
Dr. Zachariah, if you look at the issues raised by Senator Dino Melaye and the other party agents, at the National Coalition Center, the point they raise is that the figures don't tally, which could be a valid point or objection, but that, I mean, the process, there's a process for that to happen, and you didn't follow that process. I mean, what do you make of that?
Well, thank you. My concern is this. Emphasis on transmission of results. That might not be the actual game changer. You understand? After all, some are saying that some people are ready. When the results are transmitted, they want to even hack the server. This is Nigeria. But the previous elections we have conducted, the results were not transmitted. We got some favorable reports from international observers that those elections were credible. This similar approach, like what she said, from polling units up to the state level, those results were endorsed by various party agents. And the same is like a continuation of what was done at the state level that is being presented to them at the national level. Let me give you an instance. Like 1 or 2 states, they were asked to go back in some polling units or even in some ward to go and recompete because there was no synchronization. So they asked them to recompete because of the fact that they have to look at the total number of registered voters, accredited voters, and those that actually voted. So once there is a kind of discrepancy, they were asked to go back. We have seen reports at several states, like in Delta, I read it, that even the governor of Delta State, in his own local government, they were asked to go and do some plus and minus to ensure everything tally. So that tells you that what we are seeing at the national level shouldn't have actually arisen at all. But one good thing about election, because electoral process, it is in 3 stages. We have the pre-election, we have done during the election, the main election, and this is the post. Because at the post level, that's when this collation is being done. By the time the result is announced, you cannot ascertain the credibility of any election if any of those stages is faulty. And that is why we need to be very careful. We need to show some level of national decorum at this stage, because the global world is watching. Interested individuals, parties, they are also following what is happening. There should be a way we handle certain issues without necessarily make a noise that we could have, hit up the already heated polity. So my own argument here is the fact that we have witnessed the pre-election stage, we have seen the real election itself, and at this stage, you understand, which will be the last stage for us to ensure credibility, we need to be very, very careful. But as my sister has rightly observed, political parties, it shouldn't be about if my party loses, everything should be disrupted. If my party wins, even the discrepancy they have mentioned, when you look at the scenario, any party that is leading in a particular state or based on the results, they keep quiet. Even if there are discrepancy, which is wrong. If APC that should have maybe won based on the presentation in Ondo State, they also saw some lapses, they should talk. Not because this one favor, let me keep quiet. Why did
that's still
why would Dino keep quiet when Oshun was doing? So all those things.
I wish that is the case. But when you are winning, you turn a blind eye.
So to me, it should be done in a way where everybody should follow.
That's an ideal case.
Ideally. Yes. Once you realize overvoting, despite the fact that we are the one leading, you should be able to point it out. That's the essence. But you realize that any of the party agents crying foul is on the basis of the result being pronounced.
It's on the losing side.
And it shouldn't be like that.
Okay. Nick Dazang, I don't know how you're going to explain this. And we're leveraging the fact that you were once the spokesperson, voter education of INEC, and that's why we're glad that you're here. Now, the issue of overvoting has been raised. And the chairman also raised the issue of process. So I don't know, what other option is available for the party agents that have raised those issues?
Well, let me say that party agents are crucial to the process. They add to the transparency of the process. They serve as checks and balances. And in fact, the Electoral Act 2022, one of the progressive provisions, was the kind of pivotal, role given to the party agents, which is that they now have the right to request that they note even the serial numbers on all the ballot papers, the result sheets, and so on, and that they can follow this trail, from the point of distribution to the point of the polling unit. And in recognition of the role of the party agent in adding transparency to the process and serving as a check, even on INEC officials, INEC deliberately did train the trainers, for party agents. It requested all the parties to nominate, their own staff who were trained. And the idea was to ensure that there was a cascade of this training, that they would also train their own agents. Or if they didn't want to use them, they could use other experts to train them in view of the importance of the agents. And INEC also underscored for them the need to be represented at all the polling units, because if you don't have an agent at the polling unit, you'll be shortchanging yourself. And this is what we are seeing playing out, a situation where what is happening here should have happened at the polling unit level. It is now happening at the final level of collation. And some people are taking advantage of it to do some theatrics, and it seems to me as if they are setting the stage for some other mischief beyond what is even playing out here. Now, having said that, by law, if you have overvoting, then the conduct of the election in that polling unit is set aside. And that emphasizes also the collation at the level of the polling unit and at the other levels of collation. And that explains why you see the commission insisting that the returning and collation officers should make sure that their figures agree. First of all, when you go to conduct an election, there must be a total number of registered voters for that unit. And then you accredit those that will vote in that polling unit. And then at the end of the day, when you sort and count all the figures, less the invalid or rejected votes, when you add them together, they should agree. They should be in consonance. Now, the challenge we'll be having with some of the collation and returning officers.
Yes, the scopes.
The scope, yeah, the scope are the state, officials for the presidential election. But we also have other collation and returning officers for other constituencies, like the governorship election, the Senate, House of Reps, governorship, and the House of Assembly. They are not referred to as scopes. The scopes are, just peculiar to the presidential election. So the challenge we've had over time is that some of the officials that are entrusted with this responsibility don't pay serious attention to the training that is normally done for them by our operations staff. And at the end of the day, then you have this challenge of the figures not agreeing. And once they don't agree, it's like having your accounts in the bank. After all the transactions of the day, the bank officials wait and balance their books. By the same token, that is how it is done in INEC. After the conduct of the election, you must give an account of what happened. And the result sheet that you have imputed will reflect what happened. And once there is a discrepancy somewhere, it will not agree. The figures will not agree at all. And that is why you see them asking them to go back and reconcile. It's not as if they will tamper with the figures. No, they have to go and look at them again and make sure they reflect what really transpired in the field. And don't also forget that the scopes, that is the the presidential collation officers who are coming to do the presentation to before the National Collation Center normally will submit what they have imputed to the secretariat, that's the secretariat in the collation center. They will vet what they have entered into the collation they have done. They will certify, that the figures that they had imputed are correct and that what they have tallied also are correct before they are allowed to even do the presentation. So there are checks. There are checks right from the level of the polling unit level.
Is there any merit in the request from Senator Dino Melaye that before the results are even read out to INEC, that the scopes should indicate that, see, this result has been, uploaded?
No, I don't think there is any
merit in that.
There's no merit in that, even by law or by the guidelines and regulations of the commission. Because what the law says is that these elections will be collected manually. There was nowhere in the law that said that they will be collected electronically. And the guidelines and regulations also state that after the elections have been conducted at the polling unit level, the beavers shall be used to scan the Form EC8A. And then it is that Form EC8A, that will be uploaded on the INEC results viewing portal for people to view. You log in and then you view the result at each of the polling units. So that is what the law says. So for you to insist that it must be uploaded, it's not. It's strange to the law and the regulations of the commission.
He's only saying.
I think that before collation officers...
Faith, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just keep your thoughts now for a moment. Our correspondent Zainab is standing by from Maiduguri to give us an update. Zainab, I still can't see you. Okay, I can see you now. What's the update from Maiduguri?
Welcome to Sakashim Ibrahim College of Education, the venue for the second day coalition of the presidential results. The day has started good so far because we are having more than 6 LGAs. They've bring in their results. These LGAs are Bayo, Nganzai, Dikua, Konduga, and others. And unlike yesterday, we have about 8 party agents.
Okay.
The atmosphere is currently peaceful, and with me here is the state INEC supervisor who is going to talk to us about why we are having delay as the coalition progresses, why we are having delay in bringing in the results from other LGAs in the states. I'll be right here while he comes in. As you can see, my camera will zoom into the screen because a particular result is being presented. So there you see the result from Bayo is there. The result from Gubio, Guzamala, Dikua. And so here is the INEC State Supervisor, sir. Please, what's your name?
My name is Nasir Omar Usman.
So where are we having delays in some LGAs bringing in their results in?
No, because, the state, they have their own unique challenges. And part of the reason why usually the logistics were just the major challenge that we have in deployment at the first instance. But for now, everything has worked out fine, and results are coming in. So far, we have collected about 8 results at the LGA level for presidential collation.
So now, since 10 out of the 27 LGAs have submitted their results, what do you think is causing the mix-up in calculating the result? Because from our observation, we can see that there are problems in summing up the arithmetics.
We are mortals, we are human beings. There is bound to have some minor arithmetic issues, and that's just the problem. And by the time they look at the result together with all the major stakeholders, the result is fine. It's just in one LGA result. Yeah, that's it.
So what will happen to that LGA?
No, the parties, the other one is the responsibility of the collation officer to look at it, and based on the submission by the party agent, then you now make a conclusion on that. That powers belong to the collation officer. Yes.
Okay, that specific LGA that the results are yet to tally due to the little arithmetic problem that they encountered, they are going to redo the calculation again to reconcile the figures, but the judgment will be passed across by the presidential coalition officer here in Borno. On ground, and there are the election observers all here, security personnel, everything is in order at the moment. So we are hoping that more LGAs will bring in their results for the coalition to continue.
All right, Zainab.
It's back to the studios.
All right, Zainab, Adam, thank you. And indeed, I'd like to thank you. But just to say that the little problem, summing up arithmetic issues you talked about, is not a little problem. It's actually raising quite an issue here at the National Coalition Center in Abuja. But I'll return to you much later, Zainab. Thank you very much and well done. Okay, so let's quickly get back here. Faith, you were going to make some your contributions.
So I was going to say that before collation officers come out to do their presentation, they should actually take some time to look at it. Every year we have to do collation, we get embarrassed. And look at the level of persons that are usually appointed to do this. This is
professors.
My 9-year-old son can do that arithmetic. I'm telling you, because if the responsibility has been put, for instance, on the shoulders of a vice chancellor of a university, and you come to make a presentation and you are asked to go back to look at your presentation, knowing that this is an election, and you know that figures matter. Somebody can use 924, and the other person is getting 923. The person who got 924 will be declared the winner. And because of the fact that you didn't take time. And that was why when I was listening to
Dr. Ralph.
Not Dr. Ralph. Dr. Nick now, about the fact that you have people who are coming to do an assignment, you bring them for training, and they don't take that training serious. That's why professors does not mean that we know everything. We have our field. We have people who are mathematicians. We have people like you who are journalists. If I want to come into your field, perhaps to observe, you have to train me. And I need to bring myself down to be trained so that I don't embarrass you. Before the elections, there was a time that the fake news went out, and people were saying, oh, INEC is no longer going to use the academia. And Nigerians were happy because of this kind of a thing that would happen. Why will you go after the collection of results and all of that, and you still come out to make that presentation? I know that it happens, but please, the part I wanted to talk about is before this collation is made in the public, it is proper that we follow what the Electoral Act says and the INEC guidelines, that as soon as you finish voting at polling unit, the results should be uploaded, so that you don't come making a presentation of a report of a result that has not been uploaded. So if the party agents were asking, for instance, to say, this result that has been released, we have not seen it at the polling unit level, they would have started troubleshooting that from their agents at the polling unit. So everybody needs to understand the law, understand the process, know their rights and their responsibility. It is a responsibility of the political party to also follow the result from the polling unit now to the National Collation Center. And it is an irresponsible act to come to the National Collation Center and begin to disrupt the process when you did not follow the process from the polling unit. Now, you now want us Nigerians to bear the brunt of what is happening at the National Collation Center, where you have not done your homework very well.
In fact, Claire, you see what
just before you come in, sir, yes. I shared, my grade with my colleague in one of our programs, Kingsley, and I said, look, I made a P7 in mathematics. Kingsley and Chuku, they were laughing at me. But you see, the difficulty of arithmetic, summing up arithmetic, is playing up, even with professors. Even with professors. I mean, we didn't expect that such irregularities will come up. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason why we had to use professors, people of that intellectual caliber, to do this, work for our nation. And I can't remember any electoral, year or process that we didn't record this kind of irregularities.
Yes, it's also a perennial embarrassment. And I think that when they say you are a professor, it means you do not only profess knowledge, but that you carry yourself with humility and integrity. And the integrity now compels you to submit yourself to someone who has the knowledge that you don't have. So we need to see that kind of integrity and humility, being demonstrated by our compatriots in the ivory tower, and it's good for them. Otherwise, by the time this continues, it begins to indict them. It begins to also bring them into bad repute. So it's next time elections are being conducted and one is given the privilege and honor to collect elections, he should do the needful by submitting himself to the officers in INEC to put him through. And I wanted also to observe that yesterday, while we were here, and the election results for Ekiti were presented by the state collation officer for the presidential election, all the agents were given the opportunity to make observations and to comment. And I recall vividly that the agent for the PDP, Senator Dino Melai, expressed satisfaction with what transpired. So what happened between yesterday and today that is having reservations? Is it an afterthought? Is he setting the stage for some other circles or theater beyond what we have seen?
But the question also is, are his observations valid?
But if I may come in
yes.
Here, you had Professor Mahmoud responding to that
yes.
and displaying the result with him, which actually differs from what Senator Dino was actually, yes. So, to me, this emphasis on transmission of results, I think there is something beyond what all of us were just discussing here. Let me give you an instance. Results have been declared at various state level for House of Representatives, for senators elected. And the same result declared at those various states, they were not transmitted on the INEC server. And those people have become winners and losers. They have been jubilating. You can only challenge that at the court of law. Why the presidential election? If you feel that for any result to be accepted, it must be transmitted, that means you have to withdraw those announcements made for senators and House of Representatives, because the elections were conducted same day, presidential, House of Representatives, and that senatorial. Then, on the other hand, not that I want to defend my constituency. We don't blame professors or scholars for all those happening. Let me give you an instance. When Jega introduced the members of the academia as collation officer, I was once a collation officer then at a ward level. And the process of doing that, because we talk about logistics from onset, you showed us something in Niger State. We saw a professor using his phone, touch, to actually look at the result, announcing it. They are human beings. Errors can be made, particularly when it comes to mathematics. And with this kind of nature, the pressure everywhere, these are mistakes that are common with human beings. That does not mean they are not professing. That does not mean they are compromising.
Yes, but you see, my good friend.
Nick Desan, you can confirm to us. You've been there. You've been in this process for a long time.
This is not the first time.
But you see, that talking about using illumination, handset to illuminate. You recall also that in one of the returns that Professor Jega made at the Collation Center, there was a professor who could not cite even the...
Yes, even without the light.
Now, what turned out, after the election, we did a post-mortem, and it turned out that that man had health challenges, and he was having challenges with his sight. But, unfortunately, the man didn't have the integrity and the honesty to say I have challenges, I can't do this. So some of them have challenges and they won't come clean. They won't be upfront with the fact that they have challenges. It was later we discovered he had health challenges and he could have declined. He could have, so many academics have come out to say, look, in view of the heightened insecurity in this particular jurisdiction, please, I plead that I will not be available. I know of a professor who agreed, to serve as a collation officer, and his family came and disowned him, saying that if he went and accepted, he did the job, he was on his own if he died in the process. And then the man had to now apologize and then withdraw. And he was replaced. So we need to see this kind of integrity playing out.
But INEC should also have a way, of, verifying the people.
Most of these people, before this election, the commission met with the vice chancellors under the auspices of the Nigerian Universities Commission. So they engaged with them and told them most of these things. So one would have expected that whatever engagement that those who attended and the NUC who provided the auspices and ambience for the meeting, whatever transpired would have percolated, it would have gone down to other collation officers so that they defer to...
Dr. Ralph is very close to you. He's not comfortable with its consistency.
We've seen results displayed, presented, and for any result to be announced, they have to go to the INEC secretariat, right, to reconcile whatever they have.
Yes.
There are people there reconciling whatever figures coming from those professors. Don't forget the scope. They were not the one that actually prepared those results. They got results from the state coalition from across local government. And it was displayed at the state coalition center, signed, endorsed by political parties. Of course, human error might occur, but that does not mean that the integrity of those scholars could be put, in question. So that's my own concern.
What is the scope of responsibility of the scopes?
Well, the scopes are supposed to collate the results as presented to them by the local government collation officers. Don't forget that the process started from the polling units.
Okay.
It escalates to the ward, and then the presiding officers proceed with the results and the beavers to the wards where the results are collated. Then those who did the collation at the wards now proceeded with the same results to the local government and did their presentation to the collation officer at that stage, who then proceeded to the state where the scope collated and, presented now at the National Collation Center. But let me also use this opportunity to emphasize one thing. Even though the law, emphasizes the cruciality of the agent, the party agent in the process, the fact that an agent signed a result sheet or he did not sign does not invalidate the result. So even if at the end of the day, for example, Dino Milaye refuses to sign the result that is returned by the Chief Electoral Officer, it does not invalidate that result. What is important is that the result that has been returned reflected what happened at the polling units and all the various levels of collation. That is what is key, that whatever has been returned bears fidelity with what happened at the polling unit level, ward level, local government level, and state level.
Okay, Nick, thank you.
I have to say this because let them not restate or assume they have larger-than-life roles. They don't have. The man in control of the process is the Chief Electoral Officer. And he also has the right to request the security agents to take out any agent who is disrupting the process. By the same token that at the level of the polling unit, the presiding officer can direct the security agencies to remove anybody from the precinct of the polling unit, so long as you are disrupting the process. I want us to be clear on that, so that people do not overstate their importance or think that they can take the process they can take the, to ransom.
Disrupt the...
So,
there was also talk about disenfranchisement of the political parties, even at that National Coalition Center. Faith, I'll come to you presently. Just again to remind the viewer that the APC candidate and president of the Senate, Senator Ahmad Ibrahim Lawan, retains his seat, having scored the highest number of votes in his senatorial district. And then Niger North senatorial district election result also came in. We have Niger State Governor Abubakar Sani Bello declared winner of the Niger North senatorial district election. Our correspondent Mokhtar Wuwu reported, of course, that he was declared winner of the senatorial district in Kontagora headquarters earlier today. Now, INEC also declared Abdullahi Sadiq Ango of the PDP winner for Sabongeri Federal Constituency. He defeated incumbent Mohammed Garba Dati, who scored 31737. Also today. Now, Nasarawa North Senatorial District in Nasarawa State, Senator Godia Washiki of the SDP declared winner, and also Nasarawa West Senatorial District, SDP Ahmed Aliyu Wadada was also declared winner, and the APC won all the 3 senatorial and 6 House of Assembly, House of Representative seats in Ogun State. And so far, we have Ekiti, Kwara, Osun, and Ondo states. Results have been presented at the National Coalition Center, and we're returning back to the center now. My colleague, Mia Ogidi, I can see him standing. We call him Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, sir, well done. What's the update now?
Thank you very much, Claire. The ambience here is that of anxiety, because the 2023 presidential election is at its climax, and we are on a break, and we expect that when the chairman comes back after the break, we're going to get more states. But a lot has happened from yesterday to this moment. Party agents trying to give some reactions, their displeasure, and some concurring with INEC as well. But here with me is the head of political desk, NTA headquarters, Fisayo. So let's get some analysis from him. Good afternoon.
Well, you know me. Earlier, in the day, just before the announcement started, we had Festus Okoye, the National Commissioner for Voter Education and Information, and I asked him to score the organization, the commission, in terms of the activities so far. He said he would rate INEC very high. But in terms of some of the parties, in terms of the consideration of some of the parties here, I'm not sure that they would echo the same sentiment. But notwithstanding, our democracy is resilient. We must also, while, looking at some of the issues that have been raised by the parties, to also commend perhaps the last, scope, that is the officer from, I want to believe that was Osun State, who under, that circumstance of, the near shouting match we had here, could still compose herself to present those results. At the same time, the parties seem to be in agreement, a lot of them seem to be in agreement that there should be perhaps another table to see if those results being presented correlate with what they've seen at the state level, especially the ones that have been attested to have been, uploaded. But by and large, we are not unfamiliar with drama such as this, especially at the center. And so we are not looking at anything new as far as the Nigerian democratic space is concerned. What we only want is perhaps for a tidier process in terms of how, these issues will be ventilated, and then so that there will be no more delays. Just over our shoulders, there is the ICT center. So perhaps that also could be done to perhaps allay the fears of the parties as well. But what we will probably see when they resume is some shifting of ground on both sides of the aisle, both from the election management body and the parties, especially from the party agents, in terms of how this process will proceed. Because if it will continue the way it was before we went on the recess, we are in for a long night. But if there is a little bit of shifting of ground from the two sides, then we would have a seamless or a near seamless process. But what is important is that Nigerians have voted, those votes have been counted, and like INEC promised before the election started, that the votes will count.
But the issue of over-voting being claimed by party agents, and we are into a period where beavers is the main thing being approved by the INEC by law to ensure that no PVC, no voting. But what is your take on this issue of over-voting in the days of beavers?
To give kudos to the NTA, we actually brought the beavers machine to the studio and interrogated the features. And it was explained to us that if you don't belong to that polling unit, you cannot vote there. That the machine would authenticate, it would do the accreditation, and if you don't belong there, you cannot vote there. And then, of course, even imputed into the machine is the number of voters in that polling unit. If that is done, and if there is any arrangement, ad hoc arrangement there that did not capture this exercise, the beavers will expose such processes. INEC officials here have come forward to say, based on the information on the beavers, this is the number of people in this polling unit, and the numbers are brought forward are more than these numbers. As a result, this has necessitated some of these cancellations. What people are asking for is simple mathematics. Let the numbers tally. The numbers on top must tally with the ones below to see that the calculations are, perfect. Mathematics is one of the exact science. You have to know that the numbers tally, and then that would improve the trust issues that we may be having. But apart from that, what I have seen is a situation where the INEC national chairman has been calm in, defending the process and what INEC has brought forward. It is not without its pitfalls, which he acknowledged as well. But we are thinking that in this very short period, that is the 1 hour break, some presentations will be made in terms of how we move forward, because it will be moving into almost 72 hours after the election morning, and even the most patient people, if you didn't shave your beards on Saturday, by now you know how you'll be looking. So if that is the case, we have gotten to this point. It will be important for us to cross this, bridge and cross it very safely. While man is a political animal, and I always say on the show, back in the studios, that we must all play our politics for the greater good, and that is important for the nation. So let's begin to see. The NTA will do its professional job, look at what is happening, and give you the information as it's unfold. But for me, I see it as also a process of learning. I'm seeing new things and new dynamics in the Nigerian political space. I'm looking at arguments that I could put forward perhaps for a thesis.
That means we are expecting more content in political
we will see that as events unfold.
Thank you. That is Head of Political Desk, NTA, Fisayo. As you have seen so far from the Coalition Center, it's 3/4 for APC. So far, APC is in charge of Ekiti State, also Osun State, and that of Kwara, while PDP is in charge of Osun State. So it's 3/. Let me take that again.
Yes.
APC is in charge of Ekiti, Ondo, and Kwara State, while PDP is in charge of Osun State. Yes. That is 3/4 for APC. Well, let's see how other states will also perform as the event progresses. So, Claire, is back to you for more analysis in the studio.
Don't run away. Don't run away yet. I was wondering.
I'm here.
I was wondering if Fisayo is still there with you, because the way he talked one would
yes, Fisaya, yeah.
Yes, one would you know, be imagining if he was not preparing for 2027. You know, Fisaya, I'm sure you're learning new things, new strategies.
Can you take that again? New?
I said Fisaya. I'm sure Fisaya is, you know, learning new strategies of how to, what to do in 2027 when he prepares to run for, maybe, I don't know, maybe the presidency or the, or the Senate. Fisaya.
Anyway, that is meant for Fisaya, but
yes.
I can't get the question clearly.
Okay,
Claire, probably
never
when
mind.
you join you next time, you can raise that issue again, please.
Never mind, Mio Gide. But just before you go, do the party agents, do they really understand the message that the INEC chairman is trying to pass across in terms of what the electoral law says and the, you know, procedures, you know, for election presentation? There seems to be a communication gulf between the two parties.
That is quite clear. Even the agent from PDP, Dino, made reference to parts of the Electoral Act.
I've just been, you know, this second producer just told me that Claire is probably pushing me into the political terrain, and she's asking if, you know, what I've been learning here will probably help me going forward if I want to be a part of this. I'm not sure, Claire, that my heart can take some of the back and forth that we are seeing here. It will take a very strong man to come here and do this. And you need to see, you know, how it was at the gallery, in the gallery. You know, when those, you know, push and shove started. But what I like about the whole thing is that the Nigerian electoral process has been interrogated. And if these, you know, questions are not asked, and if this process is not completely, you know, done in such a way that it's transparent and we have our true leader, it would cast some questions. Also, I looked over my shoulder and saw a lot of television and radio stations, you know, from, you know, foreign lands, you know, coming international broadcaster outfits looking at what we are doing. They will say that our own democracy is resilient and is unique. It gives opportunity for you to show your flair and your ability to perhaps present your own case, even right here as the results have been. I'm not sure there's anywhere in the world where this is actually done this way, but we are also, you know, introducing our own concept to the electoral process, and it's making for good viewing, good television as it is, because it's not just about you read the results, people sign and go. Some people are also bringing in one or two things so that we can see that the unexpected is also coming up. But what we are hoping to see in the next few hours is a situation where, you know, the objections would focus, you know, as the INEC chairman said, focus on the results being put right in front of, you know, you know, being interrogated at the moment. For instance, if you are talking about Kwara State, let's stay with Kwara State. Interrogate everything about the results presented on Kwara State and brought forward from Kwara State, and then we move to Niger State or whichever state we are going next, as against bringing in, you know, issues that have not yet been presented. Claire.
Okay.
All right,
thank you, Fisaya, for that analysis. So.
All right, Fisaya and Mio Gide, thank both of you. Thank you very much for bringing us the updates from the National Coalition Center here in Abuja. We'll return to you once the center goes live again. Back here to the studio, Faith, I was with you before the break to the National Coalition Center.
So the Electoral Act says results from the polling unit will be uploaded. Then INEC guidelines specifically says as soon as results are collated and declared at the polling unit, it will be uploaded. It is not the ward level result that is uploaded.
Okay.
It is not local government result that will be uploaded, nor state result that will be uploaded. It is polling unit result. Now, while it is good that we're interrogating this and all of these issues are coming up, we could now begin to advocate to say, after collation at ward level, the result at ward level could be, uploaded. So that when you now come to the National Collation Center and they are presenting the results of a state, what you want to see will be the result already uploaded from that state. That way you can now say, let's have a screen where you will have that, so that you're sure that it is the same result. But right now, what they're asking for is that result that was uploaded from polling unit to be brought up. The result that is they are presenting at the National Collation Center is not polling unit result. We have to get that very clear. They are not presenting polling unit result. They are presenting the totality of every result that was collated for a particular state for all of the parties.
Okay,
that's what they're presenting. That's what they're presenting at the National Collation Center. Okay. So when you come up now as a political party that has not done its work well, and you are saying we want to see uploaded result, the uploaded result that you want to see is polling unit result. Because that is what the act says.
Okay. And not the one that the scope is presenting.
Not the one that the scope is presenting. So asking that you want to see uploaded result is asking that you want to see polling unit result. So my suggestion here would be, for any state, we need to go back to the INEC result viewing portal and see Ekiti, Osun, all of the states presented so far, where all the polling unit results in those states were they uploaded before the collation of the different reports. So if all the results from the polling unit in Ekiti, for instance, was not uploaded, we will question why were they not uploaded before collation. The same way we will question people that have been returned at senatorial level and at federal constituencies, if the results that were presented at their polling unit before it was collated up to the time of returning them as winners of that election, were they uploaded? That is the fundamental question.
All right, that's very interesting. So, again, Dr. Ralph, I don't know what you feel. The issue of Beaver's bypass and transparency and credibility of the process has also been raised. When we come back, my colleague in Enugu is standing by to give us an update. But when we come back, you speak to that issue. All right, let's join my colleague Grace in Enugu. Grace, good to see you. I see empty chairs behind you, just one or two heads. What's happening?
Good afternoon and welcome to INEC Collation Center in Enugu State. Yeah, what you can see is a clear picture of what has played out here. Presentation of local government collection of results from the 17 local government areas that made up the states were concluded earlier, as well as that of presidential election collection at state level. A few minutes ago, the state collection officer, Professor Madu Iwu, announced the scores. I can give you a breakdown of the scores as... Okay, let me give you the breakdown of the scores. A total number of registered voters... Okay.
Okay, come for that. That's
okay, the atmosphere here is peaceful, and I have with me a public affairs analyst here who can also describe the process. Can I meet you? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, what's your name?
My name is Raphael Ede.
Okay, you witnessed it all. How do you describe the entire process?
Of course, in Enugu, there is no problem. Everything went well. Enugu, the atmosphere in Enugu was utmost peaceful. Earlier, during the process, during the election, there was some anxiety because people felt they are going to be disenfranchised because the INEC materials arrived so late, to the extent that even in some places, in some polling units, the materials arrived as late as 2 p.m. when the process supposed to have been, concluded. But fortunately, when they came, people, because of their resilience, they stayed back and voted up to 11 p.m. in the night. So that shows you that the people of Enugu State who came out to vote in this election were determined. They actually, in some places like in Nsukka, and also one, there was just a pocket of skirmishes, but that doesn't deter people. People actually came out and they, excised their franchise, and they insisted that their votes must count, to the extent that even they hold some INEC officials hostage because they said they must bring out the result sheets that were missing in most polling units. Unfortunately, they accused some of the INEC officials or SPUs, INEC engaged in this election of maybe sabotage, because the resident electoral commissioner in Enugu State gave his word to the Enugu people that the election, everybody must vote and their vote must count. So when some SPOs in the field decided to withhold some election results, people became agitated, and some of them, they hold them hostage until they brought the result sheets. And that shows that the people were determined that their votes must count.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Comfort, that's fair enough.
Thank you. Studios?
Yes, Comfort, thank you. That's fair enough.
Thank you.
But everything seemed to have gone seamlessly, peacefully, and, without any complaints from the party agents. Is that what happened?
Yes, ma. Yes, ma. There was no complaint from the party agents. Yes, ma. It was a peaceful, seamless conduct in Enugu State. Seamless conduct, yes, ma. That's what I can say for now.
That's very good to hear, Comfort. And we are glad that Enugu State has concluded its own collation exercise. I guess that's what it means. But if you do have more updates, we will be glad to join you. Comfort, our correspondent Comfort, bringing us updates from Enugu Collation Center. Thank you, Comfort. Okay, let's come back here. Sorry. I hope I won't have to interrupt you again. Come on, Faith.
You were talking of beavers being interrupted.
Yes.
And like what she has said, actually, this issue of uploading or transmission of results is only restricted to polling units. Now, when you look at the number of polling units that will make up a ward itself, not talk of making up a local government up to the state level, that means you are talking of thousands of polling units. And by the time results is being uploaded, one after the other, we all understand how our technology works here. Even our gadgets, sometimes before you can even load a recharge card, you find it difficult. So we should not place much emphasis on this transmission of results. The emphasis should have been placed on the results being announced at various polling units, at various ward level, at the local government level. Are they in tandem with what actually played out? Simple. If there are excesses, like what we have been saying, they will ask them to go back, you come back again to ensure that everything tallies. So now placing emphasis on transmission, then there may be something worrisome, which some of those political players, they are the one to answer that.
Transmission, electronic transmission of results give credibility to the process. Mr. Dezang?
Yes, it does. And the idea of, if you transmit results online, they are susceptible to hacking. And that is why the commission decided that it is from EC8A, which is a picture, that you can upload on the INEC results viewing portal, because it's more challenging for you to hack a picture. But it's very easy for you to hack figures. So, and so the emphasis is on uploading on the IREF. And then, of course, at the end of the day, the commission will transmit to its back end the results on a secure facility or server. That's the process. But what is key, the two prongs on which the conduct of the election rests are the beavers, which verifies and authenticates. And, unlike in the past, like 2015, 2019, when the information about the voter were embedded in the chip that is inside the PVC. Now the information regarding the voter are in the beavers. And that is why when you present the PVC and you put your finger on the beavers, information regarding you pops up. So the information has been transferred from the PVC now to the beavers. Then the second prong is the INEC result viewing portal. I recall that this was deployed in Edo, Ondo, Anambra, Ekiti, and Osun governorship elections. And they gave considerable credibility to the process. They added transparency to the process. And one of the things that also encouraged Nigerians to turn out in their numbers to vote is this transparency process. So this is how it's supposed to work, and it's supposed to work at the polling unit level, as my comrade has said. So you don't expect the same process to be replicated at other levels of collation. And therefore, it is not correct for someone now to insist at this 11th hour that someone must upload it to some other server or some other projection other than what is being presented by the state collation officer for the presidential election.
Yes, so far we've had four states whose results have been presented at the National Collation Center. Ekiti, Kwara, Osun, and Ondo states have their results presented. We're still expecting more. Dr. Ralph, I know you want to say something. I would also like to see or understand, how winners will emerge, especially the presidential, position. How will a winner emerge? Maybe you enlighten us on the process. Dr. Ralph, please go ahead.
Well, when you look at the voting pattern, the voting strength across geopolitical zone is not new to me, because in the history of our electioneering, voting dimension has always been done in line with some factors, particularly you don't take away ethnicity and religion. These are the two major factors that electorates, in most cases align with. Though in some instances,
did you see that play out in this election?
Yeah, of course. When you look at the results announced so far, you could realize that like 3 states you have mentioned, part of the Southwest, that's where these are the states.
Ekiti, Kwara, Osun, and Ondo.
No, Kwara is not central.
Okay. Yes.
Ekiti, Osun, Ondo.
Ondo.
When you look at the dimension in those 3 states, it belongs to a particular candidate where they feel that is part of his stronghold.
The states could go anywhere, either.
No, that has been the dimension. By the time other results keep trooping in. But the good thing, the good, are you there?
Yes.
The good aspect in this entire process is what you have mentioned earlier on. Look at Nasarawa, look at some other states, whereby unknown, quote and unquote, parties or parties that are not so popular, they are emerging victorious. That tells you that we have moved away from a parochial political culture to a kind of subjective, though we have not gotten to the advanced level. Then either beavers can be boycotted or no, whatever. You see all those political parties, they have situation room. All those results, they get report directly from every polling unit being sent to them by their various agents. Whatever interplay we are seeing, whatever drama, political drama, is based on what they have actually gotten. They know possibly this is where the pendulum is swinging to. Let's try to block this so that it will not work like that. All political parties, they have their situation room. And from the situation room, what they do over there is to get updates from their various party representatives. So some of the results that have not even been announced or presented officially, they have them based on their own situation room. But because their own is unofficial, that's why none of us can believe them. But the fact remains that whatever political drama being played out at the National Collation Center, it is unnecessary. Unnecessary in the sense that every party agent they have endorsed, and they sent those results, I'm sure, to their various situation room. They have also collated the results. So far, they know what they are expecting. But, you just want to score through the process, because one good thing about election, it determines the legitimacy of a government. And because for any emerging government, new government that is going to emerge, for it to be legitimate, it must come through election. And we should be happy to the fact that electorates now decide who gets what, when, and how.
Dr. Ralph, thank you. And the political drama will certainly, get more interesting. And Mr. Dezang, I'm sure you expect that.
INEC is not new to this kind of cycles or drama, but my take is, I think that the chairman INEC should continue to show forbearance, tolerance, and by the same token, those who are doing the cycles should also not overstretch his patience, because as I said, whether an agent signs the result that is returned or not, it does not invalidate it. That's number one. Number two, the INEC chairman, as the chief electoral commissioner, just as the presiding officer at the polling unit, can direct that anyone who is constituting himself into a nuisance in the collation center should be removed, and he will be promptly removed. So, but I hope things will not come to that, and that people will not cross certain lines to prompt that kind of action. But I call for forbearance, for tolerance, because at the end of the day, when there is forbearance, there is tolerance, it works out for good. And at the end of the day, Nigerians are very discerning. If someone is perpetrating a circus, they are discerning enough to know that the person is clowning and that he might not even be an effective clown. So that is my take. These kind of challenges are not new to INEC. And all INEC chairpersons are sufficiently prepared ahead. They anticipate this kind of challenges ahead of time. And thankfully enough, I think the commission is abreast, is apprised of the dispositions of some of the agents. So it will take that into consideration. And as we move along, I'm sure that all the parties involved will respect themselves and respect the process, and also respect the Nigerian people and the international community that is closely watching this election. Like Dr. Yau said, the international community is watching this. This seems to be peculiar to us. This kind of show is peculiar to us, but everybody will take it in his stride, and then at the end of the day, it goes into history, and then we remember it as one of these shows. Once upon a time, there was Orubebe. Now we have another dimension.
Faith, I would like you to actually, speak on this matter. What has played out in the first part of the results presentation? Does it give us an idea of what we are to expect post, elections? Because we've always talked about pre-election issues, post-election issues and all that. Does this give us an insight into what to expect post-election? But I'm told that we have our correspondent, Usman. I'm not sure Usman is ready for us. If Usman is not ready, then Faith, please go ahead.
Definitely, it's a sign. It's already a red flag that this might be what will play out. But we have just 4 states out of 36 states, including the FCT, to go before there will be a return. So I'm just asking that. But before I say that, let me draw our attention to the fact that Ekiti, Osun, and Ondo elections are coming in early. I'm not surprised, because these are states where IREV had been used in the past.
Yes. Okay.
That's where they have. So perhaps because they had done it before, it was easy for them to now come up. I'm sure that maybe in the next few hours we'll be able to get a Edo, Anambra, and maybe the FCT, because this is where we have used the IREV in the past to do that election. Now, I know that these are the antics of politicians, and it is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. The election that brought in Joe Biden, we saw the role that even the president, Donald Trump, was playing,
Yes.
leading to when the results were declared. So these are political antics all over the world.
Yes.
You know, it's just that our own, we come to the polling unit to do that, and it happens. So what my advice is, people should just be calm. Let us be calm and wait for the results to be declared. Political parties, please don't heat up the polity. Please, Nigerians' life is not worth the ambition of anybody. We have lost some people in this process of the election. Let us not lose more. Let us be calm. Let us be peaceful. And when the results are declared, then people can go about their businesses, but this is a process that we need to help our country. Nigerians are speaking out loud. Nigerians know now that their votes count, and they are using that to speak out very loud. Let us not suppress that voice.
Okay, Faith, thank you. Let's go now to Sokoto, where our correspondent is waiting to give us an update. Hello, Sokoto. What's happening? Have you also concluded your collation of results?
Good afternoon. You are welcome to Sokoto. Of course, the collation for Sokoto and Sokoto South Federal Constituency has been completed. And according to the Chief Returning Officer, Professor Kabir Mohammed Dallatu, Bala Hassan Abu Bakar of APC has gotten 40,687 votes, while Abu Bakar Audu of PDP has got 40,169. But despite this, the Chief Returning Officer did not declare anyone as winner, because according to him, 92 polling units were results from 92 polling units were cancelled. And because of violence and overvoting. As a result of that, according to him, about 63,746 voters could not vote. So he quoted the electoral law 2023, saying that with this development, none of them can be declared as winner. Rather, he said they should wait, as Independent National Electoral Commission will in due course set aside a day when a supplementary election will be conducted. And apart from that, right now, the coalition for Sokoto North Senatorial District is ongoing. And in the next maybe 1 hour or two, the result will be ready for declaration by the presiding officers.
Usman,
and as I'm talking to in other places, the coalition for presidential result is also going on as the Independent National Electoral Commission office.
All right, Usman Mohammed Binji, thank you for the updates from Sokoto, and good to know that everything went on smoothly and peacefully too. Is there any other update you want to tell us apart from the stalemate you talked about? What other developments went on during the coalition process?
Well, with regard to Yabo Shagari Federal Constituency, the result was announced yesterday, and the winner was declared. The winner is that of the candidate of PDP. As at present, the coalition is ongoing across the states, and people are waiting patiently or eagerly to hear the final declaration from Independent National Electoral Commission.
Okay, Usman Mohammed Binji, correspondent, and bringing us an update from Sokoto Coalition Center. Thank you very much, Usman. We'll join you later. Let's come back to our studios here in Abuja, and we're looking at, of course, the fallout from, what happened at the National Coalition Center and how that might also impact on post-election matters and all that. But Faith, I want to begin with you, this time around. I want to look at the inclusion, because I know civil society, before now, emphasized stress on the need for inclusion, especially of the physically challenged persons and all that. And I think a few days ago I was listening to one of the leaders of the PWDs, and the concern was the fact that yes, provisions was made for those, living with disabilities and all that. But the materials to use for the actual voting, were not made available by INEC prior to agreement reached between them and INEC. What did you see at the, voting centers?
Okay, I saw that to a large extent, the priority voting reserved for pregnant women, nursing mothers, elderly, and PWDs was respected, and that was corroborated by results that we got, reports that we got from across the country from our observers, that PWDs and all of the categories of persons who are supposed to be given priority voting access were given priority voting access. It is another thing to find assistive tools, voting tools at the polling unit. I mentioned earlier today about a woman with albinism I met at one of the polling units. She didn't have the magnifying glass, but luckily she came with her own glasses that she used. She was voting for the very first time, and she was very excited, though she felt that they didn't give her enough education on where to place the paper. So she was concerned that she may have misplaced the ballot paper. She may have put the one for the senatorial into the presidential box and all of that. But again, in that polling unit, I mentioned that INEC had created a special polling unit for persons with disability. There's a persons with disability community here in Abuja, and a special polling unit was created there. So I think prior to that election, it was J.K. Pele that raised that question and asked the INEC chairman how what they have put in place to ensure that persons with disability who go to a particular polling unit will have that. I was able to also go to Karishi community, where I addressed the community of persons living with disability. I think the challenge is really that during registration of voters, the type of disability perhaps was not captured. And I'm sure that now the presiding officers were supposed to note the type of disability that people with disability come to the polling unit to vote, so that they are able to upload that on the register. Now, it definitely will be a challenge if you have maybe somebody with sight impairment is going to a polling unit. You don't know that the person is going to be there, and you're not able to provide a braille guide. So it's important that they begin to have this data available. But when it comes to the fact that there was that inclusion as per access, allowing access, the citizens themselves have become aware, because the challenge we used to see on the field is that even the citizens themselves don't used to allow those category of people to vote. They say you should have come earlier. Why should I allow you to vote? But citizens themselves are the ones even helping them to come forward to get accredited and to vote. But in the provision of assistive materials, we didn't really see a lot of that in the places we went to. And we found out that the reason for that was that at those polling units, it wasn't properly indicated the type of disability that the people had, so that those assistive materials would be provided.
Thank you for Faith. Dr.
Sorry,
Ralph,
can I speak to this?
Yes, do.
If you notice, when the coalition started, the INEC chairman was asking the presenters, that is the state coalition officers, if there's this particular form, whether it was filled, and that form concerns people with disabilities. And the idea is to gather data regarding at each polling unit, you know, persons with disabilities and the type of disabilities for future planning. So I think that's a conscious effort to harvest that kind of data. Relating to the states where presentations have been made, I recall that in the 2019 elections, Ekiti 2 was the first to be presented. And you recall also that it is one of the states where off-cycle elections was conducted. But I think there is also a correlation between the nature of the state and the completion of the election on time. If you look at Ekiti, Oshun, Kwara, and
Ondo.
Is it Ondo?
Yes.
Ondo.
Ondo. Except perhaps Ondo, where you have riverine areas in the Laje area. They don't have very challenging
topography also.
Yes, but certainly they were benefits of the off-cycle elections where the beavers was deployed, where RF was deployed. And since it wasn't long when elections took place there, certainly their disposition towards elections will be different, you know. And for them, it is the presidential election and the national assembly election. So after that, they're home and dry. Just like if we go to the governorship election and the State House of Assembly elections, they will hold in the FCT. Reason being that the area council elections take place after every 3 years, and then the last election in the FCT held in April last year. So I think these experiences are helping the process. They are helping to perfect and hone the process. And it is really not worthy.
Thank you, Mr. Dazang. We will come back to Dr. Ralph. Just hold your thoughts. Again, okay, soon we'll be joining our correspondent in Bauchi, but I'm told you can get on with your contribution.
Okay, thank you. You know, we've passed the stage of the pre-election. The election itself has been conducted. Then we are at the post stage, which is the final. And for any election to be adjudged credible, then those 3 stages must be credible as well. And for me, there might not be much tension other than what we have been seeing so far. Because at various state level, those results they are bringing to the national stage, they have been announced. In fact, most of the citizens, they have gotten the results at their various state level, those interested. Unlike what happened in 2011, whereby before the National Coalition Center even kickstarted its own pronouncement, series of crises were happening everywhere. But you can see the society is calm. Every state understands the dynamics. And that tells you that we might not likely have post-election violence like what we have experienced ab initio in the previous election, particularly in 2011. Having said that, the little violence experience so far, the areas whereby some people have been attacked, ballot snatching, these are unfortunate scenarios, which, you know, you cannot actually curtail it easily because of the fact that the desperation coming from the political stakeholders, those that could have been, you know, permanent gentlemen, but because of their interest, the nature, and that tells you the characteristics of our political leadership. So, but with time, things are getting more improved. In fact, some members of my academia community, they want to join the process now. Unlike before, we used to say, oh, we are good theoretically, we can analyze, we can use this theory to underscore whatever happening. But an ordinary bicycle man that has talks, that has, you know, boys in his side can easily defeat a professor of political science. But with the look of the credibility so far, quote and unquote, people are now showing more interest. If in Nasarawa, SDP
you keep referring to
it's very interesting, you know, because it shows we are getting more mature, and it shows that people are getting more conscious. The level of consciousness is very interesting these days. That's why my emphasis has been on Nasarawa, because that's the home center where the national chairman of a ruling party is coming from. But they could not even win one out of the two local senatorial districts announced so far.
And this is a fallout of government's, empowerment of INEC. INEC is now, has more powers.
Of course.
Financially, and even, with legal instruments to act.
Of course, because INEC has been, empowered sufficiently.
But I think that the Nasarawa scenario speaks to perhaps the quality of the candidates contesting. The candidates that emerged victorious are not greenhorns. They have been on ground. Wadada has been contesting all sorts of elections, including against the present chairman of the APC. And at a point, he was defeated by him, and then he became senator representing the same zone. So, as a matter of fact, Wadada had contested. I think he was in the House of Representatives before. He went back, contested again, and came back. And then the lady that also emerged as a senator of the other zone had been a senator before, and I think she must have given a good account of herself to her constituents. But be that as it may, I think two things about this election. The fact that other parties, other than the so-called formidable ones, are emerging, speaks to the fact that the elections are a reflection of the intentment of the voters. And then this reflection will now assuage the anger of a lot of people. And then you see the other thing that we saw, which was magnificent, which is a tribute to the Nigerian voter, is there are two things that played out in Apo and Aja. In Apo, they stayed for more than 48 hours before they voted and waited until the votes were counted. They provided food for the staff, lighting, everything. They were there until the votes were sorted out and counted. And in Aja, we had a similar scenario. And there are other scenarios that were not reported that played themselves out. And I think these are very salutary. These are very, very progressive developments. And you could see that those pushing the process in those jurisdictions where people persevered were our youths.
Yes.
They were largely youthful if you looked at the pictures, and they were prepared to wait. They waited out. They provided logistics. They fed the INEC officials. They lighted the precincts of the polling units. And when the results were counted and, declared, there were no disputes. Everybody just went home. And then the INEC officials, went and submitted their results, which means that in spite of the challenges that attended the opening of polls at the polling units, the elections really reflected the intentment of the voter. So I think the way to go, therefore, is to improve, particularly at that leg of logistics, from the racks to the polling units, so that we reward. We also, we shouldn't take the resilience and the patience of the voter for granted. And one way to appreciate the voter is to make sure the next leg of the election is better in terms of security, in terms of logistics.
We want to look at the national focus, of our elections. Dr. Ralph, you did talk about the fact, that religion, and ethnicity, played out again. You used the examples of Kwara, Ekiti, Osun, and Ondo, results as a factor. So what does that tell us, about the maturity, really, and nationalistic outlook of our democracy and where we are heading to?
Well, with time, the entire process is getting more interesting, because basically, for any political party to emerge or any candidate to emerge as the president of the Federal Republic, you actually require a national outlook. Meaning you cannot win your region alone. thinking you have won your region and you should be declared president of Nigeria. And that tells you that politicians, they have no option other than to embrace each other. By embracing each other, it means they have to work harder in ensuring that every nook and cranny of Nigerians, whosoever that wants to campaign, oh, you want me to be a president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you must be known across geopolitical zones. It shouldn't be restricted to where you are coming from. It shouldn't be restricted to your people alone. It must be cut across. And interestingly, the figures being displayed so far, particularly at House of Representatives and the Senatorial, you could see how far some parties that they were not even expected to have been able to penetrate. Let me give you an instance. In Kaduna, I saw a declaration that Labour Party got like 2 House of Representatives. That tells you that you can see the penetration, that one can penetrate beyond his own region. And it's telling you that parties without national outlook cannot go anywhere. And with time, it's going to be an improvement, because once you want to be known, you want your party to be declared a winner as far as the presidency is concerned, you have to work beyond your region.
As a political scientist, what can we do?
What we can be done is part of...
What can these parties now do to break the jinx?
Yeah, what they can do is to ensure that whatever party officially registered, such parties should have national outlook. Parties should not remain to their various locality alone. Though some party might be stronger in one region than another. But what is expected of every political party is to have national outlook. And don't forget, I think INEC, there was a time INEC was emphasizing that political parties are supposed to have offices across states. Not that you just have your headquarters here, you don't have branches across states. Every party should work hard, serious party should work hard to ensure that it has national outlook. With national outlook, the party that can be able to sell its ideology beyond ethnicity and religion might be able to pave way. It's not about, because with time, it's going to, you can't take away ethnicity, you can't take away religion, but it will get to a point that a political party that has federal temperament, a candidate with national temperament will definitely be imagined, and that will make the democracy to be beautified. Otherwise, we'll be having an issue whereby a particular segment will be expecting that once my people have voted for me, or once results are announced in a particular region, you feel that, oh, you have won. That was what led to chaos in 2011. But you can see what is happening now, that everywhere is calm. Not because of anything, but because of the fact that the level of consciousness has improved. Political parties, they have also done their homework, particularly the 2 to 3 leading parties. They have ensured that they were able to penetrate beyond their domain. That tells you that we are getting it right. It's a matter of process, like I've said earlier on. We'll still get there.
I agree. It's a matter of time, and evolution takes time. It's a gradual process. The penetration, Faith, the penetration that we've seen, the fringe or periphery parties, make so far, what would you attribute that to? And then how much of work do we still need to do, to be able to break the issue of ethnicity or religion in our electoral process? I'm not sure if I should go to our centers, but while I wait for the direction, Faith, can you go on?
Yes, a lot of work still needs to be done. I'm happy that we have young people who are reading, the environment and reading the economy and the society and making decisions on what to do and how to go about that. And that's why it's really interesting that we're seeing that there's a shift, understanding that voters now know that they have to interrogate the manifestos of political parties and align themselves with what those political parties are doing. But I think majorly that the responsibility lies on the political parties for them to define very clearly the ideology that will help to push their programs. The situation whereby you have 18 political parties and you are not able to distinguish from all of the 18 political parties what is happening, because that is why it is easy for, after election, a political party, somebody who has won election on the platform of a political party easily cross-carpets to another political party because they don't have ideology, they don't have programs. You don't know this political party, what is the program that you want to know for this political party? Is it compulsory that a political party must win seats across the federation? It is not compulsory that a political party must win seats across the federation. A political party can win a seat because in a particular place, for instance, the House of Reps or even a councillorship position, because you are addressing the needs of those people, and those people identify with you. They identify with the ideology of your program, and not all of this all-commerce bandwagon trying to solve all the problems we have in the federation. Now, you can see that political education is working. The kind of results that we will see, that we're already seeing, shows that Nigerians are already getting politically aware, and the work that media organizations like yours are doing, people on the streets are doing, is helping people to reshape their mind to know that because my family or my community has been voting for one person since even before this presidency, in fact, since 1960, that we must continue to do that. We must continue to do that thing. And that's, you see, that's why it is breaking. Yesterday, when I saw that Ekiti result, and I saw Labour Party have 11,000 votes in Ekiti State.
11,397.
Yes, in Ekiti State. I was amazed. I said, wow, look at it. This is a political party that has just come on. They have always been on the ballot. They have never won. Look how did their candidate in the governorship election do? He didn't get up to 10,000 votes in Ekiti during the Ekiti election. But look at the presidential candidate coming a few months after the governorship election, having 11,000. It shows that people are becoming aware. People are beginning to understand that the PVC that they have is not just a document for identification. It is a document that gives you power to hire, power to fire. And I told people, I said, you see, on the day of election, we actually came out to have a Nigerian AGM to decide who are going to be our board members. And it is only when you know and understand the role that your board members are playing, whether they are delivering or not delivering, that is when you can activate that your power to select them. And at the point that those board members understand that it is the power, you are the one that owns the power, that you can select them or you can remove them, then things will begin to move forward for us.
Let's look at another provision of the Constitution. You know, the Constitution provides that for you to win the presidential position, you must make 25% of the votes, majority of the votes cast in 24 states out of 36. Now, for fringe parties, again, this is a very difficult task. You must, I don't know, I don't know. What do you think about that?
No, you see, ideally, and by law,
yes,
no party is supposed to be fringe, because the requirement is that all parties must have national outlook in the first place. But of course, at the end of the day, some of them reduce themselves into fringe parties, you know, and sometimes they even allow themselves to be used as proxies for the so-called big parties, as we saw in the collation center, where some parties were now aligning themselves with, with one of the major parties. So it speaks eloquently to the fact that some people are ready to reduce themselves into proxies, into running dogs, and even attack dogs for some of the big parties. But the intentment of the framers of the Constitution is that each party must ab initio be national. And these are articulated in sections 221 to 226 of the Constitution.
Mr. Nick, how do you mean national? How can a party, how can an emerging party become national?
In terms of manifesto, in terms of the personnel, in terms of leadership, you know, and you are not supposed to be identified with any of the religions or the ethnic groups. So the intentment of the law is that all the parties must be national in the first place.
All the parties, all the 18 parties, do they meet this INEX?
Well, whenever they are looking for registration, INEC looks out for these requirements. But at the end of the day, when elections are held, you know, they say the test of the pudding is in the eating. So at the end of the elections, when they are conducted and they don't meet these requirements, they are deregistered as required by law. So it's left for them to do the needful, to ensure that in their membership, in their leadership, they have national spread. And if they have that, the task of, you know, getting votes across the country to reflect that spread becomes easier for them. Because in the presidential election, in the governorship election, and in the chairmanship election at the area council, the requirements are similar. Apart from scoring the highest votes cast, you must also have, you know, 25% or 1/4 of the votes cast in at least 2/3 of the states of the Federation and the FCT. So that demands, therefore, that right from the beginning, you must aspire to that, or you must meet those benchmarks of spread. And then once you have that, then you build on it. So sometimes it's the incapacity to build on this that, you know, is the undoing of the parties. And then, you know, like she observed, most of the parties are not ideology driven, you know, and that explains why people can defect from party A to B, because they don't believe in anything other than just to capture power. But there are other things beyond capturing power. You must believe in certain things. You must have a mission. You must have a vision. And your members and voters must subscribe to that vision and mission. So if you cannot articulate a mission and a vision, how do you expect people to subscribe to it?
You know,
so these are the challenges that some of the parties have, and that's why they are content with queuing behind the bigger parties. And then also, like I had said here severally, that the intent is not to deliver good governance. Their preoccupation is to take care of themselves, you know, to line their pockets at the expense of the Nigerian people. So, and if, for example, as required, classically, political parties are supposed to aggregate and articulate interests in any society. You know, if you articulate interests, you aggregate interests, then it means you have support all over. But our parties don't do that. And even when they get to power, they don't go out of their way to report back to those that voted them or to their constituents. I've hardly seen any of the political parties, for example, either of the PDP or APC coloration, going back, doing a town hall, even if at the geopolitical level, and explaining to those that voted them that, look, we promised to do you so when you voted us. We attempted to do this, but we couldn't because we had these constraints. But we have done this, and we intend to do this. And then they get the feedback of their members and their constituents. Nobody does that. But in other developed democracies, you see people going back to their constituents. If there are issues, you know, that are dominating discussion, the apparatus of discussion in the political sphere, they go back to their constituents. They feel the pulse of the people. And when they come to debate in parliament, they reflect this feeling of the pulse that they did at the local level. But it's not done here. Once they get voted, it's like somebody climbs a ladder, he pushes the ladder. He forgets that.
Mr. Zhang, I know you will go on and on, you know, to defend your constituency, but I really thank you. Dr. Ralph, when we come back, we will just look at, you know, this whole issue, you know, about process, credibility, and what we can do really, you know, to give these parties, you know, make them more nationalistic in outlook. Because if you look at the results that have come in, I haven't seen, you know, many of them on the table. So I don't know. Maybe INEC again, when we come back, INEC will want to register some more parties. Okay, let's now go back to Asaba. Tessie Coker is standing. Is of course standing by to give us an update from the Coalition Center. Tessie.
Hello, Claire.
Yeah, so give us an update of what...
Thank you.
Yes, what
this
is...
is Tessie from Asaba. We are still...
All right, Tessie, please go ahead.
But so far, So far, 14 local government results. 14 local government results have been brought before the INEC Collation Center. And so far, 10 of them, Labour Party is actually leading in those local governments, and 4 by the PDP. For PDP has won in Burutu in Delta State here with 7,147 votes. And for Inundokwa East, the LP got 7,756. And we are still expecting 9 more local governments. But before I continue to give you other information, I have the Labour Party chairman here, the person of Mr. Tony Ezagu. Tony Ezagu, please, can you join me here, please? So, Claire, this is the Labour Party chairman of Delta State, Tony Ezagu. Please tell us your experience. How do you want to describe this whole exercise?
Well, by the grace of God, we thank God for his love and mercies. He has made this exercise very, very fruitful, and we are enjoying it.
So, is there any complaint? I mean, is there anything? Are you satisfied?
Well, so far, so good. There is nothing to complain about now. We are doing all we are supposed to be doing, and we are sure that what has come so far, it has been excellent. No problems. So I think for now, we wouldn't have anything to say about INEC than they are doing a good job for now.
Okay, thank you. Tony Ezagu there, the Labour Party chairman, Delta State, is applauding the exercise. A lot of them have been satisfied. We have one local government, Sapele local government, where the Labour Party also won. But there was a little complaint that there were some challenges, and you have the SPO was arrested. But before we went on break, they told her that she's still at the police station. Cooling off because she refused to make materials available at that time. So that's the only complaint so far before they went on break. And the break is taking them to 3 p.m. where all of them will converge again to receive results from more local governments. That is talking about 9 local governments area of Delta State. Okay, thank you, Claire. I'm here. It's back to the studio with Claire.
Yes, do you have any information about why the SPO was arrested?
Okay, she was arrested. They told her that she was actually arrested because the materials were not provided on time. She held on to the materials, and so they reported her to the police right there, and she was picked up. That was the report that was given to us from the Sapele local government area of Delta State.
Apart from that, were there other issues raised by the party agents? Because we've seen a number of party agents raise 1 or 2 issues about irregularities in the figures collated. That's at the National Collation Center here in Abuja. Were there similar issues in Asaba?
Okay, some of the party agents that were here said that where they are happy with the process, apart from that Sapele local government area that they reported cases, and the REC actually told us that what is going to happen when they were insisting, because the agent from that area was the PDP chairman of the PDP chairman, Kingsley Siso. You know, he wasn't comfortable with the exercise, and he said, but he was told that he should be patient, that every of his report will be channeled to Abuja, and the incident form be filled and it will be sent there.
Okay, Tessie, thank you for the updates that you have given us. Please go have some rest and then wipe your face, have a cup of water, and then we'll come back to you when you're ready with some updates. All right, let's come back here to the studios. And of course, you see, just a moment ago, you saw my colleague Cecil on the chat box. We'll be joining her shortly because she has more updates, National Assembly updates. Cecil, good to have you with us. Yes, so please, let's have some of the Senate results you have.
All right, thank you very much, Claire. I must congratulate you. You've been here for quite some hours already with your guest, and I've been enjoying your discourse. All right, quickly, let's take a look at some of the Senate results, and we see a couple of governors, some former governors actually returning to the Senate, while some members of the present Senate not actually returning back to the next assembly. All right, here we have Edo North, where we have former Governor Adamso Shomole winning the Edo North Senatorial District. And of course, we see here that he's got over 100,000 votes, 107,110 actually, to defeat the next rival from the PDP, 55,344. Quite a long, quite a great margin there. Quite a large margin there. Of course, Labour Party, the new entrant, actually doing pretty well too.
Okay, let's begin with Faith. What do you think? Just look at Adams Oshomole coming back with a very wide margin. That shows that the man is still popular.
Yeah, he's quite popular amongst the people because the Edo North, that's where his senatorial district is, and that's where he's well known. But you can't say that about his popularity in the entire state. So, but for his senatorial district and the local governments there, he's quite popular, and his people love him.
Dr. Ralph, what do you think of the showings of Labour Party? This is 15,344. A new party in Edo North.
That's very interesting. You know, a new party, as we have said, not a new party, so to say, but a new party in Edo in terms of trying to prove its strength.
Yes.
Because Labour Party has been on for years. Don't forget, they formerly had, there was a governor, former governor of Ondo State, that happened to be a Labour Party candidate then. Yes. And he ruled for almost 8 years. So, but when you look at the strength of Labour Party, particularly in Edo, from what you have seen, it tells you that...
Labour Party. Could you just settle Labour Party?
Yeah, I can say 15,344. It tells you that the pendulum is swinging very fast. And though we might not know the statistic of those voters, but you cannot take away the younger ones because they have been making that noise on the social platform that this time around is not going to be a business as usual. And it's a very interesting game. And this time around, most political stalwarts, they will begin to be taking people serious.
It means to take people seriously. They begin to also take the beavers seriously.
No, it's not about beavers.
It's not about beavers.
It's not about beavers alone.
Technology.
Yeah, it's not. That's what I'm saying. Technology has done its own part, but it's not about beavers alone. Even without technology, people are ready manually to follow their results up to any level. They want to protect their vote. Technology has done well, but not to say, it shows that the people this time around, well conscious and they mean what they want. Yeah, so you have to deliver. If you don't give your people dividends of democracy, you can be easily dealt with. That is what this election is telling us.
Nick, what do you have to say about this figure?
Well, I think we have seen consistently the Labour Party giving a very good account of itself across the states. In addition to other parties that were not known to be formidable, like the one he mentioned in Nasarawa State, the SDP. But it also shows that the youths are really making waves because the youth tend to be associated more with the Labour Party than the other parties. And then I think the result hallmarks a tendency we have witnessed in the past 2 election cycles, where governors, former governors, go back to the National Assembly. But unfortunately, when they go back, you hardly hear them speak. So I hope we will not continue to have a situation where, after serving for 8 years, people just go to the National Assembly and make it a retirement home, rather than a place where they should add value.
Yes, Nick, we will leave that discussion for another day, because that's another issue on the whole.
All right,
yes.
Another former governor, this time from Niger North Senatorial Districts, and Abubakar Sani Bello, he has won for his party, the APC, with 100,197 votes. Well, the PDP is not too far off with 88,153, and the distant third is the NNPP, 13,886. Another governor coming into the assembly.
Another governor.
Another former governor.
Another former governor. Nick, let's start with you.
Well, by coincidence, another governor has won, and my challenge is that some of them, you wonder how they really deserve to return, because their performances were lackluster at the level of the states, and that I hope they will not replicate this lacklusterness in the National Assembly. That's why I have this fear, because we have so many of them are in the National Assembly, but I understand some also have been retired, been defeated by other candidates, as we will see presently from her presentation. And that speaks to the fact that the people also are beginning to get tired of their reticence in the National Assembly. That means they are not doing full representation. They are not speaking to the issues that concern their people. And the consequence of that is that at the end of the day, you will lose out.
Okay. Dr. Rauf, is this democracy or the governor? Who won there?
Of course, democracy. Why it is democracy is in the sense that the governor couldn't have just emerged without the voters. Either he has performed better in the
sorry, I meant democratic dividends. Is it the dividends that has won the governor? Or is it
you know, we cannot actually measure that here presently. Because when you talk of dividend, it is contested. What might be dividends to a particular set of people might not be to another.
Just good governance.
Yeah, generally. But this testifies to the fact, this is a current governor. Yes. He become ex-governor after May 29, right? Yes. And it tells you that he still is formidable in his own state. Not only in the state, he's also formidable within his constituency. So when you talk of good governance, his people might be enjoying him. That's why it is okay, let's give you another chance. You go to Senate. So to me, from his performance, based on what we have seen statistically, because he's not the only serving governor contesting. We still get there to other serving governors losing the election. For him to have won, he might be accepted by his people.
I believe so much in the, our local saying that behind every successful man, there is always a woman beside. And Niger State is one of such states, because I know that the wife of the governor, Her Excellency, had done a good work in terms of health, provision of health facilities, and making sure that those who are, cancer, who have cancer have access to health care. That's the much I know. So that could also have added, value to what the husband is doing. Faith, what do you think?
Perhaps, but we'll get to see that when we get the different categories of citizens who actually came out to vote on that day. I don't see a lot of difference between the margin between the APC and the PDP. Considering that the NNPP was just recently registered as part of the parties, I think this is a good showing, and it shows also that because of the fact that you are there does not mean that you will get it. But this also brings to question the use of state apparatus when you are in power to win election or to contest election, so to say. So this is something we need to continuously interrogate, even as citizens. I know that citizens have their powers to decide that, but again, what is the role that this is a sitting governor and he's contesting for the Senate, and then this outcome that you have. Then finally, that maybe you said it is a conversation we'll have later. Are we now going to change our constitution such that to become a senator, you must be a former governor? And leave that.
Assembly. This time, let's look at Ebonyi North Senatorial District, where Onyeka has actually retired, is set to retire. The present, the incumbent, which is Governor Sam Egu.
Oh.
Yes, APC, of course, Onyeka in APC scoring 65,863. And Labour, of course, well, in the South is doing pretty well at over 42,000. And then Sam Egu actually scoring 26,569.
That's the incumbent
That's the incumbent senator, which is one of those I said not coming back to the assembly. I mean, it's going to be a whole lot of drama this time.
Drama indeed, Cecil.
No, but again, you know that Ebonyi, the governor decamped from PDP to APC. So you see that kind of trend also coming up. Yes, Governor Mahi, he decamped from PDP to APC just before the elections came up. So when you see this, you also interrogate again the powers of the governor's incumbent, the powers of the ruling party to be able to return people. So it's something that we need to continuously interrogate.
Even at that, look at the margin.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I've left.
Yes. Look at the margin.
It's Ebonyi State, right?
Ebonyi State,
okay, where is Ebonyi? Let's see. Let's go there now. That's it.
That's it. Look at the margin. 26,000, to 65.
So because that party was displaced by Labour Party. And that's also, again, the fact that you have new parties emerging because of their candidates, because of the person that is the flag bearer of the party, not because of the party itself, but because of the candidate. People vote more for individuals now rather than the political party. Because if you look at this result, you want to consider what Sam Egu did as governor. What was it that endeared him to the people that gave him the senatorial seat, and he's been there, and suddenly he has just been retired.
Is there any explanation, Dr. Rao?
Yeah, very interesting. Like what she has said, when you look at the personalities, because in every electoral contest, your personality matters first. Even in the political parlance, if you want to rig election, you rig for a popular candidate. So the personality of Onyeka over there shows you that he's a very strong, formidable candidate. That's number one. Number two, of course, the power of incumbency might also work. But when you look at the Labour Party and PDP, this, to me, in the East, generally could have been one party.
One party. Yeah.
So the vote that could have gone for one singular party has now been divided. So that gave the APC upper hand. Though if you sum it up, it's going to be a very keen contest. Yes. But that tells us that Labour Party has been able to demystify PDP within that state, and that gave the APC an upper hand. So it's part of the politicking and is a welcome ideology.
Do you have anything to say or we'll move forward?
Well, I think the winner must have leveraged on the defection of the governor to the APC. I'm not, of course, saying that he may not have his own influence or his own personal qualities, but certainly it must have rubbed off on him. But what we have seen also is a good performance by the Labour Party again. Even though the East is a stronghold of the Labour Party presidential candidate.
Okay, so we have a former governor of Edo State and Labour Party chairman, Adams Oshomole, going to the Senate. We have Onyeka coming. Peters going to replacing incumbent former governor. So this Adamawa.
This Adamawa is interesting. He is actually a serving senator. Benos Yaro, he's of the PDP, and of course he's retained his seats. Good luck. Happy for him. 146,407 for the PDP. APC, well, not so bad, 94,828. And the ADC, 2,414. And incumbent coming back. Guess he's doing pretty well there.
We get so. So, any other one? Let's move on.
All right, Akwa Ibom.
Wow.
Senator Godswill Akpabio of the APC. Well, yeah, he's been there before. And, of course, his people, I guess, they still want him to, you know, do a little more for them. And he's topping the list here with 115,401. Distant second, of course, is the PDP in Akwa Ibom State, 69,838. YPP, a distant third, 6,841.
Another former governor.
Another
former governor. But are we surprised? Is anyone surprised about this?
No, this is not surprising. Being a former governor under PDP, and of course I've been to Uyo. To be sincere, Akpabio impact, you know, was actually felt, you know, in that state, and you can't take it away from him. His consistency is a very strong man there. Don't forget, he was part of the aspirant for presidential under APC before he actually stepped down for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So for somebody to have come up to wanted to be a president, and Akpabio is not a new name as far as Nigerian politics is concerned. So his level of strongness, his capacity in Akwa Ibom, you cannot undermine. And he has actually displayed that. That when you talk of Akwa Ibom, you also talk of Akpabio's strength in his own constituency.
But his emergence also has been an issue. A lot of people, you know, some people have talked about the fact of his late emergence as a candidate. Faith?
And you know, don't forget Supreme Court. We are not here to analyze Supreme Court judgment.
Yes.
Because Supreme Court has that supremacy. Whatever pronouncement made, we have to abide by it, even if it is a mistake. So, him and Lawan, the Senate president, you know, they had similar issue. But Supreme Court made his own judgment. It is not left for us to challenge. We are not supposed.
So here is a candidate, according to you, that has performed well and probably loved by his people.
Yes,
so,
I think in his outing as governor, he set the tone for providing infrastructure to Akwa Ibom. And he did a lot of work in his senatorial zone, the Ikot Epene site. I've had the privilege of visiting the place before he became governor, when he was governor, and after he was governor. And I had the privilege of going around to see some of the infrastructural developments in the state. You know, he really expanded on the good work started by Atta, architect Atta. And he expanded the government house, built roads, expanded the airport, and so on. So there are so many things he did, particularly in Uyo, and then in his own senatorial zone. So I'm not surprised that he's been voted because he has an allied support from his people.
All right. Sasa, just hold on for a moment.
Okay.
We'll just go now. I think this is an interesting one. I've been waiting for this. The FCT, our correspondent Aisha Ubali, is up now. Aisha, please give us the details from the Federal Capital Territory.
Okay. The details from the... Okay, this is the FCT INEC office, and situated here is the FCT State Collation Center for the presidential election. So yesterday, let me just take you a little back of what happened yesterday. The Abuja Area Council presidential result from Abuja Area Council was announced, but FCT, they adjourned to continue today. And when we came here this morning, the 4 area councils were brought in here and also are now displayed after presentation from the collation officer from the area council. So we've been waiting for one of the largest area council, which is AMAC. We've been waiting for the result, and I think finally they are here. The resident electoral commissioner, the returning presidential collation officer is also around. They are just in there, maybe putting the finishing touches to what they need to do right here. But before they announce this result, the collation officer from AMAC will have to make a presentation on this very slide we are seeing here. Then before the presiding presidential collation officer will receive those results, and they will put together and announced. But I think I have somebody that will shed more light on what has been happening here since this morning. I have the chairman, IPAC chairman, FCT IPAC chairman with me. So let me just ask him a few questions. Yeah. But for the sake of our viewers, just tell us your name again and your position.
Okay. I'm Honorable Abe Fisayo Makonjola, the chairman, Interparty Advisory Council, FCT chapter. Well, it is a very good thing that we are here after the election has been done. We are here for the collation of the results. Abaji have done their own. Buhari has done this morning. Gwagwalada, Kwali, as well as Kuje. So we are only waiting for Abuja Municipal Area Council, AMAC, and the EO, the electoral officer, as well as the collation officer for that particular area council. They are around here. So we are doing our final touches before we go ahead.
Okay, so far, sir, has there been any disagreement from any party concerning the results that they have received so far here today?
No. Well, definitely there will be questions, which happened during the presentation of each of the area council's results. Questions: what happens where there are destruction, what happened. So those questions were asked, and if there are disagreements, there is supposed to be a form filled by the INEC officials or presiding officials, and those things were being asked, and then the EU have to provide all those necessary details, which was provided. At Kuje, we heard that 14 polling units were destroyed, and one of those 14 polling units, the beavers was not working, so election could not take place in that place. So out of those 14, 13 was destroyed, while one election could not take place because of malfunctioning of the beavers. And questions were asked by representatives of all the political parties present here, that was there any security report, what happened to the ad hoc staff, and this and that, and which was well attended to by the electoral officers, that those questions is supposed to be referred to the security agencies, and which they have their own report as well too.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Abe, for that update. Okay, this center is just for the presidential results. So, and the senatorial result is happening right at GSS Gariki, and the Karo office will be the ones announcing the House of Representatives result, and Kwali is also taking care of FCT South. So, from this place, I think the results will be moving to ICC Center, where they'll be announcing the presidential results. It's back to you in the studio.
All right. Aisha Ubali, thank you. Thank you very much for the updates that you've given us from the FCT. We'll return to you, of course, presently with for more updates. Let's come back to the studio here. And Cecil, okay, let's return to you for...
Okay, yes, I just wanted us to take a look at Ahmed Lawal, President, Senate President, Yobe North Senatorial District. Of course, he's won his seat again. I mean, the difference between the APC Lawan at 91,318 to just, the difference with the PDP's 22,849 is really amazing. Of course, the new Nigerian People's Party is not doing badly, even pretty low at over 7,000. What's your say?
Yes.
Dr. Ralph?
Well, it's not surprising in the sense that I think since 1999, he has been a member of the National Assembly. Formerly, I think as of Rep, then he moved to Senate. This might be his fourth time in the Senate, if I'm not mistaken. And when you look at the statistics, of course, you will know that he stays strong within his constituency. Though some might be saying that, okay, he came back maybe with the support of Supreme Court pronouncement, because his contendants, the co-contendants that was initially announced as the winner, it was a serious legal battle. But at the long run, the Supreme Court validated his candidacy, meaning Ahmed Lawan remained the candidate of APC, and he has won, as usual. So this is not surprising, because that is his base. He's comfortable And the APC is quite popular in Yobe. And don't forget, Yobe has always been either in the old NNPP, it's one of the formidable states. They have never been part of PDP or any other party. So it's a kind of tradition still coming to play here.
Regardless of their various designations, the personality that these people bring in, Faith, is it likely that they also, impact on, the face of the 10th Assembly? Faith?
Yeah, because of the fact that they have been there for a long time, it also definitely will impact on the effectiveness of the National Assembly. This is supposed to be the case anyway. We have not seen that play out. So you have people who have been at the National Assembly for ages, and yet we have occasions where laws that are supposed to help, citizens are not passed. You have to keep going on the same circle. And so this kind of experience coming to the National Assembly is supposed to help, it's supposed to help facilitate laws that are passed for the members of the constituency of a particular area where you are from. Rather, you see a National Assembly that is more or less looking at the body language of the executive, fast-tracking executive laws, executive bills, rather than fast-tracking bills that will help your constituency. So when I see results like this, I just wait until the entire process is completed before you know exactly if this person is going to continue to be there. But we really need to find a way where citizens will begin to hold accountable these people who represent us. But it's not the executive. Representation really is at the senatorial district or National Assembly or even House of Representatives, House of Assembly. But you see these people, they keep winning elections on and on and on. Some of them just go there for the 4 years. They never even make a presentation on behalf of their constituency members. But they go back again and win election. Because they go back, rather than pushing for laws, they are buying cars, they are buying vehicles for their constituency members, trying to attend to those things, not interpreting the role that they're supposed to play as legislators. Then people now want to interpret that way. We need to have a way. I'm happy that our democracy is growing. Citizens need to now come up to understand that they have a responsibility to begin to interrogate the level of representation that these people have for us that keep winning election. Has it added value to the outputs that we see from the senatorial level, or has it now gone to such a way that this influence will become so powerful that you are now used against the citizens themselves? I see us going forward, and I'm happy with the way the results are coming out. I know that Nigerians are beginning to understand their role that they have to play, and very soon we will see these kind of things being translated into electoral value for citizens themselves, understanding the kind of role and representation that people have on their behalf at the National Assembly and at state assemblies.
Mr. Nick Design, I don't know your thoughts about this, but again, yes, yeah. but again, we're looking at, from your testimonies, so far, the data that SASEN has given us, does it give us cause to rejoice about the quality of the next assembly?
Well, for me, I watched, incidentally, I watched a documentary by NTA on the certification, of Yobe State, and the extent to which some parts of Yobe were cut off by flood. In fact, they used Fari area after Dapchi, going to Tolu by the Niger border. And you could see the certification taking over large swaths of land. And the first thing that occurred to me is, okay, these people are being represented by high-profile Nigerians. What have they done to change their fortunes? But this result perhaps speaks to something we don't know. Perhaps the other ways he's been touching their lives positively, but when I saw this result, it reminded me of that documentary, that you could have someone representing this place since 1999, and he also became Senate President, and yet the entirety of that place could be cut off, and not to talk of it's being affected by insurgency and banditry. Of course, as a senator, you can't say he's in charge of security, but he can use his good offices to bear, on things like that. And in other jurisdictions, being a senator or a member of Congress implies that you use your position to bring jobs to your constituents, to bring infrastructure to your constituents, to get good governance delivered to them, or to get projects, defense projects, agricultural projects, things that improve the lives of people. But what we have seen in these kinds of places are really, really disappointing. And I hope this will serve as a challenge to him and others who are coming back to use their good offices to impact on their people positively.
Okay, Cecil.
All right, let's travel to Oyo State. Where is Oyo now? Let's travel to Oyo State, where the incumbent is actually coming back. I think I heard you talk about it earlier, or I heard the discussion around it. The incumbent Ali.
Sharafuddin Ali.
Yeah, Sharafuddin Ali, coming in tops at 111,513, and then of course the PDP, as expected, coming in 92,481. Accord is making an appearance here with 33,641. Another incumbent senator clinching the ticket.
For the APC?
For the APC. Okay, well, let's take one more. All right, let's go back to Akwa Ibom State, but this time Akwa Ibom Northeast Senatorial District, and we have Basi Anyekam Etim winning the PDP ticket, winning the senatorial ticket with 98,634. APC 43,204. And the YPP, 37,679. Okay, we have, we've taken Adamawa already, we've taken Gospel Akpabio. Let's still stick with the last Akwa Ibom South senatorial result, and this time we have Ekong Samson winning, and is of the PDP, 79,327. APC 33,256, while the YPP, we have it here, 19,336. Let's see if we have one more. Okay, let's take Oyo North senatorial results, and the APC here is topping again, and this time we have Senator Fatai Buhari winning, is of the APC, 90,078. The PDP not doing badly at 77,034, and the Accord Party also doing pretty good at 54,732. Let's go to Kano now.
Kano.
Yeah, this is Kano. Kano North senatorial results. We have Barao Jibrin Malia. He's of the APC. Ooh. 234,652. NNPP 177,014, while the PDP, wow, okay, I'm surprised. PDP 12,751. Yes. Kano State, are you surprised? Like I am. I mean, no. Third. I didn't see that coming.
Yeah. Dr. Ralph, you want to say something?
Yeah, Kano is very interesting state because in Nigerians politics, you don't joke with Kano. It's not about the population alone, it's about the people, the electorate over there. And when you perform as expected, they have this ideology of paying you back. Despite the fact that NNPP is doing greatly from the recent report in Kano, but this personality, Barao Jibril, in his constituency, is very, very strong, popular, and his people actually testify to the fact that he has actually delivered. So he's enjoying the dividends he has given back to his people, and they want him to continue. Otherwise, Barao could have lost Kano, like some of his counterparts. But he retains that seat on the basis of the fact that he's not just popular, he actually performed. Nobody can take that away from Barao. And that's why he's returned. So I'm not surprised. But it tells you that in Kano politics, they can differentiate between who is performing and who does not perform.
That's interesting.
I guess for me, the interesting part is the showing of the NNPP, though it is not a surprise because of the personality of the presidential candidate who had one time been the governor, and we understand the influence he has in Kano. And I'm not also so surprised that PDP didn't do so well, because for this election, for me in Kano, it's between the APC and the NNPP. And that was also what happened in 2019. So it's a trend that is showing. By the time the NNPP presidential candidate moves to another party, you will still see it show that the Kano residents are not voting because of the political party, but they're following him where he is, and that's where the votes are.
Mr. Dezang?
Yeah, I think the results speak to the formidable strength of the NNPP presidential candidate in Kano. And it seems to me as if his influence has rubbed off on the runner-up to this senatorial election. And perhaps by the time this presidential election for Kano is announced, it's going to reflect this following for NNPP.
All right, Sasa, do you have more for us?
I just have, I think, one more. Ogun State. Ogun State.
We haven't taken Nasarawa. I saw Nasarawa.
I've not taken Nasarawa. Okay. Oh, okay. In my mind, I think I've taken Nasarawa. SDP is coming tops in Nasarawa. And the SDP candidate who's clinched the won the seat is Ahmed Aliu Budada. He is he scored 96,488. I was so sure I've mentioned this already. Okay, APC 47,717, while the PDP is well, not far off from the APC at 46,820. That's in Nasarawa, SDP in Nasarawa. Okay, I am a little surprised. Yeah, you know, when I was preparing this, I had to check. I had to triple check. Because we saw SDP in Nasarawa.
Okay, Faith, I want to, what are your thoughts, Faith?
I think Raouf already mentioned this over and over and over and over again. It's actually about the personality. And it shows that when a people believe in a personality, they follow the person wherever he or she is going. So that also brings the point that political parties still don't have ideology. In this country, they don't still have ideology. It is the personality. The people know this person and they are following the person. So politicians go and get popular, do the right things, and whatever political party you go to, your people will follow you. That's just it.
Well, okay, Nick, I don't want to get Ralph to say anything.
You know,
you've said enough of that.
I normally pass his constituency to my own village. I go through Kefi and so on. And I've always been intrigued by his posters, you know, on the road. They will say, it's Wadada again. You know, they were proclaiming, and incidentally, it has turned out to be so. But I'm not surprised. He started out he was a member of the National Assembly. He was in the House of Reps. Then he now went back and contested for Senate against the present APC chairman and lost to him. And then now he's back. And even at that time when he contested against Abdullah Adamu, he was a formidable candidate. And I think the APC chairman used to taunt him that you are a young man, you should bide your time because the Senate is for elders. You know, in Hausa when it is translated, you see, you know, you always remind him that you are a young man, bide for yourself. I'm an elder. So now he has become an elder, and he has won. And I think it shows that voters are going for personalities, for candidates that they believe can work for them. Because in the other second Senate seat also, in Nasarawa State is won by SDP and by a former senator who is now returning, you know, and she must have impressed her constituents for them to vote for her, you know, given the fact that she does not belong to either APC or PDP, that have been formidable in Nasarawa State since 1999. Recall that even the APC chairman used to be in the PDP. He served as governor on the platform of the PDP until much later when he came to the Senate and, you know, defected to APC.
Okay, Dr. Ralph, you can have the floor now.
Well, he has actually said it all. And don't forget, this Nasarawa has always been a surprise, but not surprising in the sense that based on the candidates, you understand, SDP, don't be surprised, maybe across Nigeria, SDP might only have senators from Nasarawa State alone. You get the point? That tells you that the people, they have been following the trend of personalities and what those persons have done for their community, their constituency at large. And that's why you are seeing a shocker here, whereby you have an incumbent governor of APC, but he could not even get any of the senatorial district for his candidates. So that tells you that people are aware. It is interesting because the consciousness, the awareness, the politicking, and the dynamics is something that you can't just predict, but it tells you that you have to perform because people will still ask you, what have you done for us? So this is a very good trend, and it continues like that. It's good for democracy.
A very good trend. Cecil?
Yeah, just before I go on to the last one, Ogun State, I also believe that the personality of the presidential candidate is rubbing off on the others running for the ticket. Like I met someone who said, I only have a presidential candidate. Well, when they gave me the ballot sheet, after voting the presidential, I just thought, let me just give the others. Let me just give the others. Because, and he said she doesn't even know who are the Senate or the House of Reps person, but she just gave it to them. So I still believe
that's a very serious concern that you have raised because all through the process, even leading to the actual election itself, all we had was presidential election. The National Assembly elections took the back burner. I don't even think they campaigned.
They were campaigning in their constituencies. They didn't have to come to the national space to campaign. So they had to campaign within their constituencies because of what importance would it be? Economically, it doesn't favor them to come to the national space to campaign.
Even within the constituencies, Faith.
Some of them didn't campaign. I'm telling you, there's got to be a lot of surprises that we'll see. Just see, 2023 election is almost the same thing that happened in 1999. When Nigeria came into this democracy and we had people who were not ready for governance, but positions were just given on to them because they were available to do that. So 2023 may just bring up some of such people who decided to pick up a particular party's ticket, and because of the presidential candidate of that particular party, they may just win election without even knowing. There's some results that we have seen, perhaps by the time it comes out to the national, some of them didn't even have posters, and they're winning elections.
Yes.
But if I may come in here,
yes.
Unlike 2015 election, whereby the slogan was change. People were not bothered about who are the other candidates.
Yes.
That was why the set of National Assembly members we had then, some of them, they were just sleeping. They were not even ready. But when you look at 2023, it is changing. Changing in the sense that nobody cares about SDP, either they have presidential candidates or not. They are not part of the contenders, but they are having senators. That tells you people can now differentiate A from B. Unlike what my sister was saying, well, some might be lucky, but you cannot be lucky to the extent of having this kind of gap. When you look at the margin, this was deliberate. It's not by chance.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's go to Ogun West Senatorial District, where Solomon Adeola has won, and he's of the APC with 112,887. PDP, 50% of that, just at 60,189. And Labour Party, I would like to call the new kid in the block, even though it's not so new, but at least, I mean, it's not been appearing frequently on the top 3 in the previous years. It's coming at 19,244.
This Ogun is very interesting interesting in the sense that Solomon Adeola is a present senator representing Lagos State.
Oh.
Now, but in Lagos, it is easier for somebody not from that state then. So Adeola is presently a senator representing Lagos.
So
now he switched back because he's from Ogun, actually. Then he went back to his ancestral home and is now contesting. But he is a formidable candidate. Don't forget the fact that the serving governor is from that state. Solomon Adeola performed very well in Lagos State. So I think he has represented Lagos. Now he still wants to represent Ogun. That tells you the charisma of Solomon Adeola, not taking the fact that Ogun State is for APC.
All right, I'm sure, Cecil, would that be all?
Yes, that'll be all for now. For now, I'm going to get more data and statistics, and I'll be back with Cyril, right?
Yes, Cyril Stopper will be taking off in a short while, and then, of course, that will be after we have exhausted this very next question that I'd like us to talk about, and that is the future, of our electoral process. Are we likely to see? I'm going to start with you, Faith, again, and I go round. Are we likely to see added value? Are we likely to see in our next election, which is in 2027, are we likely to see something much better, an extensive paradigm shift, if you will?
Hopefully, because Nigerians actually made a very strong statement in this election. And since 1999, every election has been different from the other one. And because of what we have seen, the statements Nigerians have made on this election, I believe that the 2027 election will be much better. We're going to go back and look at what went well, what didn't go well, and what can we do better to help that. And luckily, we have 4 years to 2027, and I hope that all the stakeholders, including, of course, the politicians, begin to put their house in order and do the right thing to help us get to where we need to be on our electoral process.
Okay, so let me again go back to Muazu in Bauchi. Muazu Hassan is joining us from Bauchi Collation Center. Muazu, what's the update you have for us?
Now we are here at the Presidential Collation Center here in Bauchi Abu INEC office, and presently we have been waiting for only one local government out of 20 local government. Since yesterday night, 16 local governments were received, and this morning 3 were also received. And the collation has been adjourned around 12 noon with the intention of resuming around 2 p.m. But up to this moment that I'm speaking to you, we are still waiting for the only local government that remain, which is Bauchi local government that happens to be the seat of power. And ironically, all the local government that are far, that we consider the farthest local government in Bauchi, have since arrived. Some arrived since yesterday, but unfortunately, the local government that was the headquarters of the state is yet to arrive. And also at the Bauchi South Senatorial Collation Center, 6 local governments out of 7 were also received, and there it is also the Bauchi local government that we are also waiting to receive at the Bauchi Senatorial Collation Center. So presently, the result we received from the 19 local governments shows that APC is leading in 17th local governments, while APC is leading in 2 local governments. And as it is now, at the collation center, the only people that are here are waiting for the arrival of the official, the State Collation Officer, Professor Abdul Karim Sabo Muhammad from Federal University, journalists and observers and some party agents still waiting for the resumption of the collation process.
All right, Muazu Hassan joining us from our Bauchi Collation Center. Thank you very much. I'm wondering what could be the delay. It's almost 2 hours from the 2 o'clock that they promised to come back. But whatever it is, we will return to you, hopefully, when they return for more updates. But at this point, let me most heartfully appreciate my guests here in the studio, Dr. Rauf Zakariao, who is the Department of Political Science, Nigeria Police Academy, Wudil Kanu. You've been with me since morning. Of course, Nick Dazang, former Director, Voter Education and Publicity, INEC. Always a pleasure to have you, but I don't think we're leaving you yet. You're still going to stay. Oh my God, Faith Wadish, thank you. Faith, you've been wonderful, and thank you very much for joining us for this conversation.
Thank you.
All right. This is where I'd like to also appreciate all my colleagues who've joined in this conversation, and I'd like to thank you and, of course, to hand you over to my boss, a big brother. I call him Uncle Cyril Stober. He'll be, of course, taking over from me. From me now, it's bye-bye. Cyril. Okay. Good to see you, Cyril.
Quite a long stretch for you, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. I think, yes, my guests are in safe hands. Good. Yes.
So,
yes, please, could you just go over?
So right now you can take a breather. But still keep an eye on what's happening. Perhaps at some point in time, we would be coming back to talk about some of these things.
All right.
Good.
Thank you
all right. How well? Well, good to see you. Right. It's been quite a while, and it's been a long stretch for you all too, but I think there's still much to talk about, and I would like to appreciate you being around. Doctor, same to you. And for Nick Dazang, the old war horse has been here, and we thank you for staying so far.
The horse is not getting spent.
No, this one is not getting spent by any means. Well, it's been surprises in some areas, and I've followed the trend of your discussions so far. People have sprung surprises in certain areas where others, it's been just as was expected. And so, but a lot of people still feel that there is a trend which they've described as positive, and that means that in some areas, people are beginning to change attitudes to those who present themselves for leadership positions. How so, Nick?
Well, I think this election stands out boldly as one that is a big departure from the other elections that have been conducted in terms of awareness, in terms of consciousness, in terms of youth participation. And one is not surprised, given the factors, some of the factors that framed and defined the Nigerian environment even before the conduct of the election. You recall that when we were setting the tone for these discussions, we observed that the economy itself was challenging. And those at the receiving end of the challenges of the economy are the youths. And we are conducting an election at a time when youths constitute at least 60% of the population, and at a time when they also constitute almost 70% of the voters. So this was an election that was going to be defined by youths, and an election that is also coming at a time when the social media and the internet are even more robust. And even though the social media are unregulated, they are not as mediated as the traditional media, where you have gatekeepers, you have editors, you have professionals manning the gates, vetting what goes in, informed by professionalism, national interest, social responsibility, and so on. It's an all-comers. But the social media, was saturated with all sorts of information, and the information galvanized youths across the board. And you could see that it is reflected in the keen contests that took place. And we can see the parties that ordinarily used to be fringe, that used to be at the periphery of the electoral landscape, are now approaching the center of the contest. They are now rubbing shoulders with the so-called big parties, the governing APC, the opposition PDP. Now we have seen Labour Party giving a very good fight, giving a very good showing. And in one or two states we have seen the SDP also, getting 2 senatorial seats. So this speaks to the fact that the elections are different in terms of keenness, in terms of interest by the voters. And on election day, we saw this playing out, the resilience of the youths, their steadfastness, their perseverance, their waiting out, in spite of the challenges that greeted the opening of polls. They realized that this was a defining moment for them and the country. And we've also observed that in this election, the international community has shown less than casual interest in the conduct of the elections, to the extent that when the National Collation Center opened, the UK High Commissioner and the US Ambassador were at the opening of the National Collation Center, something that didn't happen before in the annals of our elections since 1999. Of course, in 2015, the Secretary of State at that time, visited Nigeria, and he worked with other...
All right. Well, there's considerable interest in what's going on from across the world, and this hasn't changed. Well, we'll return to that and some other aspects of what you had discussed about. But at this point, let's go over to Benin and link up with Obehi, who is ready to give us some update on what's going on. Obehi.
Yeah, thank you, Cyril. It is exactly 3:50, and we've been here since morning. The event started at about 11, few minutes after 11, and now we've come to almost the conclusion of the event, as we have received 18 reports from the local government collation officers. The only issue now is just from Onwa East, where there are still some issues with the figures, and as I speak with you now, the collation officers are working on it. But from the 18 local government, we already have 17, and so that shows that we are almost at the end of this process. I have here with me party agents from 3 of the major parties in Edo that participated in this election to give us an assessment of the process. They have been here since morning, and they are here to give us an assessment. This is the PDP party agent, Chief Osaroida. Sir, how would you assess the process?
I'll commend the state collation officers. So far, so good. They've been calm, and they have done their duty as expected. But I have some doubts about some local government results they brought. For example, Owan East. We've been here since they've been called more than 5 times since yesterday. They've not been able to, the collation officer there and the EO have not been able to give us the results. Since yesterday, we stayed here throughout yesterday waiting for him. He couldn't bring the results, they couldn't add up. We waited, and asked them to come back today. Since morning they've been here. They were the first local government to call. Till this moment, what's the time now? Almost 4 o'clock. They're yet to tally with their numbers. And we had pockets of violence, reports of violence and overvoting in some areas. It's so unimpressive. But however, the collation officers here, generally the atmosphere here has been calm. The parties are not fighting. We are having a very cordial atmosphere.
Yes, I can see that different parties, you are all sitting together. You've been gisting since morning.
Because we are brothers. The Edo State is a peaceful state. We don't fight each other here.
Okay, so now let's hear from the APC party agent here. He is a former governorship candidate, Sir Pastor Ize Yamu. Sir, so how would you assess the conduct of the collation so far?
Well, what we are doing here is simply just collating figures already brought from the field. It's difficult to actually dispute figures here. That is expected to be done at either the polling units or the collation centers at the wards. But at the State Collation Center, the process has been quite peaceful. As you can rightly notice, the political parties are not fighting each other. The agents are not fighting each other. We're just checking on what they are collating and making our own observations. For example, we've talked about the places where elections did not hold through no fault of the electorate or the political parties. For example, in my local government in Orion, elections did not hold in Ugu Ward, elections did not hold in Ewisi. In Ugu Ward, 27 polling units, elections were not done simply because
accompanied.
But anyhow, from what we gather from Obehi at the Collation Center in Benin, one place still being awaited, 17 out of 18. That's almost done, so we'll keep waiting for that. And at this point, I believe we'll be returning to the National Collation Center. If you remember, there was a break from the center some 1.5 or 2 hours ago. So now we might be going back to the National Collation Center, and certainly we will have updates. But while we fixing those signals there, just something which struck me in your earlier discussions. I believe it was Faith who said that the people have shifted to personalities. And so if the politicians would be popular among their people, then it wouldn't matter whatever party they went to, that people would follow them. And I'm thinking, maybe this is the right time to go with independent candidates. Shouldn't it be?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you are very correct. Because
all right. Okay, so I see we're ready to get back to the National Collation Center. Oh dear. Okay, now they're there. We'll see if those signals are steady. Just as soon as the signals are steady, we'll go over to them. Right. Yes, Dr. Zakariaou.
Yes, like you have rightly mentioned, the independent candidature, you know, the trend is telling us that with time, political parties might not matter. Why? Because of the fact that this issue of lack of ideology across political parties.
Now it seems the pictures are steady coming from the National Collation Center, so let's listen in.
In taking place. So we therefore are not going to accept what we are presenting to us here. This is the position of the Labour Party.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ina Okopi Agu. I'm the National Secretary of the African Action Congress. I'd like to refer us to the Electoral Act 2022 as amended. Section 64, subsection, you can refer to 64, section 64, subsection 4A and B. With your kind permission, I'll read. It says, a collation officer or returning officer at an election shall collate and announce the result of an election subject to his or her verification and confirmation that a number of accredited voters stated on the collated results are correct and consistent with the number of accredited voters recorded and transmitted, the key word there is transmitted, directly from polling units under section 40, subsection 2 of this act as amended. B, the votes stated on the collated results are correct and consistent with the votes or results recorded and transmitted, keyword again, directly from polling units under section 60, subsection 4 of the act as amended. Now the point is, when I stood up the other time, the point we raised was that any scope that comes here to share and give Nigerians results from their state, you must demand from them. If these results they are uploading or they are giving to us here had been uploaded before presenting to Nigerians. This is a simple thing that we want, so that it is consistent with what the Electoral Act has requested the Commission to do. I don't know if this makes sense. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Emeka Ihedio. Mr. Chairman, I can proudly say that I'm a person of high standing in our society. I've been a legislator for 12 years. I was a presiding officer. Mr. Chairman, I was elected by my people as their governor. Mr. Chairman, I understand the process and procedures. I'm a person who values the integrity of our system. But when there are doubts, it's important we all come up on one page. Sir, the desire of most Nigerians is that this process should be seen as free, fair, and transparent. I have been in contact with several agents of our parties across the country. Now, the fact is that results uploaded from polling units in a number of states are not what is being collated. Now, we've had incidents of hijack, we've had incidents of result writing, we've had incidents of manipulation. It makes sense that we interrogate these processes so that we, at this point, if a result is collated and we accept that those results are okay, then it's good to go. If we do not interrogate this process at this point, then it means that our business here has undermined the process. And Mr. Chairman, I plead with you to appreciate the point we've raised and give some time to look at this so that the integrity is sustained. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to actually refer the Commission because we have so much confidence. We, from the political parties, we have so much confidence in your leadership. And we know, as a matter of fact, we've been engaged with a lot of quarterly meetings. We have discussed a lot. And we believe you want to give Nigerians the best. And the greatest thing you can do for us is, at the end of the day, let Nigerians, the votes that Nigerians casted be what will be declared. I am very much aware that Section 65 of the Electoral Act, I know this Commission has powers for review. If there are states, for instance, where there are discrepancies, I know Section 65, subsection C, that has to do with the declaration of scores of candidates and the return of a candidate, provided that the Commission shall have the powers within 7 days to review the declaration and return where the Commission determines that the said declaration and return was not made voluntarily or was made contrary to the provisions of the law, regulations, and guidelines, and the manual for election. Sir, please hearken to the cry and the voice of political parties, which I know and we trust you. Don't look at any pressure. We know you can handle this. After all, when forces were trying to remove you as INEC chairman, we stood by you. And we believe you can give Nigerians the best. If there are areas where there are discrepancies, I know you have the powers to review. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Nkem Okando, agent for ADC. Mr. Chairman, I've actually listened to my colleagues, and I want to urge and plead. Since it is obvious that the results, most of them have not been uploaded on the polling unit according to the electoral law that we just read, I want to appeal that we adjourn this session to maybe 24 hours to enable the state people, the state collection officers, to upload all their polling unit results so that we can proceed. Thank you.
Good day, Mr. Chairman. I still represent APP. Chinemeluba is my name. It is surprising that political parties who are supposed to be fighting now are in unison saying the same thing. Not just surprising, but fundamental. There is no point progressing in error, Mr. Chairman. We are racing to nowhere. This election started on Saturday. Today is almost over. I insist, in line with my colleagues here, that we get it right. Let us get it right before we proceed with the collation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dino Welaya, PDP. Mr. Chairman, they said the voice of the people is the voice of God. Those of us who spoke from this angle are representatives of the political parties that participated in this election. And it is only responsible for INEC to listen to us. When you made your presentation earlier, you made it look as if agents are just here to rubber stamp whatever the returning officers are presenting. Because you said you've passed that stage, it's at the stage of ward polling units, but the provisions of Section 65 have already mandated you, because you are also a returning officer in this election. It's just the difference is that they are returning officers from the state and you are returning results for the presidential election. And the provision of Section 65 is very, very unambiguous and is clear. And it is that you have the power and capacity to review results here. And you cannot review results if there are no agitation of infractions from the political parties. And that is what we are saying. That we cannot move forward except the law is respected, except the promise you made to Nigerians. I have just done a little research. You have promised Nigerians 68 times that beavers will work. And my brother, Barrister Festus Okoye, after I checked using Google machine, I've promised Nigeria 118 times that beavers will work. We want to see it work and working by going to the portal to see all these results. It worked in Edo, it worked in Osun, it must work in this presidential election. We cannot proceed with computation or collation of results when we cannot see. The confidence we have in this electoral act is the introduction of the electronic transmission of results. If that is not done, then there is no difference between what we are doing now and what we did in 2015, because what you are doing is practical manual collation. That means the billions of taxpayers' money, including mine, that was spent on the issue of beavers and transmission of electronic results is wasted. And we should not be wasters. We want a categorical response on this issue of uploading results. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Nze Frank White. I represent the APP. Mr. Chairman, last Saturday, Nigerians trooped out in their mass, in millions, because of the confidence that the electronic transmission of results put in them. They came out and, it was so massive that so many of them left what they're supposed to do. Those days of playing football in the streets were not seen on Saturday. Mr. Chairman, the integrity of this process will stand undermined if the electronic transmission that my colleagues here have requested is not guaranteed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, I will seek a clarification. Do we speak as individuals or we speak for the parties? A situation where two persons are speaking on behalf of a party. I speak for APC, and I would not think, after I've spoken for APC, my colleague should also get up to say he's also speaking for APC. We are not, in my opinion, in a debate. I will also correct the impression when it was said that the political parties are in unison. We are not in unison with, excuse me, Mr. Senator Melaye and Right Honorable, with all respect, kindly let me speak. We are not in unison with them. A lot of law has been procured, preferred, and quoted here, most especially Section 65, which says the Commission shall have the powers. These powers have been conferred on the Commission by statute, and it is the discretion of the Commission to exercise its powers as it deems fit, and not whether we demand it or we want to proclaim or dictate it. Secondly, sir, the same section has gone further that a decision of the returning officer under subsection 1 may be reviewed by an election tribunal. And I think if we are not satisfied, like has been rightly said, the whole world is watching this process. We should let the process run its course. Like has been rightly observed, there were elections in other places, some of which have been contested in the courts. Why is this being made to be different? Let the results be presented. And just to add, that the provision of Section 60, subsection 4, that is now being misrepresented here, says upload from polling units. But we are not here to debate whether it was uploaded or not. That cannot be reviewed here. So my appeal is for the Commission to proceed with its constitutional duty and make the results available. If we are not satisfied, we will approach the election tribunal. And that is all we are praying for. Like we said, the whole world is watching us. I appeal, sir, Mr. Chairman, that you proceed and do the needful and exercise the powers conferred on you by both the Constitution and the Electoral Act, and let us have the results so we can take necessary steps as we may deem fit. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, any more?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My name is Zafanaya Jisalo. I represent NRM. Mr. Chairman, I've been in the parliament to also make the law and also make the electoral act. Like my senior colleague said, Emeka Edoha. The law is there. The act is there. And just like the section 65 have said, the power is given to the INEC to conduct its election. And election process has been laid down from the polling unit, which all of us went around to vote. And then after they are counted, the beavers were there to know the number of people, the agents were there, then the collation to the vote collection center. Everything was tied. The agents were there to see what all was done at the polling unit. And from there, the process is also there to go to the local government headquarters. This thing were done, and then subsequently move to the ward, move to the state. And in the state level, all these things were checked. And I don't think there was any problem. Other, all these things have been addressed right from there. Coming here to talk on this issue, we are contrary to some of the agents that have said whatever they mean, we should not derail this transition. We should not derail to deceive Nigerians on what is happening. What has come here is the right thing that has been done.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Clement Ojukwu. I represent Labour Party. Sir, this is democracy. And we have spoken on behalf of our people. As you have promised Nigerians before today, that our votes are going to count. In addition to that, you told us, or you told Nigerians, that our result will be transmitted electronically. It is not too much to demand of you to fulfill your promises. Again, remind those that is telling you of your supreme powers. Tell them you are not a military officer, but you are a leader of democracy in this country. Please kindly do the needful by telling the coalition officers from the state to first tell us how these results were transmitted before now. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, please.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Bame Vidieno, the agent for Young Progressives Party, YPP. I don't want to be seen to be taking sides on the side of anybody, but on the side of the law. I want to state that this is a fifth level of coalition. The first was at the polling unit, then at the ward collation center, then local government collation center, then the state collation center, before coming to this collation center, which is the fifth. And I think if there was any issue that should have been raised concerning transmission of results or whatever, they would have been tackled at those stages by our agents, which we had at all the various levels. I think what we are doing here is not in tandem with what ought to be done. I think that this process should be allowed to go, since we couldn't tackle whatever problems, issues we had at the earlier levels. Then if this process is concluded, we have the election petition tribunals that could handle whatever problems that are being raised here. I think the INEC at this stage now should be allowed to go on with the collation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chairman, can I make a quick remark?
Jack.
Chairman, please.
This is...
No, I know I'm not a politician and I don't intend to be one. But we all have a stake and we all have a voice. Let me appeal to our politicians, respected individuals, to please calm down. The soul of this nation is in this hall today. And any individual that inflames this nation and create chaos, history will not forgive you. I appeal to you all. Every one of you have a very important point, and you have laid it out. Please, I don't also think in the Electoral Act that politicians have a right to stop this process. I don't like what has happened as an individual, but let's respect the law and let the law take its course. And you have every right to challenge the outcome. Please, my brother Dino and everybody maker, please, on behalf of the entire nation, we are please asking you please to calm down. Let us have this process, and then we, civil society, will back you and challenge whatever it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have heard everything that you have said, but I'm going to comment on 3 issues. The first one, which was the starting point of all this lengthy conversation, is over the allegation of overvoting in the result presented yesterday from Ekiti State. What is overvoting? Where the total number of votes cast is higher than the number of accredited voters. Based on the original of the document signed by party agents at state level and the spreadsheet before me, there was no overvoting in Ekiti State. The total number of accredited voters is 315,058. That is what is on the authentic document. Any other figure that shows anything at variance with this did not emanate from the Commission. We provided a detailed breakdown of the scores by political parties across the board. Towards the end of the spreadsheet, we provided 3 columns. The first column is total valid votes, and that is 308,171. Total rejected votes, 6,301. Total votes cast, valid or rejected, is 314,472, which is actually lower than 315,058. Let me recap. Total number of accredited voters, 315,058. Total votes cast, both valid and invalid, is 314,472. There is no overvoting. When you compare the total number of votes cast and the number of accredited voters, if there is anything, you may actually say that there was undervoting, not overvoting. So that is my response to the first issue raised. And I repeat myself once again for clarity. If there is any figure different from what I have presented and what came from the manual forms completed by the State Collation Officer for the presidential election from Ekiti State, please discountenance that figure. It did not emanate from the Commission. I saw some postings on the social media to the effect that the Ekiti election result was published on the 20th of February, 5 days ahead of the election. And what is the evidence? They took the result presented yesterday and took the total number of registered voters for Ekiti State and concluded that the results were prepared several days before the election. All Nigerians will bear me witness that here in this hall, we presented the hard copies of the total number of registered voters in Nigeria on state-by-state basis and the number of PVCs collected. And that information, as we speak, is on the Commission's website. So if anybody is trying to be clever by half, by taking figures from somewhere and saying, oh, these results were published or released ahead of the election, that one can only pass for fake news. And I'm sure that we are responsible citizens not to fall for fake news. So my first response is that for the election results presented for Ekiti, there was no overvoting. Overvoting means the total number of votes cast is higher than the number of accredited voters. The number of accredited voters is in this particular case higher than the total number of votes cast. So that's my first response. My second response is, are the figures consistent from what transpired at the polling units and what was uploaded or ought to have been uploaded to the IRF portal? I am satisfied that the figures on this spreadsheet emanated from the process that transpired at the polling units. The polling units are the only places where citizens vote. Whatever you do thereafter is just collation of result. And we have provided the vote scored by each political party. However, if any political party believes that the figures they have from the hard copies of the results given by their polling agents at the level of collation, that the figures are inconsistent with what has been provided on the spreadsheet that we projected yesterday, I would like that political party to forward the information to the Commission so that we can speak on the basis of facts. I like the suggestion made that the Commission has power under the Electoral Act to review results, but that power is contingent upon one procedure. The process has to be concluded first before you can then talk about power to review. I want to assure political parties that any evidence that you have of any alleged wrongdoing at any level of the process, whether it's at the polling unit or at collation level, please forward this information And I promise you, as soon as the process is concluded, we will then do the review as provided by law. On this note, I beg you for us to proceed with the process. Thank you very much. Okay. Now that we have established calm, we can calmly proceed with the process and conclude in the best interests of our country. So may I invite the resident electoral commissioner for Ogun State to to introduce himself, and for the state coalition officer for the presidential election from Ogun State to similarly introduce himself and present the result from Ogun State. The resident electoral commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Olani Ijalayi. I am the resident electoral commissioner, INEC in Ogun State.
Thank you very much, distinguished chairman of INEC. My name is Professor Kayode Adebowale, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, and I'm the State Coalition Officer for the presidential election scope of the 25th of February, 2023 in Ogun State. The result for the presidential election held on the 25th of February, 2023 in Ogun State are as follows. Total number of registered voters. Total number of registered voters. 2,688,305. 2,688,305. Total number of accredited voters. 612,341. 612,341. The total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A. Party A, 1153. AA. AA, 331. 331. AAC. AAC, 923. 923. ADC. ADC 10529. 10529. ADP. ADP 1734. 1734. APC. APC 341554. 341554. 554. APGA, APGA. APGA, APGA. 934. 934. APM. APM 6012. 6012. APP. APP 326. 326. BP. BP 374. 374. LP. LP 85829. 85829. NNPP. NNPP 2200. 2200. NRM. NRM 542. 542. PDP. PDP 1 2 3 8 3 1. 1 2 3 8 3 1. PRP. PRP 356. 356. SDP. SDP 738. 738. YPP. YPP 366. 366. ZLP. ZLP 2392. Total number of valid votes. Total number of valid votes 580,124. 580,124. Total number of rejected votes. Total number of rejected votes 31324. 31324. Total vote cast. Total votes cast 611,448. 611,448. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Prof. and Scope for Ogun State. Were there places where election was not held or the outcome of the election cancelled?
There were places where we have cancellation. They have been compiled. The respective forms, which is EC 40G, was filled during the state collation exercise yesterday. They were all displayed. And the reasons for the cancellation ranges from overvoting, There are some that voters refuse to use the BVAS. And also there are some that was disruption, which probably some thugs came, but they did not cut away with any election material in any of our polling stations throughout Ogun State.
Okay, thank you very much. Party agents, any comments or observations to the scope? Okay, please submit your result.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the original handwritten completed from ECAD has been duly countersigned by agents of political parties present during state collation in Abuja. Thank you. Thank you, BC. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. And I wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Coalition Secretariat, which state is next? Oyo, where is Ramon Taylor, the resident electoral commissioner? Oyo? Okay. No, Oyo is there, and there is another state also in the holding area. So, are you ready, Oyo? Okay, please come forward along with the state collation officer. Sarek, please introduce yourself, and the scope should introduce himself and present the results for Oyo State.
My name is Dr. Taylor Adiniran Abdurrahman, the resident electoral commissioner, Oyo State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am Professor Olushola Babatunde Kehinde, the Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, and the State Collation Officer for the presidential election in Oyo State. Thank you, sir. For the presidential election that held on the 25th of February, 2023, we have the following as the results of the election. 1, the total number of registered voters in Oyo State. Total number of registered voters, 3,276,6 675. 3276675. Total number of accredited voters 854,439. 854,439. The total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. Party A, 39514. 39514. Party AA, 1124. 1124. Party AAC, 1153. 1153. ADC, 6080. ADC, 6080. ADP, 2298. 2298. APC, 449884. 449884. APGA, 1368. 1368. APM, 462. 462. APP, 1985. 1985. BP, 363. LP, 99110. 99110. NNPP, 4095. 4095. NRM, 659. 659. PDP, 182977. 182977. PRP, 433. 433. SDP, 14517. 14517. YPP, 572. 572. ZLP, 2891. 2891. Total valid votes 809485. 809485. Rejected votes 42471. 42471. Total votes cast. Total votes cast 851956. 851956. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Scope. Were there places where elections did not hold or cancelled?
Yes, sir. Elections were cancelled in 17 polling units in 14 registration areas.
Reason?
Overvoting, sir. And the total number of cancelled votes were 7363. 7363.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, observations, suggestions? Okay, thank you very much. Please step forward to present your result. Next, we move to Yobe State. Is the REC and the State Collection Officer around? Is the REC as well as the scope? Okay.
My name is Ibrahim Abdullahi, the resident electoral commissioner, Yobe State.
My name is Professor Umaru A. Pate, the Vice Chancellor of the Federal University Kashere in Gombe State. I am the State Collation Officer for the presidential election of 25 February 2023 in Yobe State. With me is Ibrahim Abdullahi, the resident electoral commissioner for Yobe State. The result for the presidential election held on 25th February 2023 in Yobe State are as follows. Total number of registered voters, 1485146. Total number of registered voters, 1485146. Total number of accredited voters, 398874. Total number of accredited voters, 398874. Total number of votes received by the presidential candidate of each of the political parties are as follows. A party, 312. A party, 312. AA, 915. AA, 915. AAC, 221. AAC 221. ADC 1034. ADC 1034. ADP 1295. ADP 1295. APC 15145. APC 15145. Am I correct? Okay. 151459. Abga 875. Abga 875. APM 472. APM 472. APP 256. APP 256. BP 149. BP 149. LP 2406. LP 2406. NNPP 18270. NNPP 18270. NRM 672. NRM 672. PDP 198567. PDP 198567. PRP 265. PRP 265. SDP 192. SDP 192. YPP 630. YPP 630. ZLP 407. ZLP 407. Total number of valid votes 378397. Total number of valid votes 378397. Total number of rejected votes 18934. 18934. Total votes cast 397331. Total votes cast 397331. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any polling units where elections were not held or cancelled?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. 1 in Fika. We had one of the polling booths with about 768 voters registered, and total number of PVCs collected 768, but because of faulty BVA, they couldn't vote. Then we also had Jakusko with LG code 04, one polling unit also affected with about 1073 voters. There was destruction of polling materials, and because of that, it was cancelled. The reports are attached to the submission here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments, any observation? Okay, please step forward to submit your result. I understand that Enugu State will be ready in the next 10 minutes. So we wait for the next 10 minutes to check Enugu. I also understand that Lagos and Gombe are approaching the building. Thank you. So 10 minutes, we'll take Enugu State.
Give me that camera, please. Yeah.